Sorry. Sorry, I got like extra check marks that I got sitting live. Sorry. Muted. Sorry. No sound. But welcome to the show. Welcome. I saw a couple of things. I just came from another stream. And then I walked away from the room. So therefore the sound was already crazy. Yes, 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 motherfucker. You're muted. Yes, I absolutely saw it. I saw it. I saw it. Again, I know this. I just literally left another stream. And I gave a link to you guys too, in case you want to see me on that stream so that you understand that I'm not lying when I said I left the stream to come here to this stream to make sure that we did things in a proper fashion. So, suck it. I gave fair warning. Anyway, do not expect a lot of people to be up here tonight because usually we open up very early. We don't normally do streams this late. So we'll see what happens. Again, it is technically Wednesday now. For some of you sitting on the West Coast, it hasn't hit there just yet. So we'll see exactly what happens. Some of y'all thinking, Resla liar. He said he was gonna go live, then he didn't go live, blah, 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 blah. Then I was on another panel because I said I would go there. And then that's why I never really went live. And now I'm going live to make sure that I fulfill obligations, at least on the West Coast. But anyway, I want to talk about something before we get into some other things. Um, I have a whole other thing I was thinking about in my mind, but I said, am I gonna choose violence? I think yesterday's stream was a pretty rambunctious stream, even though I think it was a pretty good stream. People really diving other elements, and there was a lot of real conversation, but at the same time, it was held a lot in conspiracy. This is why I kind of like the stream. And while this stream is not gonna be about that, this stream is more on the side of people's false sense of self-esteem. And the reason why I picked this is because I look at a lot of people, whether in real life or whether it is on the internet. A lot of people, human beings in general, from what I've come to see, understand, and experience, is a lot of us have a false sense of self esteem. Uh-oh. Look. Because I talk to myself all the time, Justin. All the time. All the time. And because if I want to talk, because it's my channel, if I want to talk while I'm muted, I absolutely can talk while I'm muted. You can't stop me from talking while I'm muted. That's why my feed is more important because I feed my own thoughts. Because we're here on a channel, on a show called Opinionated. That's why a lot of you guys talk a lot. And you know what happens? The things that you're saying are not even really the things that you think about on a continual and regular basis. At least when I talk, the things that are being fed that I'm saying to myself are my thoughts. How many times do you talk to your friends, your family, or when you're sitting here in a chat? And God forbid if you have the courage to get on someone's panel, that when you open your mouth, the shit that you say is the shit that you can hear everywhere else in these YouTube streets, because that's actually what we do here on this channel. We like to talk about challenging talking points and narratives. And welcome if you happen to be new here, because it seemed how Justin turned around and said, "Ah, you're sitting here and you're muted, whatever." That is a continual thing here because everybody who's already a part of this community already know that the one thing that I dislike working on the most, because the one thing that I'm really not good on the most is what, folks? You can see a plethora of streams. I've been doing this for over a year and a half. And still, I have a problem with sound. It's not new. And if it annoys you, get over it. Sorry if you're a sound engineer or you love sound or you love hearing the fact you love hearing to everything that's going on in the world. I do not care. What you prefer has nothing to do with what my skills are. Fucking facts. Which is why I also say, chat, hold me accountable. When my mic started fucking up, what did I do, folks? I got a new mic. When my fucking visual effect wasn't really good enough, whatever, what did I do, folks? I spruced my shit up. When they say, "Yo, can you give us more topics so that we can get into some more serious shit?" I did that. But the one thing I said to from the beginning was, I am not that great with sound. Now, unless you want to work for a motherfucker for free, you can bitch about all the sound all you want. And the reason why my feed also doesn't appear for a lot of people who just want notifications is because I'm a small channel. YouTube hasn't figured out what to fucking do with me. I've been here for a year and a half now. YouTube still doesn't know what to do with me. I don't have a niche. I am a variety stream right now. And YouTube does not like variety. YouTube likes very much specifics. Very much so. That's rather gay, sir. Just gonna put that out there. That's sus as hell. That was really sus, sir. That was crazy. It's important. But here's another thing about it. You're right saying that my feed does not appear, but I can't do anything about that. I am not in control of a platform. I am only in control of a channel. That's number one. And number two, if people decide to leave, they can leave at any moment because I can't stop them. Listen, I am only responsible for bringing forth content and going live. I am not responsible who decides to like it or if they have enough time to watch it. I cannot control human beings. I can't. We all wish we could. We all think that we have the power to do so as well. We can't. We cannot. Everybody has to make their own individual decisions. And that's what we promote here. Hey, if you decide to be here, some people don't even want to sit here and watch me. Some people will listen to me while they're washing dishes, cooking food, fucking a bitch, whatever. And they choose to do that of their own volition. And sometimes while they're sitting there giving strokes to their woman, you know what they turn around and say? I don't hear shit from Resla. What the hell's going on? And for those who have been watching me long enough, go, this nigga must be muted. Hold up, baby girl. Hold up, hold up. And they pull out halfway and they do this on their phone. And they go, oh shit, yeah, that nigga's muted. That's what I thought. All right, girl. Go back to smacking the ass. And they go back into it because they're used to the routine. I am not a sound engineer. And if you are expecting one, get over it. If you know so much about it, you should know what I'm going to tell you. If you've been here long enough, and if you're going to tell me this, you know what I'm going to tell you then, right? Show me your performance, show me your numbers, show me your channel, show me how it's done. Because apparently you have the skills that I don't. Show me how it's done. Don't tell me, show me. Don't tell a mofo, show a mofo. Show me how it's done. Because I am humble enough to say I don't have all the answers and I don't know everything. So I am willing to sit there and listen to people who actually have done the work. You're gonna have to show me. Anytime you can go to wrestleropinionated at gmail.com, let me know. But a lot of people like to sit back being armchair quarterbacks and give their opinions, which you're allowed to do. You can give your opinions. But don't sit here and think that you can hit all the caps and try to tell me what I should be doing right and you have no work to show for yourself. See, I can say I am literally figuring this shit out. As I say often, from many people have already said it, building the plane as we fly it. It's literally what it is. I don't go to other people's streams and critique them. I don't do it because I understand the game of how difficult it is to be a content creator. There are still mofos to this day who just young and old who just only stream from their phone. They don't have an office to sit in. They don't have cameras. They don't have lighting or whatever. And you know what I really don't see? Mofos going to their chats and giving them advice or hitting all caps and screaming at what they should be doing. Again, you sound engineers that know so fucking much, write me a layout, write me a plan. I'll tell you what my sound system is. You write me what works best. You write me anything that I have to work on to get my voice sound sexy with the EQ and everything, rather than you sit there and just say, well, nigga, you should do this. No, nigga, you should tell me what you would like to see since you know so much. Show me your work. Hashtag show me your work. Because you're not inspiring me by talking shit. That's not inspiration. Show me your work. This is a resume now. Show me your work. I've been doing this for over a year and a half. I've been in and out. I've had good audio. I've had bad audio. I've had good times. I've had bad times. But I always show consistency that I am trying. But what I'm not going to do is go to school and become a sound engineer and build a whole fucking sound studio or whatever to make a couple of people. That's really what it is. A few people happy. There are hundreds of people who are subscribed to me. I'm not going to sit here and stress over less than 10 about my sound. Can you hear me? That's most important. Can you hear syllables? That's most important. Can we have conversations? That's most important. Can you hear me perhaps in the first 5 seconds of when I start a stream? Maybe not. But I'm here for hours and you want to talk about the first 5 seconds? 10 seconds, maybe? We really don't get to 10 seconds. That's your problem? And I'm not just picking at you, Justin. Plenty of people have done this. That's why I say, but it's less than 10. Yeah, I need to just calm the fuck down. It is literally midnight my time. You can chill the hell out. Show me. Look, spent years. And again, I've worked in production myself. But you know what I did? I was a lighting designer. Not sound, lighting. See this lovely lighting? I help props and effects, even when on a stage. You see how my setup is? I was a photographer. You see how great the camera work looks? I don't get no appreciation for that. Nigga, your sound. Well, nigga, you write me a game plan instead of critiquing. Show me how I can do it better. Instead of just saying, do better. How about you help? I did all this shit, but how about you chip in? Instead of sitting there saying, can I? No, how about you help? If not, sit back, relax, shut the fuck up. Let me do my thing. If not, write, contribute, help, support. Because there are hundreds of other people that have done so. Anyway, that was me cooking really early after having to see that shit. Because you guys do this. You guys do this like it seems like every 3 weeks and every other 3 weeks or whatever. People do this. I've shown people my rig. I've shown people my mixer. I've seen like I don't got this big ass coffin. You not gonna see no Yamaha board. You're not gonna see none of that shit. You're not gonna see it. You're not gonna see a bunch of XLRs all over the fucking place and be running fucking snake cables and whatever. You're not gonna see that shit. Calm the fuck down. I'm not running a porn studio. I'm running a YouTube channel. calm the fuck down. That's it. That's all. Welcome everybody who's already here in the chat. Want to give a quick listen to everybody's coming down, which of course, no chaser in the building. Clay Foundations, what's going on? Brick in the building, of course. Locksmith Jeremy telling me I'm muted, even though I looked and said, "Oh, you're right, I am muted." Cool, because it happens a lot, right? Cool. Leopard Print is in the building. Appreciate you, Leopard Print, being here. Robbie, Robbie's in here. Appreciate you being in here as well. Who else is in the building? Again, Jesse walking in and telling me how all my shit is fucked up, but give me no real good strategies. And again, wrestleopinionated@gmail.com. Once again, wrestleopinionated@gmail.com. If it seems like that is too much for you to write, it's down in the description. One click of a button. Keymaster, aka Wheels, is in the building. Appreciate you being here. And of course, yo, Angry Snowman, the angry snowman is here in the building. Of course, we got Rude Mudcrab already here. Appreciate you for being in the building. And of course, Khan Sean is in here. He said, you got a new mic? Yeah, the last one, the port was messing up. I said, listen, can you help me? You know, a mofo is got to pay bills and whatever else, and I got to do whatever. If you pay up for half the shit, I'll buy the rest of the half of what I need. And that's exactly what I did. I got a different little studio boxes. I got me an XLR, XLR mic, not a USB shit fucking up. I got me an XLR microphone so that we could be able to do this. Doesn't mean I'm a sound professional now. Just because you get a fucking microphone, it doesn't do all the work for you. Anyway, moving on from there. But yes, you guys help. You did half. I did my part. Now we got a different mic. And yet people are still bitching, by the way. So we're moving on from there. And of course, if you are here in the building, do yourself a favor, get acclimated to the chat, say what's up, have your opinions read, heard, understood by other people in there. I can't help you by tonality. People take whatever it is, the way that they're going to. But of course, say what's up to everybody here in the building. Do not just be a fucking lurker. I don't know how often we got to say that, but it is what it is. Anyway, today's episode, since I feel like I already burned through enough time, I burned through almost a half an hour just having to say fucking shit. Look at it. Look. Why people bitch? I don't know. Same old shit. Wrestler was muted when he started. You know, Wrestler just came from somebody else, came from somewhere else. Never mind that. Most of the time when I come onto a stream, I'm literally coming off from doing something else. Coming off from work, coming off. Can I walk in the door, kiss my girl, say what's up, hear about her day, say about my day, come in, support other content creators. I like being like you guys too, sitting in the motherfucking chat, saying what's up, or going up on a panel and supporting people who I appreciate. Then getting this whole shit started in a short amount of time, by the way, because if you are following me when I was on LA Wilkes channel, I literally went from there to here and only had 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Well, why couldn't you be perfect in 2 minutes? Ooh, you was about to make me go in. We not about to do this. We not about to do this. And it seems like I said, it seems like it's not like it's not just you. I'm not saying I'm not you specifically, just but it seems like every 3 weeks or so, somebody's gonna say something about my goddamn sound. Again, once again, email in the description. It's that simple. Guys, we're gonna talk about a false self-esteem. Normally I would have been cooking already, but it is what it is. We're gonna get in there. Let's talk about a false self-esteem. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to force, if you're new here, because there are people who are in this building who are not speaking, by the way, lurking. Welcome to Opinionated. This is one of the places where you will get at least the raw amount of truth from me in the most salient way that I'm gonna give it, not in the most boisterous, the most boastful, the most, nasty way that I can give it to you just to make sure that you feel a fucking way about it. That's not what I'm going to do. The idea is that we create thoughts, for that you to be able to have a conversation, not just with the people that's here in this community, but also from when you're out in the real world. Because I want to make sure that when you are here, that you're at least getting some mindsets, some at least some critical thought, so that when you're out in the real world, you're not sitting here telling the stories, telling the narratives, telling the talking points that come from your favorite places that you like to visit here on YouTube. I need you in your own mind, not regurgitating the shit that comes from somebody else. And not for nothing, because we're building that mental fortitude, we're building the calluses in your mind, you'll have a better immune system because of it. Tonight, again, we're talking about a false sense of esteem. And let me just say this right up front. This one may not sit well for a lot of people because a lot of people feel their own ways, especially if you've been lying to yourself for a very long time. I'm going to say this. If this ain't the episode for you, feel free to vacate. Come back another stream. This may not be for, or when you find the mental fortitude, come back and be part of the replay game. All right? No sense. Now that we have IG quotes out there, people putting out their energy, not that I'm on my healing journey or people writing in captions about their healing journey. Again, no personal slight to anyone who wants to write in caps. I don't care about it. I've toned down Nightbot so that you don't get sniped, but I do not like to watch a lot of those as well. Some people I'll give credence to, but there are people out there who like to put up particular quotes. Like I said, I'm on my healing journey. People who like to say like protecting my peace. All the different memes. Everybody who throws around all their little things and but also like to contradict peace. No, I'm talking about the things that are more subtle. I'm talking about the quiet lie, the silence, the little delusion most people carry deep within their bones. That belief that they love themselves, that they value themselves, that they have a high self esteem. You ever notice how people say shit like, it's a birthright? Like, oh, I know my worth. Ladies, you like to say this one. I know my worth. While they're stuck in a situation that's draining their soul. It could be a relationship, it could be a friendship, it could be their kids, it could be their job, it could be themselves. While they're out here entertaining people who treat them like leftovers. While they're out here chasing attention, validation, drama, chaos. You love your chaos, folks. Like a damn junkie looking for your hit. So let me ask you, do you actually have self esteem? Or do you just perform like you do? That's a question for yourself. Before you start beating your chest and say, I do, wrestler. No, no. Let that sit there in your spirit and you think about that for a moment. Because here's something nobody wants to fucking admit. Real self-esteem is boring. It's not flashy, it's not loud. It's most of the time, it won't get you likes. It won't get you accolades. It won't get you appreciation because it's in the little things. It's like drinking water instead of liquor. If you love yourself enough. Now, I can tell you there are plenty of times where I hate myself, and that's why I drink. But I can also say I will channel up my drinking so that I can be able to stand mofos, especially when I'm here on the internet. So maybe I like myself enough. Maybe I love myself and even like myself enough to drink to lower my inhibition so that I could be able to talk to people who are going to be deceitful or the dirty D word that's being used a lot. Disingenuous. I think of the people who like turning their phone off at like 9 p.m., claiming that they're gonna get some rest, but they don't. They're really just sitting in bed. people who like to say people who like the saying, like, there is how I wanna say this, because that's jumbled up in my mind. It's people who like saying, "No, there's no situationship that strokes your ego, but it starves you of your spirit." I why do I say that so wrong? Is because I've been dealing with people all day. Okay. So, people who get into situationships that turn around and think that these are the things that are most important for them, but the truth of the matter is that they know they need to leave it because it drains them. That's what I mean to say. It is late night. I've had a long day. But what most people do instead, they do the opposite. They claim that they love themselves, but they don't really promote those things. Instead, they do things that they claim are going to be the things that give them self-respect. They get tattoos. They may even get a tattoo and say they call it self-love on their damn tattoo. Oh shit. No way. I'm just getting started, but I know it's been a late night for you. Appreciate ya, GS. GS came in with the wave. I appreciate you. Appreciate you, GS. Thank you for that. And we just getting started in this bitch too. So most of you guys who already know I would have started the stream way earlier are not coming in right in the beginning of a monologue. That's a first. For those who have been here for a while with me, you know that's going to be a first for a lot of people coming in. I'm thinking about the people who turn around and they do things like post thirst traps with freaking captions all about growth, how they're on this spiritual journey, how they're out here talking about, I'm working out in the gym. Ladies, you love this one. Wearing the most tightest, skimpiest things with your ass cheeks all in the goddamn camera. But you're talking about, I'm on my spiritual journey. This is what happens when you love yourself in the gym. You're being a gym rat, but at the same time, you're kind of just being a gym thought. Just call it what it is. People who throw tantrums when someone holds them accountable. How often have we seen this? Not just in our real life, but also online, on panels. They throw tantrums and they turn around and then say, "No, I'm setting boundaries." You had a whole temper tantrum as an adult. You're calling that a boundary? That ain't self-love. Let's be honest. A lot of you guys, you're carrying around branding. You're carrying around a performance. It's not self-respect. It is not self-esteem. You know what real self-esteem looks like? It looks like doing shit you hate consistently because you're good at it. Not because you like it, but because you are good at it. It looks like making a hard choice, a very hard decision when nobody is watching you. Not when people are around to give you the cheering or the shitting on you, when nobody's paying attention. It looks like respecting your damn self when it's inconvenient. You see, some of y'all confuse ego with self esteem. Let me say that again. Some of y'all confuse ego with self esteem. You think because you walk with a strut, that you talk loud and boisterous, that you demand respect, that means you value yourself. Uh, No, sometimes that's just a scared little boy or girl wearing arrogance like body armor. You can't have real self esteem when you betray yourself for applause. You can't have real self esteem, real self love when you do not have discipline. You damn for sure can't call it self worth when you're constantly outsourcing all your shit to strangers on the internet. right? Let's just be honest. If the internet shut down tomorrow, would you still think high of yourself? Would you still think that you are enough? If you could not get on social media tomorrow, would you still respect yourself enough if nobody was watching you? Would you still feel valuable if you couldn't prove your work in front of other people? Because that's the test. That's the test. Not what you post, not what you say, but how you move. Especially, as they say, when the lights are off, when the crowd is gone. So tonight we're going to be peeling a little bit back on that mask. We're going to be getting into the real self-esteem look. And what exactly does that look like? Not the fake shit that you market, not the feel good fluff, not the dopamine trap that you try to put yourself in and others. I'm talking about discipline. I'm talking about delayed gratification. We're talking about boundaries that you actually enforce, not just say that you have, but actually enforce. Not just when it's convenient, but when it costs you. Are we going to find out? Do you love yourself enough to tell yourself the truth? Or, or are you still faking it for an algorithm for those who people like to be online? For some of you, you're going to get comfortable and you'll understand this, especially if those who are in the chat who happen to be, or even looking at this in the replay, who happen to be content creators, who have taken the liberty of actually posting a video. Whether you're a continuous streamer, whether you are an actual content creator who creates videos, whether you're someone who did a short. But as much as I'm telling you to get comfortable, here's what something I want you to do. I need you to be very much comfortable with being uncomfortable. Because that's what we do here on Opinionated. Now, with that being said, let me just start with my first thought, which is I put as my segment, the lie that we tell ourselves. Because have you ever met, you've all been here on the internet for a while. That's how you damn for sure came across me, because you've been on the internet for a while. So have you ever met somebody who swears that they love themselves, but pretty much everything about them, how they live, how they tell others how they live, it seems to be the opposite of what they state. They say that they respect themselves, that they believe in they believe they have a high self-esteem, that they'll even flex it online as if it's the motherfucking gospel. But when you really watch them, when you get close enough to watch them, when you look at the way that they treat their body, their money, their time, their mind, you start to see the cracks. And that's part of the uncomfortable truth. Most people do not have self esteem. What they have is a story about self esteem. Let me say that again for you. Most people do not have self esteem. What they have is a story, a narrative that they've written for themselves about having self esteem. It's a performance, it's a costume that they put on. It's a curated version of themselves that only is set up for public consumption. I agree. Denizen, I agree. It's self-love. So it's self-love. But a lot of people do not love themselves. Some people, keep in mind, some people even respect themselves, but don't love themselves. I selfishly love myself. And as much as it's gonna hurt people to say this, I don't respect people as much as I respect myself. I don't love people as much as I love myself. I come first. I know I'm that selfish. I'm so selfish, folks. I don't even donate blood because I can give to everybody, but I can't receive. And in the first time, not even the first time, but when I did give blood, they were looking at me side eye because I knew they wanted more. And because of that, I said, I ain't going back. I'm not going back. You're not about to drain me for a fucking lollipop. You're not gonna do that to me. That's how selfish I am. That's how much I love myself. You know how crazy it is? When I was getting to know my girl, beginning, and she told me her blood type, I said, oh, she can give to me. I mean, I could give to her. She can give to me, but there might be some complications, but I can live. I can give to her with no problem. She can give to me. There might be some complications, but at least she can give to me. I said, wow, she might be a keeper. Just because if some bullshit happens, I may not be perfect. I may not be whole, but at least she can give me something back to hold me. That's crazy. Rather than getting with somebody who's like, you can't even do nothing for me. If I was on my deathbed, you can't give me a damn thing. It was never in the cards, but when I heard her blood type, I said, oh wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. You can actually give me something. I might be a little funked up, but you can give me something rather than I could just die. Just saying. She didn't lie to me. She didn't say this to make sure that she was wearing a costume to make sure that she can get me as her man. And there are plenty of people out there who do this for public consumption. They wear this veil of self-love and self-respect. They say things like, I have standards. I don't tolerate disrespect. I'm working on me. But behind the scenes, when you're watching them, they disrespect themselves daily. They tolerate pretty much every kind of neglect, the distractions, the toxic habits. It's almost, it's pretty much as long as it comes with a compliment, or especially for you ladies, if it comes, you can get disrespected, but if it comes along with a "you go, queen," all is forgiven. You're told you're smart or you're told you're pretty. At the end of it, that seems to be enough. And I ask you not to fall for that. Don't take a backhanded compliment and say, "Well, at least I got something." Don't do that to yourself. Don't do it to yourself, ladies. This is something that I have to teach ladies about. You got disrespected. No, it's not. No, no. He gave you a backhanded compliment and you accepted it because he said something nice to you, something that you perceive nice, especially when he said the nice thing later in the sentence. You don't have to accept that. People who turn around and say, who deal with things and they'll accept they'll expect discipline from other people, but not from themselves. Especially when the ladies, they'll discipline a man for not texting back. I've seen this. I have young people that I'm like, so what's going on? Oh, this da, 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 da. And I said, what happened? Motherfucker's not. He read it, but he ain't texting me back. Y'all need to chill out. Stop. You're too young for this, especially that bullshit. But let me understand this as well. You won't you won't discipline people for not being on time, but you'll discipline them for not texting you back. Motherfucker come in late. You're not mad about that, but you're mad about the fact that he didn't text you back. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. People who will cut off their friends for bad vibes, right? But they won't cut off the junk food that they eat. They won't cut off the porn that they watch. They won't cut the overspending that they do. Well, a small little bag about this size. Young lady said that she wants to spend that she's not gonna spend the money on, but she really does like it, and she really wants the bag, and the bag is like $3,000. It's 3K. Overspending, overthinking. That's not confidence, people. And for people who have this mindset, men or women, that's delusion wrapped in dollar store empowerment. Damn, dollar store empowerment. That's crazy. I didn't even think about that. And I get it. I get it, y'all. Telling yourself that you've got high self esteem makes you feel safe. It lets you get off the fucking hook. It gives you this illusion that you're already whole, already healed, already above all the shit. But here's what I need you to understand: self esteem is not what you post, it's what you practice. It's not about what you say on Instagram. Ooh, that reminds me, I haven't been on Instagram in a while. It's n- it's about what you do on a day-to-day basis when you don't feel like doing shit. It's about what you do when nobody's watching you. It's about whether you treat the future you, your future self, like somebody worth fighting for. Most you people, most people think about only the past and the present, or they want to focus on the past and they only give a little bit of credence to the present, or they talk about the past and they only think about how much they're hurt from the past and stick it in the present. Most people don't think about them future selves. For those who have been watching me long enough, you'll know that I say the words who you are to be, you are now becoming. You should be seeing yourself in the future and saying, what kind of person would I love to be for the future? What are all of the great values that they have? What is the lifestyle that they have? And then when you wake up, you see yourself today, and you have to realize that who you are today will not get you there. Won't get you there, which means that you need to adapt different changes in your life to get you to that area in the future. So who you are to be, you are now becoming. I say that to so many people. And I don't think a lot of people catch on. Your future self is worth fighting for. Most people, they treat their future like it's a fucking side chick, like it's an afterthought, like something that they'll get around to eventually. There's no eventually. You have to be intentional. But until you do the hard things, until you do the unsexy things, the uncomfortable things, the unfiltered things, the necessary work, I'm gonna tell you this, folks. You don't love yourself. You love the ideal of yourself. You love the fantasy, but you do not actually love yourself. Discipline, folks, is self-love. Telling yourself not to do something because you understand the benefits of what you could have in the future and literally not doing that thing, self-love. There are plenty of people who will turn around and say things like, "You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know this, you that." I can literally tell you, I've changed my life around. You know, some of you, especially if you're new, you only see the guy that's sitting here on this camera today. I live in New York City, one of the highest paid rent places in the country. Not the, one of the highest. You've gotten to know me, for those who have watched for, or at least for those who have been the longest, have watched me for being on the internet for about a year and a half of me just doing my own content. Prior to that, I've already been on the internet way longer than that, on different panels, different shows, helping in the background, being a chat mod, all that stuff. I've been on social media for a bit. But a lot of people don't understand that I've also come from the brink of literally figuring it out and starting my life over. I've been homeless. Not once, but twice. So nice I had to do it twice. You A lot of you guys have never really hit rock bottom. You've had hard times. Not It's not a shit on you or anything. Everybody is where they are in their life. But I can literally say I fucked up twice. And I told myself enough. I hit the point where I said enough. I hit the point where I said I'm gonna hold myself accountable. I need to look myself in the mirror and say I need to stop playing games. A lot of people don't do that. A lot of people, they get to their friends, they get to their family, and they keep the lie alive. They tell themselves a story. So what about the people who have more esteem for others than they do for themselves? Because that's what I see a lot of people on. Talking about people who are proud to admit, but it's killing them quietly. You're placing other people above yourself. People who want to believe they are sacrificing, and their sacrifice will be better for other people in the in the long run, because those people will look out for them, and it's not the truth. It's not the truth. And the sad part about it, you don't even see it. You're trying to please people who do not even like themselves, and you're expecting them to do something for you in the future. You're bending over backwards for family that would let you down in a heartbeat. You're dressing up a certain way for strangers. You're moving in certain circles in your corporate in the as a coworker to be the peacekeeper, to fit the part, to not rock the boat. You're holding your tongue around people that you wouldn't even text if you had the chance. You wouldn't text them if they were down on their worst day. You're holding your tongue with them in real life. This is not humility, folks. This is not kindness. If you ask me, that's emotional slavery dressed up in self-sacrifice. It's the people that turn around and say, I'm going to help my friends when I know I'm going to help my friends out with money, finances, when I know I'm poor myself. You're literally having less than a half cup trying to pour into other people's cups. Why? Now, don't get me wrong. Respect matters. We are social creatures. We need community, we need connection, we need reciprocity. But too many of y'all aren't building connections. What you're building are dependencies. One side deals where your values come from really other people around to keep them happy, not to keep you happy. And you know what that's called? People pleasing. But really, it's more than that. It's people worshiping, because you know more about other people than you know about yourself. And that's sad. You put the world on a pedestal and you call it selflessness. But deep down, let's just be honest, you're afraid. You're afraid of what it would take to sacrifice everything that you've held on to, all the beliefs that you've told yourself, all the thou shouts that's been loaded onto you, because you have placed yourself in a position of being a beast of burden. You're scared to lose love. You're scared to stand alone. You're scared to disappoint the folks who ain't even doing shit for you. You start living like a brand instead of living like a human being. You started filtering your own truth so that you don't even make noise to bother other people. You stopped chasing dreams because someone else somewhere down the line told you it was unrealistic. You won't even cut off toxic people because you don't want to be seen as that guy or that girl. You don't want to make it uncomfortable. Meanwhile, you're breaking your own heart slowly, quietly, silently. You've got emotional bruises because they don't ever show on the skin, but they're all with you. They're with your spirit. Because every time you say yes to someone who disrespects your time, your body, your peace, you're saying no to yourself. I've had to have these conversations with people. So how the hell do you claim to have self-esteem, self-love, self-worth when you built your whole life around the approval of other people that you're afraid to lose who do not care about you? That is not self-love. That's survival with a fucking smile, by the way. And a sad part is like you can see it plainly on particular people. Most of us will ignore it and say, no, that's the life they live. That's what they chose for themselves. We don't want to get involved. But you can't love yourself if everyone else's opinions is more important than yours. If everybody else has more authority over you than you have over your own life. And if you gotta wait for external validation before you can feel proud about yourself, congratulations. You're living a side character in your own damn life. It's the people that turn around and say, Jesus, take the wheel. Why are you in the driver's seat? Why aren't you in the driver's seat? Why are you sitting side saddle? Why are you sitting in the passenger seat of your own life? Now let me ask you something real. How much of your life right now, your job, your relationship, your appearance, your daily routine was actually chosen by you versus the things that you chose by fear of what someone else might think you did that you might have actually wanted to do. How many things that you turn around and say, "Oh, I think I'm not gonna do this because they think I want this for myself." Some of y'all do that, and I don't get it. Sit with that for a moment. God, you ain't got to tell me anything. You don't have to prove anything to me. I just want you to think about that for a moment. If the answer to your question, to that question is most of it happens to be about other people, then it's time I think that you admit it, that you don't have self-esteem, that you have a very fragile public image. And until you stop prioritizing other people's comfort over your own calling, because you have a calling, you do. Until you stop treating other folks like gods and start treating yourself like a damn afterthought, you'll never know. You'll never know what it feels like to respect yourself. You'll never know what it feels like to do something great for yourself. I could get into the whole aspect of discipline. Who am I to tell you what discipline looks like? Because everybody sees discipline very differently. Money, family, relationships, the job. You all see things differently when it comes to discipline. And let's be honest, for those who do not, or those who want to make up their aspect of different aspects of discipline, is because they don't want to do the things that they already know that is difficult to do. And that's why we have this culture of fake self-esteem. And I think it's weird I think it's really, really fucking weird. This weird, empty, overstated culture that we're dealing with. We see it on social media all the time. The people that influencers that like to believe that they're living the high life, but they literally bust their ass all goddamn day just to make that one little reel for you to watch and to try to convince you that they're doing well. Talking about the life where everybody's got confidence, but nobody's got consistency. Everybody's got boundaries, but nobody's got a goddamn backbone. Everybody's a queen. Everybody's a king. Everybody's healing, but nobody's building shit. This is fake self-esteem. Mass produced self-esteem, especially in digital form. Instagram filters on insecurity. TikTok filled with trauma dumping disguised as empowerment, even to the point where it's popular to cry and bitch about your shit on stream just to garner attention. Pinterest boards full of affirmations no one actually gives a shit about. You've got this entire generation dressing up dysfunction as an identity, calling laziness rest. I'm not lazy, I'm resting. Calling delusion a vision. I'm not delusion, I got a vision. Calling enabling support. I'm not enabling them, I'm supporting them. Calling this lack of self-discipline self-love. Nah, that ain't it. This is not it. That is not the goal. Self-esteem used to mean you had character. Now it means you have, I don't know. I don't even know what to say. Canva. Since I do thumbnails on Canva and the right lighting. We used to look up to people who had integrity. Now we look at people and it's all aesthetics. Think about how many naturally beautiful women, yes, my ladies, walked around and put a BBL in them and big ass bumper lips on them because they said this is what beauty looks like. How many women who had natural beauty but turned around and sacrificed all their natural looks to look like a Kardashian? And then they turn around and say, no, Resla, it was for self-love. I love myself enough to look like a whole other bitch. Make that make sense. You know more about other people than you do about yourself. You say it's self-love, that you love and you respect yourself, that you're dedicated to yourself, that you're healing. But you're healing yourself to have the scars look like another bitch. Hey, guys, you guys who like to follow Fresh and Fit and Andrew Tate and whatever the fuck else is going on, and you like to take the talking points of other people in the spaces, you want to make sure that when you get on the job or when you talk to your friends or when you get on these goddamn panels, because you think that you wanna debate hard like Andrew Wilson. Where's your self-respect? How Where's your own skills? Not your dependency on someone else's lifestyle, on someone else's hairstyle, on someone else's body type, on someone else's follower rate, someone else's likes. You're trying to build yourself off of someone else's work, someone else's self-esteem, someone else's crowd, someone else's algorithm. What you're doing is not self-esteem, it's a performance. It's not real because real self-esteem is unshakable. It's still there when you face a broken time. It is still there when you crash out. It is there when your bank account is low. It is there when you get rejected. It is there when no one calls you back. It doesn't vanish when the compliments stop. It does not disappear just because your phone goes dry. That's not what it is. That's not the culture. That's not what the culture teaches you, right? Because the culture says protect your peace. But what they really mean is avoid accountability. The culture says don't let anybody stress you. But they never say you're the problem. And we're producing the most sensitive, defensive, over affirmed people who crumble the moment life does not clap for them. Give them a fucking pat on the back. You know what I see on social media now? People flexing self love while posting toxic ass quotes and yet cutting people off. People pretending that they're leveling up, but never left their goddamn bed. People giving each other the worst advice possible. Like, oh, if if it doesn't serve you, let it go. Even if, what was it? Even if, even if it's your damn responsibility, let it go. And people are eating that shit up. They don't just eat it up, they repost it. They brand it as themselves, which is why I say you need to find your own values, not the values of the people that you think that you follow, and say because they believe it or they say that they believe it, then all of a sudden you think it's you. You need to try that shit. People pretend like they're about it, but they're not about it. People pretend that they're not soft. Oh, you're soft. People pretend like it's healing. It's not healing. You know why it's not healing? Because it's undisciplined. The worst part, this fake self-esteem culture that's not just fucking empty, but it's also addictive. It's because you feel good without actually doing shit. It's reward, it's the reward is performance of growth without actually requiring you to do shit. It- How many people feel good about watching influencers work out, but don't go to the gym and actually do the job themselves? Let me say this again for you. The reward is performance of growth without actually requiring yourself to do shit to grow. It's a spiritual hack. It's ego heroin. People are hooked by it. So the next time you tell, you know, the next time someone is fitting this bullshit or you see this shit online and they're telling you, I know my worth. Don't listen to what the fuck they have to say. Look at what they tolerate. Look at how they treat their body. Look at how they handle their money. Look at how they react to rejection, silence, loneliness. Because to me, that's where the truth lives. And for most people, that truth is fucking ugly. But that's just what I think. That's going to be me having this conversation about, quite frankly, fake self esteem. Now, there are definitely people who are not going to agree. And there are definitely a lot of people who came up in this bitch who probably going to have their own opinions on it. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Which is why I'm going to say link is in the chat, pin to the top of the chat. Let's see how many people can follow along because most people do what, folks? They listen to respond. They do not listen to understand because most people rather be right rather than be effective. Let me say that again because it's a moniker I put up so much. Most people, most of these mofos, rather be right rather than to be effective. I said what I said. Link is in the chat. Y'all tell me. You tell me. Someone's gonna think they could, or they're not gonna understand what the fuck is going on, or whatever else. What's good, Snowman?
That was the gayest monologue I've ever heard in my life.
Oh, of course. Another man telling another man what's gay and not. Of course.
Dude, I was out there busting your balls the whole time. I was hoping you'd catch one of my comments.
No, I actually refused to read the chat this time.
I know you were, dude, you were staying very disciplined on that too. I could tell that you were intentionally ignoring the chat.
I was.
Because dude, I was ripping your ass the whole time, dude. The whole time.
But what I said is gay, right? But you ripped my ass.
Pause. No Diddy.
Say, how can you call something gay and then talk about ripping another man's ass?
Shut up, homo.
Pause twice.
Hey, look, I'm not the one saying I'm gonna rip another man's ass. That's all I'm saying.
Damn.
I mean, to be fair, you do have a wife and kids, so I mean.
Yeah, I have a wife and a lot of kids by a lot of different women, dude.
Yeah, but you know,
I've made being a pookie a profession.
It's a cover story.
No, I've made being a pookie a profession, sir.
Well, you know, most pookies are undercover.
Are you stupid?
Here we go.
This is just, you know what? The only people that say that are people that don't get no pussy.
I don't know, man. I feel like you're deflecting.
Nah, dude, because I'm really good at getting bitches pregnant. That is my skill.
How you been, Snowman?
Does it give you a sense of belonging?
Oh, dude, it does, and I feel like I'm adding to humanity. I'm giving back to the world.
No, he's not giving back to the world. What he's doing is that he keeps putting kids out there because every time he slides into a woman, he just feels like the universe is giving him a hug.
Well, who doesn't?
I thought everybody thought that the universe was giving him a hug every time they got some vagina.
Yeah.
That's like the greatest, warmest, moistest hug you could ever get.
Anyhow. Best monologue ever, Rez. That was great.
Don't encourage him, Patty.
I'm feeling you, bro. I'm feeling you.
Please do not encourage this guy. I'm just impressed that your audio didn't give out on you halfway through.
No, listen, this new mic, sir.
What kind of mic you got now? Because it does sound better.
No. So funny enough, like if you remember way back in the beginning streams, I used to have the same Shure mic, but then the port, the same problem that I have my previous mic, the Beacon, the port messed up, so therefore I was getting audio issues. Then I bought the Beacon, great microphone, by the way. It has amps already built into it, but I had a port issue. So I finally asked the chat, hey, can you help me with half? I'll get the other half of what I need. And I finally got an XLR.
Have you been using a separate audio interface with your mic to run to your computer? Like one of those PreSonus interfaces or one of those you know what I'm talking about, right?
So what I'm using is the Beacon Studio. It's the same creators of the Go XLR.
No, you're not good. You're not following what I'm asking you.
Nope. And I'm not following. You know why? Because I'm not an audio tech.
Well, look, you have mixers that are old school that don't have a built-in audio, built-in interface to where you can plug it right into your computer. And so you have to use one of those, what the fuck is it? Focusrite. One of them Focusrite gadgets or one of those PreSonus Studio One.
I have one of those. So I have the mixer.
Well, see, get rid of that Focusrite and go get you a small little 4-channel Mackie, dude.
Here's the funny part about it. I got rid of the Focusrite. I actually just returned it late last week. I returned it because I didn't like it because it was giving me it was giving me channel issues. So I turned around and bought the studio version of the mixer that I have, and it's been great. It's been really good with me.
Yeah, like I said, I can't live without a mixer anymore, dude.
When I learned when I build a system, as much as I hate to be dependent, I try to give myself options. When you buy something within a family, it really does sync very well together.
Well, and there's also pretty big names out there in mixers where they actually they mesh really well with these plugins and stuff that you have online. Seriously. Like a lot of the mixers that you're getting now that are digital, that they're literally built to already be user friendly with like whatever DAW you're using or what to use with what is it OBS and shit like that. I mean, they literally have like plugins already programmed into the program for them where you can just click on whatever mixer you have.
Yeah. For me, I focus on. I mean, that's just me. I focus on visuals. I focus on other cues. I focus on.
Visuals aren't worth a fuck if your audio is junk, dude.
I know, but my entire production career has always been based on visuals.
I get that, but
Movies,
yo, dude, I'm telling you, have you ever went to a movie and it's the greatest movie you ever saw, but as soon as the sound goes out, you ain't watching that movie no more. You're getting up and leaving.
I hear you, but I am not gonna put myself through education to go to get audio.
You don't have to, dude. Give me like 20 minutes with you after a stream, dude, and I'll show you how to use your shit right. I mean, like I was telling Con, I was talking to him in the chat. I literally got
a better than bitching at me saying just do better, nigga. Just
no. I finally went out and got me I got a 16 channel Behringer.
Yes.
You do this shit all the time. Fuck you, Resla. Just do better. Just get it going.
I got compression on my mic, you penis.
And then you know what I'm gonna say?
That's the nice thing about this new mixer is that it has compression on it.
Well, here's the funny part about it. Before this new studio mixer that I got, I was literally suffering because every system that I had did not have noise reduction and echo cancellation. I was literally trying to do it all myself.
Right.
So I'm not bitching about it because it made me really learn a lot about OBS, all the back end shit about OBS. But now that I can go more into my mixer and less on OBS, I like it.
Well, do you have a USB mic?
No, he's got an XLR now. He's running like he should be.
I was gonna say if I didn't enjoy pissing people off with my mic quality so much, I could just literally unplug my USB and then just plug in my actual.
Dude, and you know what happens? People that run panels just turn your mic down and you think you're screaming real loud.
Yeah.
No, you do that.
Almost everybody does it to you.
No. A lot of people bitch about it, and it's funny.
I can tweak it, Connery. Like I got the compression almost all the way up on it just because I have all this background noise with kids and shit, and it helps cancel all that out.
Like I said, the funny part is that I get so many people that know audio or their audio background or whatever. You know, and this is something that I say about the people, just a mindset of human beings. Human beings like to believe that because they know something, you should know it too. No, we're different. We have different experiences. No. I don't expect people to know all the visual work, and especially because someone like myself, I used to work in pyrotechnics. Like, you know, like we had like shows like Law and Order, whatever, like, you know, the burning, the fire scene and everything. It was people like me that had to be certified to actually start those fires.
Yeah, you was in charge of making explosions and shit like that happen.
Well, not explosions, but we start the fires. We had to know how to do it. What was the right killing to use? What was the control thing? Like we had to get trained for that shit.
Right. I'm a self-trained pyrotechnic. I just blow shit up in my backyard.
Diesel fuel and clay.
But I'm also self-trained audio too, man. My very first mixer was one of those Yamaha cinder block
that was me.
mixers. Had like had like 8 channels on it. Had the power mixer on it and everything.
It was Protex.
Yeah.
No, my first board working in a concert hall was a Yamaha. You know, the coffin, the big shit. You need several.
Yeah. No, I didn't have the coffin, dude. I had the cinder block.
Well, I worked out of a concert hall where I first started working with sound. And then I was like, this is way too much work. Running snake cable and working with fucking big ass and I said, nope. And then when I saw a position opening for
hey Justin, go suck a dick.
Oh my god! And then when I saw those position open for a deputy lighting designer, I jumped into that before I became a lighting designer. I ran.
Dude, my first mixer was that, and I ended up getting like a 2 12-inch PV monitors, powered monitors, and then I had two sets of 15-inch seismic audio power monitors. And I shit you not, learning how to run that thing, I was scared to death I was going to blow it up or blow them speakers. I wouldn't let nobody touch nothing on it because if it was going to blow up, I wanted to be the one responsible for it, man. Because once you start getting into audio and shit, you're talking money, dude. And once you blow something up, you can't do anything but replace it.
The funny part about all of this looking in hindsight, I really should have spent more time working with the audio team. Who would have thought I would have turned out being a content creator in the fucking future? Who saw this shit coming? Who saw it?
It's only one way to learn.
So,
That is true. There is only one way to learn, man.
Jump into the fucking deep end.
And the only reason why I ended up getting a mixer and stuff is because I had a drummer that ended up being a pussy, and he took his drums and his PA with him when he decided he wanted to be a bitch, dude. So I had to go get a new drum set for the house, and I had to get a new PA, dude. You know what I'm saying? That way, if I want to go out and do shows,
dare he take his property with him when he leaves?
That's right. How dare that motherfucker be a fucking pussy ass crybaby middle child syndrome bitch like every drummer is, and take his shit home rather than dealing with shit like a man.
well, you know what's the funny part about this whole thing getting into the whole, like I said,
Yes, I have issues with drummers, dude. They're fucking pussies.
So the thing about me, like
they're needed, but pussies.
Audio thing. The thing about me struggling with this whole audio thing is the fact that I've dealt with so much visual work for so long that's actually part of the thing I get praise over, but I also get criticized over. They're like, yo, your visuals look so good. You work on your production, you get your music, you get your other effect. Who are you paying? And I'm like, no,
your
when I do
audio
it
on your
myself,
drops is trash, though.
my audio, I say it all the time,
dude. Like your intro and your outro that you drop, dude. You need to do something where you pick that volume up, dude, because it's way too low for way too long.
Well, okay. So part of the issue is the fact it's not actually me. It's a StreamYard issue. StreamYard doesn't like it.
That's fun. Con said, "Angry Snowman, what do you call a guy who hangs out with musicians? A drummer."
Oh, shit. Damn.
I mean, I wouldn't go that far because they are kind of like the heartbeat of the fucking band. You know, if it wasn't for the drummer and the bassist, there would be no time at all whatsoever.
All right, guys, you heard me. You heard me get a little bit into my little bit of a rant earlier, and then you heard me go into my monologue. If you still want to call that a rant, do what you will. What are your thoughts?
I'll say this, and then I'll hand it off to everyone else, man. I think that most people they aren't happy being by themselves. They don't know how to, like you were saying earlier, nobody knows how to love themselves. They don't know how to be happy being with themselves, being alone with themselves, entertaining themselves. And the crazy thing is those same people that aren't happy with themselves by themselves expect someone else to be happy with them. And that is insane. You can't expect someone else to be happy with you if you aren't happy with you. It's really that simple.
What else? Everybody else's thoughts? By the way, Denizen, what's going on? I think it's the first time you've actually come up here.
It's been a minute since we've seen Denizen. What's up?
What one? I don't know if I've been on here before. I think your mic sounds great.
You have not. You and I have been on a panel somewhere else before.
Oh, okay, that's right. Because I know that I subbed to you for some reason. Because we either I watched you have an interesting conversation or we had one. So, but I couldn't place it.
Small world. I've seen you on other channels as well, but I'm like, I only remember from the time that we were on that one channel.
What channel was it?
It was Mel Pandora.
That one channel. You know what channel?
That one channel.
You know the name that shall not be spoken.
I don't know the lore, but I'm okay with not knowing. Am I lagging or is my audio okay?
It's slightly choppy, but we can mainly hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you. You're a little clippy though.
Yep. There's a little bit of feedback too.
Yeah, I noticed that too. It almost sounds like a swing chain that needs to be oiled.
How's that?
Like a mic too close to a speaker.
It's about worse.
Yeah.
But you know, as far as self-esteem, Resla, that shit should be learned when you're in high school. By the time you're an adult, you shouldn't be worried about self-esteem. Seriously.
He's got a point.
Not everybody's born the same. plenty of people.
No, I'm just saying, dude, by the time you're an adult, self-esteem should be the last thing you're focusing on, because
If you're
that's
a man.
something that you should really be focusing on when you're a kid, trying to figure out where you fit in the social pecking order of life.
You gotta be comfortable in your own.
Yeah, I found myself agreeing with you pretty much everything that you said, but that I think if I had to give an opinion, I'm glad that I don't have self-esteem. Like, if you made me think about it right now, I'd say I definitely don't have self-esteem, and that's a good thing for me anyway.
Okay. That's interesting. That's an interesting take. Due diligence, Brick. What's in your mind?
You got anything, dude?
Damn, he just want to skip right over you like that, fatty.
Oh no, I was saving Fatty. You see, stop dick holding. I was gonna get to him. Damn.
Yeah, I think you did a pretty good job, man. I'm like everyone else. I think everyone is pretty much in agreement. You know what I mean? Like, I think self-esteem is detrimental, and you do need to have it at a young age, because if you don't, like he's saying, like, if you don't, I think you'll be miserable. Your life will be depressing if you don't gain some type of self-esteem in your adolescence. Like, you won't be your own person. You know what I'm saying? That's what a lack of self-esteem is like you haven't figured out who you are. And then I wanna read this quote. I wonder if I do this, can you hear me still, Resla?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I can hear you.
Not anymore, though.
Noise.
Now,
I'm like a lot of white noise. I'm like, what's
Yeah.
going on?
sounded like the bathroom sink was running.
Looks like brother just took us in the bathroom to take a
Right.
piss, man. Turning this into a piss stream.
Can
we
you
can't
hear it?
you no,
Yeah,
we can't hear you no more.
Dude, did you have? Because we're not hearing anything right now. I don't know if you're talking or what.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Now we
Yes,
we can hear you.
Yes.
Yeah, that was strange. Hold on, I'm gonna try to go back.
Somebody needs to get their brakes changed.
Oh my god, somebody picking up a hooker. What's going on here?
Hey, whoa!
I thought that's why you were late tonight, man. I figured it was a stripper and cocaine night.
somebody's getting moved in.
Every
Bring
night
it
is
up
a
yourself.
cocaine night. All right, let's get that straight up. All right,
I
every
hear the
night's a
U-Haul
weekend.
backing in.
What's good,
All right,
Alex?
can you hear me?
Late to the show, but what's
There you
good,
go.
Alex? I
was
see
wondering where she was at.
in here too.
All right. So the quote is, most people are other.
And there
you
you
got
went
cut
again.
off.
Mike cut out.
You got cut off, dude.
Yeah, I think it's not gonna let me do it. But anyway, there's a famous quote by Oscar Wilde. It just says, most people are other people. Their thoughts are somewhere else, are someone else's. Their lives are a mimicry, and like some other things that I can't remember off the top. But it's just saying, like, most people are just, doing what they see other people doing. Like, there's no originality. It's hard to be a trailblazer. You know what I'm saying? I don't see much originality when I look into the world. I just see everybody just following.
Are you
Making
saying
it till they
we're
make
just
it,
a bunch
man.
of carbon
Making it till
copy
they make it.
imitations of other people?
We're designed that way.
Well, I think that, like, I don't even mean like in the industry or even on like YouTube. I just mean the world. Like, I think it's hard to be an original. You know what I mean? I think, it's hard to be that, and the few people that do become trailblazers, it's just, they are great people in one way or the other. But, I think for most people it's just hard, and I'm trying to like conflate that with like self-esteem, and I think that's why it's hard for some people to have self-esteem, because all they know how to do is just do what everybody else is doing. Like for instance, I give an example. Like, whenever like I hear people like banter, like I feel like I'm watching like a sitcom. You know what I'm saying? Like
Watching
you
an
hear
old
somebody
tournament.
say something slick, and then somebody else says something slicker, and then you get the applause stream. You know what I mean? You get the
Gotcha.
applause rolls, and I think everybody is programmed in that way. And that I think TV has taken away a lot of people's originality because everybody is just mimicking what they see, whether they know it or not, like something off of TV. You know what I mean? So
Do you
I
think
just wanted to
the
add that.
internet's actually taken away more than the TV has when it comes to that?
I think it's one and the same. I put them both in the same category.
Y'all got to go further back. It was the plays, man. The plays ruined it all. People just mimic what they heard from Shakespeare and the classic comedies and dramas.
You can actually
I
go
don't think
even.
it takes.
Well, you can take it all the way back to Jesus then, because you just mimicked what you heard from God.
I was just gonna say.
Yeah, I
the
don't
Mary
think it
Ann-
takes away from anything.
No, I
band.
don't either.
It's the band.
It just lets you see how many people don't have any creativity.
So
I think the
You're
vast
just
majority
getting
of
more
people are
exposed to
cheap.
the fact that the vast majority of people aren't capable of critical thought or creativity or originality.
You know, Dennison, the
Exactly. It's always
three
been
chord
that way.
song is a perfect example of what you're saying. The fact that you can three chords that you can use three chords to play hundreds of
the
songs.
Band of Merry Men, the minstrel show. It is kind of interesting because this play has been written time and time again, right?
Kind of like we have each other hypnotized.
And the funny thing is, so it's like with most topics, there's kind of a balance. Self-esteem can be detrimental, but
How can it be detrimental? Explain that first.
well,
Good question.
society.
So
So
you
society,
got to
Live
go
in a
deeper than that.
society, Brick.
so society, right? So if you want to be comfortable, to the point of you don't want to have to do every little detail of work, you're going to have to live in a society of some sort. But if you're that, like, I gotta be a man, like a man, whatever it is, as a man, that part, you're going to have this grandiose self-esteem. Now, it's great to have a grandiose self-esteem.
That's ego that
check.
you're talking about. I think ego and self-esteem are two different things.
They're not the same.
They're not the same thing.
They feed off of each other.
So, okay, so then when does it cross over?
Because here's the thing.
When
the thing
when
about
it starts becoming toxic.
self-esteem is confidence, and confidence comes from doing the thing.
Self-esteem is, like you said earlier, knowing who you are too.
Most people make up who they think they want people to see, not who they actually are.
And that's ego.
So that's why you call it false self-esteem, right? So again, going back to what I was originally saying, before you just shot it down immediately, like, no, you can't possibly be right, Brick.
No, I was just asking questions on how it could be detrimental.
I'm giving you a hard time.
It's not his fault that that's a fundamental rule of universe, Brick, that you're just wrong, okay? That's not his fault.
Yeah, no, because the brick, clearly, obviously, the brick, you put it in the wall, and then all of a sudden, somehow it becomes wrong. Yeah, I get it.
Well, just like when you put
I
it in
didn't
the
hear
water.
You're just another brick in the wall. Did you ever think about that?
Have you heard the old yogi that does the story about the brick in the wall? He was a brick mason, right?
No, I haven't heard that.
When they build the temples, right?
Never heard it.
You're so focused on the one brick as you're laying it with all your other guys, right? And you got your rods and everything is just tits, right? But you fuck one up.
Yeah.
Right. And you know it's there, right? You know it's there. And for the rest of your life, as you walk by that building, you're
going to see it every time you walk past it.
It'll stand out. Yeah.
Right? And it's what we focus on. It's the bullshit that we tell ourselves that I fucked that wall up.
Yeah, when I did metal work on houses,
brick, that whole entire wall is worthless.
that wall's been holding them for years. No, that wall's fucked up. That wall is
tear down the
right.
wall. Yeah.
Dude, every time I do copper work on a house and I mess up or blemish the copper, man, and I know that, like you said, most people wouldn't notice it. But I would see my little fingerprint in the corner up there every time I go past that house. Even though I couldn't see it, I could see it. I knew it was there.
It's a monument to your failures.
Or like playing guitar, man. I can sit and mess up a lick, get a chord wrong, but I keep right on going. Even though everyone else, most people aren't going to hear it. You know, but I hear it every time. I know I just screwed up. Just like every musician out there that's a musician, they hear it too. They know I just screwed up.
Yes, it's true.
And some of that can be toxic self-esteem. Some of that can be the bullshit that we hold ourselves too accountable for. Rather than letting those small things
chat.
Well, don't you think a man should be his own biggest critic?
Definitely,
absolutely. But speaking of being a big critic, wait, hold on. Speaking of being a bigger critic, I want to make sure I say this out to the chat because this is a good question. Are you sure, chat? For those who are sitting in the chat, you're gonna do a poll. Are you sure that your confidence, your self-confidence, let me put that up, that your self-confidence,
I thought I had confidence until the first time I did an open mic about 10 years ago and realized I didn't have the confidence that I thought I had.
Are you sure that your self-confidence is even real? I should have put even in there, is real. A lot of people think that they have self-confidence and they never put it to the test. Are you sure? Absolutely sure your confidence is really your own? Or are you holding on to someone else's confidence and masking it as your own?
Definitely not.
I think Snowman made a good point. You have to test yourself. Like, have you ever tested your self-confidence? Like, what do you do in order to test that? You know what I mean?
Dude, I'm gonna tell you what. The first time I played music live in front of people, it was the most horrendous thing that I ever experienced. I ain't gonna lie, but I pushed all the way through it. Now, 10 years later, I get on stage and you can't get me off the mic. Seriously, I'm a mic whore.
I was thinking something about this situation, right? In order to have true confidence, you have to go through adversity and overcome it. So you have faith in yourself. I don't think it's like people having a lack of self-confidence. I think it's a lack of adversity that they've overcome.
Kind of like the Warriors Quest type thing.
I hate this. I literally
even with the amount
monologue. Wait, no, I went through a whole monologue of just not paying attention to the chat. So the moment I start paying attention to the chat, it has been an hour and a half, hour 40 actually.
Dude, don't listen. Don't pay attention to none of what them fuckers are saying out there. They're intentionally trying to rile you up.
They're not riling me up. I just find it interesting that in a whole hour and a half, hour and 40 went by. People are still talking about the same old shit. The same shit.
Every time you do a monologue, I intentionally try and get you riled up. I try and say the most egregious shit to get you sidetracked.
Anytime I see, outside of when I do a roll call, anytime I see the angry snowman, I'm like, don't do it. Don't look at it.
Angry snowman. Justin thinks that I am you and you are me.
Oh yeah.
By the way, I'm catching your flack. Man. It ain't even fair. I'm like a little Cessna. You're a B-52 bomber, and he's like got that 88 pointed at me. And I'm like, I didn't even do nothing.
Damn, Justin, why don't you get the dick out of your mouth and come up on the panel and stop acting like a bitch?
Well, here's the funny part, Justin. Like, the link goes for everyone, and you can hit the link.
He must be one of them self-loathing types that just want to be a fuck, I don't get it.
Doesn't have confidence.
You can help. You can help me set my shit up. I get the emails in the description.
He has no self-esteem. He doesn't have enough self-esteem to come up.
Well, you know what? Even if he doesn't have the self-esteem to come up, do you have the self-esteem to give enough salient knowledge that?
If he wants, I can make my mic go even louder.
Yeah, one time.
I'm just saying, if it annoys you that much, I can really blow your eardrums out.
Are you confident? I don't want to hear about you blowing anything out. All right, so
I blew out the wife's back the other morning.
Oh my!
Oh, dude. Hey, today is me and the wife's 9th wedding anniversary. Right now.
Congratulations!
Wait,
what are you doing here?
There's no congratulations. There's no congratulations because instead, he said it is my 9th, and he's spending it with a bunch of dudes.
Yeah, I spend all day, every day with my wife, dude. Our anniversary ain't nothing but another day. It really isn't.
Damn.
True enough.
Honestly.
Are you boomer peeled in that aspect?
What are you talking about?
Every boomer's like, I hate my wife.
I love my wife.
Okay.
My wife's my best friend, dude.
That's the first time I've ever heard boomer pilled.
Oh, yeah, you're talking about everything. Resla, when you were talking about pills yesterday, because it was kind of a serious thing, I was holding back. because everything's a pill now. Like if you like guns, you're gun pilled. If you like
Dude,
knife,
Oh
you're knife
wow.
pilled.
Okay.
if I
didn't
didn't
even
like
hear
my
that.
wife, dude, I couldn't be married to her. Seriously. That's a lot of the reason why I was a professional pookie for a lot of years, because I didn't like the women
What's
I
a
was with.
professional pookie?
Someone that just
boy.
goes out and bounces from couch to couch to couch
He's
A
trying to
professional
say
slut
he
maker.
gets it wet, but that's
and knocking up
flex.
all kinds of women in his wake.
Kind of
Oh,
weird.
with his
Professional
best friend
slut
Ray
maker.
Ray.
A whore, a slut, a filthy slut.
Oh, dude, I got 3 women pregnant that I know of. I'm sure there's a couple more out there I don't know of. I know there's at least 2 that I don't know I have kids with. At least there's one that is a possible for sure that I'm almost aware of, but she never said anything to me. You know what I'm saying? She just kind of left it go.
There's the future of America, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, dude, I'm honest with my. I was a horrible
there-
human
there
being
goes
when I was
Snowman.
younger, dude. I was a horrible person.
They go Snowman. He go just laying it down. And some chick is like, I think I'm pregnant. He goes, you're welcome.
Pretty much.
Alex
Pretty much.
said, Alex said, so I'm dick pilled? Yes, Alex, you are in fact penis pilled.
Hey, I'm just trying to make sure the white population lives on,
Fair.
doing my
The
part.
white
Is
race
that better?
is
Not
not sending
part?
us their best.
Is that a little better, man? I turned the gain down on the main gain. Is that a little better? You know, it's kind of hard for me to tell because it's what I hear in my headphones is misleading to what you guys actually hear on the stream.
Yeah, that's why doing the monitoring doesn't really do any justice. This man can't even spell.
But yeah, man, 9 years, dude. 9 years today. I can't believe I found a woman to put up with me that long. 9 years married. We've been together for 12 years total.
Damn.
Oh man, hit you! I should hit you with that, Miss Jenny. Is she alive?
I keep her chained up in the
wow,
basement.
That's a name I haven't heard in a while.
The only time I let her off her chain is when I send her to work to make me money.
Yeah, I forgot you do that. That's funny. Oh man, Snowman is a hero and an inspiration. All right.
I get to stay at home and play with kids all day long.
He's like, you get to stay at home?
Yeah.
He is. If he was in the, if his wife was in the military,
House husbands 2025, man.
Listen,
I've been doing it since 2019.
That is wild.
listen.
It's like Pee Wee's Playhouse on steroids.
It is, dude. It is. And look,
And it-
summer
all the
summer
guys
breaks coming.
Hey,
summer
fellas,
breaks
come over
coming
here.
dude.
Come
And my
over here.
son's got a bunch of
Actually,
new friends.
sit at home.
They want to come over to the house and hang out and stuff. So I told the boys, we live on 2 acres. I was like, yeah, I got some ideas. We're gonna have some fun this summer.
This guy's a
Mhm.
fucking celebrity. Come over here. Come over here, guys. You won't believe this shit. Tell him what you do. Like, I stay at home. My wife works. They're like, what?
Damn right.
That's like when you're in the military and a dependent comes around and it's a guy. You're like, hey, whoa, wait a minute.
Soccer dads kick grass.
The only thing that sucks about being a house husband is I still got to do all the husbandly duties I had to do before on top of doing the stuff that I normally wouldn't have to do.
No
But
shoes
it-
in the kitchen.
But you know what? Resla? I'll be honest with you. I've gotten to watch, like, I've taken part in my son specifically. He's 10 now. 10 years of me basically hands-on every day of his life, influencing him and his sisters. And look, I'm going to tell you what, being active and being able to be involved in your kid's life like that, man, it's amazing.
Nothing better.
They're the ones that keep me, actually, that's why you guys don't really see me streaming much anymore, because I spend all my time with the kids. You know, I get on here late night when they're in bed and stuff.
Corporate America is more suited for women nowadays, anyway.
I mean, why not? They pay more for them now coming out the door, which is weird. Well, let me say, they pay for more of them, not more per head.
What if they say something about head?
Well, if you think about it, though, with America becoming more of a consumer-driven economy, I mean, it only makes sense. Women are all about, consumerism.
Hey, when I was 18, my second job was working at Walmart, right? And the corporate America,
I wouldn't admit that to nobody. I'd keep that to yourself.
Brother's like some shit I wouldn't even let be waterboarded.
Yeah, dude, I wouldn't tell nobody that shit.
Hey, I'm about to. I
Anyway,
want to.
they know what they're doing, right? They like their training videos. They're talking about how women are the modern merchant. Women are like the modern merchants for their family, and like we cater to women. And it's like,
Fuck that.
fair enough.
What were you about to say, dude?
I was about to say, and I'm gonna get out of here after this, but I was gonna say, could we say that people like without self-esteem is equivalent to like the NPC, the non-player character? And if so, I think there may be a place for those people, like the people that do the shitty jobs that don't nobody else want to do, like the fast food workers or the people that get the low-paying jobs. You know what I mean? That still help the country run, but they just don't have any ambition or drive or self-esteem to do anything else. So they may not have, I think there are a place, you know what I mean? Like everybody has their place in the system, but it just kind of sucks for them at the same time. But if they're content, then, so be it.
It's like the commercials
Nah,
back in the
because those people
90s.
suck at those jobs. So no.
Well, no, I'm just saying it's kind of like the commercials back in the 90s. You got to remember, retards are people too.
Like a janitor should take pride in his work. If you flip fries, you should.
When I was in high school, I took
do
pride in
what you
that.
do.
Look, when I was in high school, I did as a grown man. If I was flipping burgers or draining fries, I wouldn't take pride in that shit. I'd actually be pretty disappointed in myself.
Yeah,
So most
if
people,
you're not managing.
so for that post, most people wouldn't vote. By the way, you know what? Which is why we have the kind of government that we have right now. Most people wouldn't vote in the chat, so I know most of you motherfuckers won't vote when the election time comes either for your local and your fucking general. By the way, so
I don't vote.
with the majority that was there, they said most of them believe that their confidence, their self-esteem is really theirs. And I challenge that.
Look, as an evil individual, you said that was only for the chat, but I still voted in it, so I influenced that election. So I'm evil.
I think most people don't even realize whether or not they have confidence until they leave home and go out into the real world themselves. And that's when they find out whether or not they actually have confidence or if they've learned anything. Like when I was a kid, a lot of the stuff that I went through as a kid going through school, I thought it was, never going to end. You know what I'm saying? It was torturous. There's times that I just want to throw my hands up. But that actually gave me the confidence to go out. Well, what I was going to say is that actually gave me the confidence. Dealing with those struggles made it easier to deal with life struggles when I went out into the real world. It gave me confidence because I already overcome
deal with life. I don't think a lot of people really come to grip with life struggles because at some point, some way, they either have friends, family, whatever that can help bail them out of it. But the same way how I think a lot of people who voted, for the 10 out of 30 people watching, 10 people only voted on that. Because I think really most of all, even the 10 people that did so, that turn around, and for the majority of them that turn around and say, yeah, I believe in my own confidence, I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. I think it's the same type of numbers, not the people, because I don't know who it was, but the same type of number that turn around and say, I'm a good person. I don't need to hear that you think that you're a good person. I need other people to tell me that you're a good person. What you say doesn't mean shit to me.
It's what people say about you when you're not around.
Because you lied to yourself about being confident. When other people come to me and say, I think you should really talk to this person because they're good at what they do. You telling me you're good at what you do and you show no work doesn't mean shit to me. Which is so funny if we want to lean back to people talking about my audio work. Well, Resla Opinionated at gmail.com. Links in the description.
I think I hate getting compliments, man. It makes me feel gross.
Same.
Compliments are for women.
Yeah, I think that plays into it. And
I mean, don't get me wrong, an attaboy every now and again is nice. It is.
No, but it's annoying because either I don't feel like I deserve it because I feel like I'm just doing what I'm supposed to be doing.
When people say thank you to you, do you actually say you're welcome, or do you just say, "Oh yeah, whatever, bro, it's all good"?
No, fuck no, that's evil. I say you're very much welcome. I'm glad I can help you.
I do too because I'm trying to teach my kids to have manners.
It still makes me feel gross.
All I understand is that you feel gross. You feel like it's undeserving when a woman says you're so big.
That sounds like you got self-esteem issues, brother. You need to go see a doctor.
Sounds like there's cultural expectations there that are undefined and unmanageable.
No.
I
What do you
would
mean,
agree
Fatty?
there with Fatty.
Dig into that a little deeper. What do you mean by that?
I think there's tons of things that we face, especially when we're talking about this type of shit, that societal norms, cultural expectations, traditions, right? So-called traditions that don't fucking exist anymore because traditions change, right? We're just too fucking stubborn to admit that we're making new ones. There's nothing wrong with making new traditions.
Yeah, society does evolve just like man does.
Well,
Well,
the thing
you
is,
know what I'm saying, though. It's this fucking notion that things are the way they are and they should be the way they should be. And the things that we've been told that we tell ourselves that
like
unrealistic standards, right?
Like you said,
I pass on all that shit.
Like you said, culture changes, but we still have those cultural expectations. And when we don't meet them, we're looked down upon.
I'm okay with that.
Well, I mean, people look down upon change. That's the problem.
Well, if people are looking down on you, what's the problem?
People look bad.
Sounds like a them problem.
That's not self-esteem.
No, it's like you being the neighbor that shows up. You move it. I move next door to Fatty, right?
Sure.
And I'm a fat ass. And Fatty says, "Yeah, you need to get on a workout program." Yeah. I'm looking at him. I say, "Hey, you got a decent, figure. How do I?" And he's like, "Yeah, you should get."
That sounded gay.
Shut the fuck up. So it's like he said, "Yeah, you're right. You should be in the gym. You should get," basically insulting me and calling me a fucking fat ass and telling me I should lose weight. But at the same time, let's just say if I start getting in shape, maybe even at his level, then all of a sudden he got questions for me. All of a sudden he's looking at me sideways because you know why? All of a sudden he's understanding where he messed up. That
doing it because
maybe I'm even getting a little bit better. But here's the thing: maybe I'm even getting a little bit better in shape than he is, and I'm now shining a spotlight on him on where he dropped the ball and missed his opportunity.
But
so now he's getting jealous of your achievements.
But why are you doing it? Are you doing it because of him? Because he said something to you?
Oh no.
It doesn't matter.
I was going to say the same thing. It really doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'm doing it because I was not so confident, and I wanted to speak to someone who felt confident, who had it. Now, when I started building my own confidence to the point where I'm even passing the person who was confident, now they're not so confident.
So you're doing it because of what somebody else's perception of you is.
That's not what he said at all.
No,
that isn't what you said, though.
Well, that's not the way I started off. But if I wanted to build self-confidence, I said I need to get on a routine. So I looked for someone who already did the work.
All you found was somebody that would encourage you to meet your goals.
Did the work.
Well, that doesn't sound like encouragement.
And there's different types of encouragement in that sense. That
fat ass,
dude. Sometimes that's the encouragement people need is to be told something like that.
How many personal trainers come through, drag you out of bed, drop water on you, say get the fuck up, you fat ass. You ain't run far.
I'm not saying it's not discipline. It's discipline.
There's no better motivation. There's no better motivation than there is than to fucking prove it.
But it's an insult.
Because now you're fucking owning it, right?
Do you think that
to prove your worth amongst all the other men?
There's no better feeling. There's no better feeling in the world than doing that. Either.
How many soldiers?
No, there's no better feeling in the world than proving everyone wrong.
There's some.
That's what I'm saying.
Better feelings.
Think about it.
Brick. There is
it's
not.
Not a better feeling. It's the motivator.
Vagina.
Really low.
Sounds petty.
How many drill sergeants out there giving nothing but feel good shit?
Dude, their job is to break you down so they can build you back up.
Fucking facts. They come at you every day.
They want to break down everything that you've ever known so they can build you into the man and warrior they need you to be.
If you're gaining orgasms because another man broke you down, I don't know. That sounds
what the fuck are you talking about, Brick?
Brick, are you fucking high?
It sounds gay. No,
that was extreme. That was extreme.
I think Brick is coming out of the
closet.
closet.
Broke down by another dude, and you're like, oh, This is the greatest.
Military
feeling.
Well,
is
I
okay.
said there's no better feeling than overcoming adversity and proving people
Broken
wrong.
down
No,
emotionally.
You guys are
retard.
talking about another man
Broken down
breaking you
emotionally,
down.
psychologically.
Rick, just say that you've never
You never
accomplished
seen Full
anything.
Metal
What are you-
Jacket, bro?
No. You can't walk this back.
No,
You
no,
never
no.
seen Full Metal Jacket?
Hey, Brick, tell me you suck dick
Yeah,
without
but the
telling me you
point
suck
of Full
dick.
You're
Metal
telling
Jacket
me.
was that
Yes,
was
now, when a
abusive.
drill sergeant breaks you down,
no, sir.
you
If you're
did.
telling me I cannot be motivated and inspired to be pushed to do better,
But
well,
you-
it's
no,
not
no,
like
no.
it's not
Orthodox
like
guys
it's
said it's
not
the
like
greatest
it's not like I
feeling.
was busting. It's not like it's not like the guy who came out. It is not like the guy who came out.
Orthodox guys said
No,
that.
sir. No, sir. It is not
Orthodox
the guy
guys said it's the
who got out of
greatest
basic.
feeling ever, and there was
It
some
is
other
not
people
the guy
agreeing.
who got
You
out
know,
of
it-
basic.
Yeah,
It is
it's
not the
pretty
guy who got out
wild
of
that
basic.
your brain
I
goes
would've
right to
kicked
butt
the
sex.
guy
No,
from behind
I'm listening
instead
to
of
some
counting out
grown
his
ass dudes
and
talking
was
about
the
the
brick.
drill sergeant
No,
broke me
they're not
down.
doing it.
Islands.
They're not doing it, sir. They're not doing it. They're
Sounds
not
like
doing
somebody's
it.
in
I just
denial
called
of their
out
own
some
lifestyle.
bullshit, that's all. I just called
No,
out
it
some
sounds to me like you're in
gay-
denial of something, man.
Gay. Don't.
If you go right to gay, it
Because
sounds to me that
I
sounds like a
told
you
you what
problem, not a
you
me
are.
problem.
Rick, Alex said the best
Hold
feeling
on.
in the world to her was orgasm.
And the funny thing
This
about
is what
it is
happens when
the
insecure
funny-
men face their feelings for the first time.
the
Yep.
funny thing
Yeah,
about it
I
is
didn't-
you
I didn't wanna
guys
say that,
were
but yeah.
literally hold on.
Kinda sweet.
Hold on. Don't just
Kinda
talk
cute.
over me. Allow me to explain my position.
What, that
Why
you're
are
gay?
you talking over me? Because you don't want to
Because
hear
it's
the
funny.
truth.
That's why we're
This
doing
is
We don't
it.
care about your
exactly
we don't care about you liking
you
butt sex.
literally
Your
hate it
opinions
so
are irrelevant.
much. Look, the truth
Once you went to
sounds
gay
like
butt
hate
sex,
to those
dude, your
who hate the
opinions no
truth.
longer mattered.
The truth sounds like
Hey,
hate
Rick,
to
Rick,
those who
Rick,
hate the
does
truth.
it- Rick,
You
does it
hate
not
that
feel
I'm
good
telling
to
you the
have
truth.
diversity?
You sound like a queer.
Brick,
You sound
While
like
you're
you
talking
take
about
orgasms
queer
and
shit,
men
right?
You
orgasming.
That's
sound like
funny.
you spread those butt cheeks so wide for the drill
Do you
sergeant.
listen?
You
Are
said,
you listening to
How
this,
do you
Resla?
broke me down, and it's the
Are you
greatest
listening to this?
feeling ever.
Rick,
And you
were
didn't even
you
think
shoved
about,
in- were
I
you
don't know,
shoved in the lockers at school?
vagina.
Hey, Brick, show us on the doll where you were touched when you were a kid.
Bro, you're not. Bro, you're the one sounding gay. You're the one who
No,
told me.
really, the fact that
A
you go
drill
right to
sergeant
gay when
broke you
someone
down
says something,
so
dude.
bad, bro.
Bro,
He
this
split
takes
is like
loads
when you
of
walk
face
in the
saying,
room,
I'm not
right?
gay, you're
The
gay.
butt.
Gay
He
asshole.
split
And the
your
first guy
butt
that
cheeks
answers is
so
the asshole. Right?
fast.
Just
Wow.
because you took it as
So
gay doesn't mean that it was offered as gay.
Bro.
So maybe it's
Brick,
I
if
just
you
call
went out camping and you
bullshit,
woke up
that's
with
all. And
Vaseline
you're
around
so
your ass,
mad
would you tell
that
anybody?
You can't stand it. You got to talk over. I
Rick-
get it.
Rick-
I get
Rick
it, bro.
wrote-
I call
Rick wrote-
bullshit.
Rick read
And
about
hey,
women
you
having
want to talk
orgasms in the
over.
chat.
And you know
It
what's
You're
was
really
like,
bad at
no.
trolling,
Resla
dude.
pointed to
Really
this
bad.
very point.
He's
He
not
actually
really bad
pointed
at
to this
trolling.
very
He's
point
not. He's not trolling.
that
This is just
that
him.
you're
He's
actually
retarded.
trying
He
to
is
talk
retarded, dude.
over people. This is
Dude, all you're doing is saying everyone's
chasing
gay
the
while
chaos.
you're
You
thinking
are
about gay
literally
shit.
chasing the chaos.
You're
right now.
literally calling
Angry
everyone else
Snowman,
gay
I
while
called
all
you
you're doing is
bullshit,
talking about
okay?
gay.
You wanted to talk
That's
about Resla's
interesting.
sound and your family, which is
You-
cool.
you
I'm glad that
understand
you
the
want to talk
concept?
about that, but that's
You
not the
understand the concept,
conversation.
right?
It actually is
That's
the
a fucking drill
conversation.
instructor.
No, it
A
really
drill
wasn't.
instructor
Rick, I
who
was-
breaks
it
down
actually
his men
was.
verbally.
You didn't want to have
Right?
the conversation when you came up.
Understand how drill instructors work.
It doesn't matter how a drill instructor works.
Do you think drill
when you
instructors
tell
are
me
screwing
understand,
idiots you
no, I
fucking-
don't have to fucking understand. No,
You
I
do-
don't. I
They're
don't have
screwing
to
them. They're-
understand
Rick-
anything, Fatty. Fatty, I don't.
I know
don't
because
have
thoughts
to.
aren't real, right?
What you're telling me is that I have to do something, correct?
I'm asking you if you can understand how drill
I can.
instructors work.
I can, sure. Sure. That's not
Do
a
you
problem for
think
me.
the drill instructors are having orgasms with the privates? Or are they breaking them down
And his family.
They're
verbally?
doing some drilling, all right, Fatty.
Verbally, right? Breaking them down
And you have the
emotionally.
gall to call
Right?
other men gay.
No, hold on.
It
are-
is a
you
little.
still are-
You can't.
I
It is a
wanna-
little
I wanna-
homoerotic.
I
To be
wanna
fair.
find out.
They
I want
drill,
to find
they
out
drill.
where your psyche is. I want
They
to
just
find
think
out where.
they
what
never
you
stop
know what your
drilling.
psyche
There
is.
is some.
Are you ego
homoeroticism in
stroking
boot
with
camp.
your tantrum right now? Is that what you're doing?
I'm trying
Because
to like,
here's the thing.
establish a
I'm
baseline
one
of
man. Okay, I'm
talking,
one man who called some
critical,
bullshit.
you
Now
know,
I've got
thinking and-
3 other guys.
I don't
that
think you're a
have
man
to-
at all.
Have to tantrum against me.
Private Pile never
3
got
other guys
pounded by
have to
Sergeant,
tantrum
bro,
because
okay?
I called some bullshit.
Bro,
So
it's not
responding
fun.
back
Hey,
is
if
having
you-
a
have you ever-
tantrum.
Have you ever accomplished anything? Have you ever triumphed over
So
adversity?
this is the ad hominem game, right?
No, it's not an ad hominem.
Yeah,
Every
no,
man
no,
on the
that
panel has
it
gone
is,
through the
bro.
greatest feeling
I
ever.
called your bullshit. You told me about
Right,
how
if you don't know what it feels
drilled,
like to
you
accomplish
told me about how
Actually, I
getting
said it
drilled
was petty.
adversity,
Just for
greatest
the
feeling
record.
ever,
It's
bro.
petty.
And I
if you-
called
if
it.
If you've never
That
done
Yeah,
sounds
it doesn't.
super
It doesn't.
jaded.
It's not a motivator for me personally.
It doesn't.
Getting drilled by some other dude is not a motivator for me either.
No, proving your worth, Rick. We're talking about
Proving my
proving your
worth
worth.
to who? To whom?
Fat
To whom?
Fatty,
your
you're
drill
talking
instructor
about
who's
absolutely
constantly
worthless
pounding
people.
you.
They wouldn't get it. They
To
don't get it.
whom?
From
To
behind.
who?
Discovery is more of a
To who?
satisfaction for me.
To
Hey,
who?
Well,
we got a
discovering
jarhead here
something
that
is
eats crayons.
overcoming
You want to talk about
adversity,
getting
Dennis.
pounded from behind by your drill instructor? This is what you got to ask.
That's terrible.
That is crazy work.
Brick was diddled by his teacher or drill instructor. He hasn't
Oh
recovered.
my god, bro. Now what if that was true, bro? What if that
I
was
would
true?
laugh even harder that I called it.
So then now you're gonna prey on my downfall? Is that it? Is that what you're doing?
Mr. Grumpy,
I am
did you-
God
did you
Yeah,
Son
know
of
making
that
a
you-
joke out of
so
a child
sour
abuse
about
might
your
not be
Dedicated
a
own
good
life.
one.
You're so
You gotta be
sour about
really
your own
funny.
life
You gotta
that
be like
actually have
Dave
to
Chappelle
ad
level
hom
funny
and
for
prey
that
on
shit.
other people's downfall. That's terrible, bro. That is not self-esteem. That is quite the opposite, actually. You don't
Are you
care
done,
about
Brick?
yourself enough to actually make a valid argument against my argument? Tell me how you're
Have
not
an
gay
argument.
with a
You're
G.
just
When
obfuscating
you
and
say to
deflecting.
me, tell me, hold on, instead of talking over me, tell me how you're not gay when you say getting drilled by another dude is the best feeling you've ever had.
I never
You
even
did.
said that.
You
Nobody
did.
said that.
Nobody even said that,
You
bro.
said when the drill
said
sergeant
that.
drilled.
Literally no one said that.
That's
Wild.
to say, bro, like that's not
It's-
even anything close to what anybody said. But you took
Rick,
it that
you're
way.
the,
I
you're
am-
the
hey,
one
look,
that
hey,
brought
look, hey,
male
look,
hey,
orgasms and men
You,
that
you gotta
orgasm.
practice
being
active
hyperbolic.
listening, man. You
I
gotta
am being-
listen more.
I am being hyperbolic, okay? But what you're doing is you're giving credibility to
When
that
you're looking
drill
for
sergeant.
gay
Hi,
dudes,
Brick.
you're gonna find them, right? You're
Then
gonna
a
find them.
hyperbolic
Rick,
would mean
Rick.
if you exaggerated something
up?
that was said.
Are we
You
doing that
actually
tonight?
invented something.
Are we doing
that was
that?
not.
This guy's trying to put you on a
Are we doing
timeout
that?
now. Trying to put you on
Are
a
we doing that?
timeout. He's apparently if he's trying to put you on a timeout.
Because he's scared of the truth.
Ooh.
It's cool. Hey, look. Hey, it's cool.
The only
if you're
truth it
scared of
is
the
your truth, dude. You won't shut up
hey,
long enough
look.
for anybody else to
No,
talk.
no,
So
what are you
bye.
talking about?
Man,
I
this is
sat
Bye.
back
lived
and
Bye.
listened to your
Bye.
family's
Lived
story.
experience.
I sat back and listened to
Bye.
you for about 45 minutes.
Bye.
I sat back. Dude
Bye.
actually
Drop this
left
motherfucker.
probably
I paid for him
because
to go.
you weren't
Bye.
having the conversation about the
3,
actual conversation.
4, 5.
Goose
Brick.
frop.
Give a little bit of time. You can come back. Oh my goodness, I can't, you guys.
Goose frop.
He was trying to make a point, guys.
His
He was
point
literally
wasn't
trying to make a point.
He was doing a horrible job of it.
gay. His point's gay. He's gay. The conversation is better without him.
You say that he can make points. I don't know where he was going at it with it, but quite frankly, you guys were crazy.
He was trying to be funny and he failed, is what he was doing.
Everybody can make a point. It's whether they hit the bullseye or not.
Hey, you can take that super chat down. Hey, Angry Snowman, thanks for that $20 super chat too, by the way. We appreciate you supporting the stream.
Jesus Christ. By the way, people, support the stream.
What's up, Grumple?
Let's see how this works.
Yeah, I was talking to you, sir. I said, what's up, Grumple?
Let's see how this works.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Oh yeah, you probably got to
There
unmute
you go.
the mic with the wrong mute button.
Yeah, there you go. Now we can hear you.
Good evening. Yes, hello. Good evening. Y'all looking very sexy tonight. And remember to slap that like button, chat.
Yeah. So, where were we before we got derailed?
I
Pause. No Diddy.
I cannot tell you.
Because we
can't-
can't say derailed or beaten down or broken down or anything like that without somebody thinking that we're all gay.
You're talking about some homoerotic adventure. I had said the greatest feeling in existence is overcoming adversity and proving yourself.
Nah, damn, I don't think anyone want to hear about your biggest feeling.
Hey, shout out to Mayo Monkey with that $5 super sticker.
Lord Resla.
Appreciate. Oh, I didn't even see. Appreciate your mayo. By the way, people, it's not like it's something I really put on people. I'm not one of these people that turn around and say, "We gonna cut the stream," unless you support. Just support because, quite frankly, it is the thing that helps. That helps keep going forward. Again, I spend just as much time up as you guys do, and unfortunately, I'm the one that guys come up with a lot of stuff. Just support the stream as much as you can. We're not asking for huge dollars. Just support. Quite frankly, it's the only way I could be able to make the actual streams and the content better. Because quite frankly, this is why I had to leave my other employer to get to another employer to chase the bag. Because quite frankly, YouTube doesn't do it.
Grifting more aggressively does help a bit.
Sure, but you know what? I'm not going to
Okay.
give fellatio to the chat.
Virtual fellatio.
As a man, I can work for my own.
Based.
Why are you making gay comments like that, Resla?
Because I hate them. That's why I have to do it.
Been a minute, Resla. How you doing, man?
Today not too bad. I'm off for tomorrow, so that's why we're doing a late stream.
Nice.
Don't let him lie, dude. Tonight was it was a hookers and cocaine night. That's why he's doing a late stream.
I mean, I don't know if the strip club is open down the block, but
Most strip clubs are open till at least 3:00 in the morning, sir. Everywhere in
So-
America.
Wait, hang on. Let me postulate a thing here. Do you go to the strip club in your own neighborhood?
no, I do not. I don't go to strip clubs at all, even though they have
Anybody
nice wings.
Yeah, I got a strip club that's like maybe 6 blocks down the road. I go there every now and again with the wife. Because
So
there's
in
no
your
more,
neighborhood-
dude. There's no better fun than taking your wife to the strip club. I promise you.
Fucking A.
Burlesque show is kind of fun too, and then especially the after party. Yeah, but the thing was, the question was strip club in the neighborhood, meaning like possibly your neighbors, except probably more likely not your neighbors. That was kind of the question, and it wasn't really fully well thought out though. So no biggie.
No, what's rough is when you go to an out of town strip club and you walk in and you see your cousin up on the main stage and you have to leave.
Wait, like first cousin or?
Yeah, first cousin.
It's harsh. That's real harsh.
That's real harsh.
That's bad. Yeah.
That's about as bad as going to the bathroom and seeing for a good time and your mom's phone number underneath it.
Is it a good or bad thing when it's your applied math teacher? And she's a lesbian that wants to get banged.
Why?
That's got potential. That's got potential.
Asking for a friend.
How old were you when this happened? When this occurred, sir?
Oh no.
Can you
For a
point
friend.
on the doll where it occurred?
Was this before your transition?
Wow.
I mean, it's just on the doll. Just point. So it's not to.
No,
Here,
buddy
here,
of mine,
here, and here.
buddy of mine got busted fucking a teacher straight up in high school.
Dude, I swear that Elma,
We had a big problem with that here for a while.
I would be willing to bet that there's a teacher in almost every school
Problem?
that's
Question
sleeping
mark?
with a student. Every school.
In the high schools, probably, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, just about. Yeah.
Especially when you start talking about teachers' aides and shit coming in from college and stuff.
No, it's usually the older
Usually
guys.
it's the old women that, ain't getting none at home.
Yeah, we had a bunch of coaches go through a bunch of shit. One guy ended up jumping off the bridge and shit. And all
Damn.
kinds of stupid crap. Yeah, like illegitimate children's and stuffs and really
Well,
bad.
bridges are stupid anyway, so I understand.
I know, right? Who would fucking do such a
Bridges.
thing.
Just
Damn.
Burn them
Hell.
down. Burn them all down.
almost like they don't respect natural borders.
Right. Just letting anybody in.
If
I
you got
mean,
self-confidence to be stripping at night, you definitely
Bridges
got
are the whore.
self-confidence to be a teacher.
They let everybody
Say what
talk.
now?
If you got enough self-confidence to be a stripper, you definitely got enough self-confidence to be a teacher.
That's a fact.
Because that's a hard fucking job.
That is a fact.
I don't know. Standing up naked in front of grown ass men, dealing with a bunch of adolescent teens that want to talk shit all day long, not listen.
And want to have litter boxes in the girls' room in public high schools. Yeah.
Where is this happening?
Austin, Texas.
Everybody listened in my class.
Were you a teacher, Dennison?
Could be.
No, I'm just saying when I was in school.
Oh no,
There were
dude.
very
Nobody.
few outbursts, and they were punished.
Yeah, we didn't
That's how
listen.
it works now.
Like if you disrupted the class, you got removed.
That's not how it works now, from what I understand.
How much is the subscription to the Dennison Triple X Club?
$5 a month.
Damn,
cheap.
you're cheap.
It's
Is there
cheap.
any special like under desk cam links for the subscribers?
Yes.
Some upskirt stuff? Little. What do you got? Little.
You got feet pics.
I mean, I think that's the best. I mean, best possible thing. Tier
What's
4
the
subs,
best?
get the under desk cam link.
Grumple, I don't know if you saw my message, but I got where you were coming from last night. OPSEC.
Oh man, last night
Okay.
there was that was a wild conversation.
He knows what I'm talking about.
No,
Yeah, that
don't
was
you,
a
Grump?
like comment.
His
last,
toilet looks
last
like a
night,
rainbow.
last night's show was funny. Especially
Well, Resla, you made it 45 minutes before the topic got changed.
Well,
Oh, well,
sorry.
it seems normal now.
I just wanted Grumple to know that I understood what he was talking about last night. I didn't want him to feel like a lone duck out there by himself.
It got kind of wild. It got kind of weird. But we all lived through it, so no biggie. We all lived. So
That's right.
sure we all
That's all I
lived
want. That's
Maybe
all I
we
want
got-
to
I didn't
say.
live through it.
Simple
When I
fire,
was
dude.
in school, there was a couple female teachers I wish would have did some shit to me.
Dude, my math teacher, for real.
Dude, I had an accounting teacher, Miss Brunswick. Dude, she was like 40 years old when I was 18. She was like 4'9".
Well, you just came up to say
Couldn't
that,
weigh no
Lee?
more than like 110 pounds, and wore nothing but, she always wore the stockings with the garter and shit. You could always see the garter hanging out of her skirts that she was wearing, because she always wore skirts and high heels, dude.
So wait, the garter were hanging out.
Yeah, the garter would be hanging out where
Like
it grabs
flop-
onto the.
That's
Onto the hose.
trashy. He's looking for something.
Oh, absolutely. And she wore them teacher glasses too, so she had the hot nerdy teacher look.
She just wanted you to pay attention in class.
You're just dreaming about the Van Halen video.
I was, dude. I was.
Yeah, was there a drum solo playing when all this was happening?
Yeah.
Do I need to pull up a picture of this lady?
I don't feel
Her hair
tawny.
was always wet. Just
No, dude. This was
Yeah.
late
I need to
'90s,
pull
so typical.
oh,
coming out of
hairspray.
the- bouffant hair
Nice.
era.
Are the bangs closer to God?
You know it.
Mm.
Thanks to all the women, we have no ozone layer now.
Yeah.
Well, all the women and punk rockers.
Fucking should have bought stock in Aquanet.
I don't know who used
No,
more
Reagan
Aquanaut,
fixed that
the
shit.
punk rockers or the women.
The funny thing
Reagan
is,
fixed the ozone.
there's still a no zone. Like,
I know I was being facetious.
Yeah, but the hole closed up.
You had
Yeah,
to
that's
ruin
what
the
she
whole
said.
thing, didn't you?
Hate when
That's
that
what
happens.
she said.
on the
They
ozone or your
banned
mom?
CFCs and it
We
repaired
just had, like,
itself.
All of humanity like hung in the death of the
Yeah,
woman.
and banning all those
You
CFCs
ruined it.
It did.
So, Grumple, what do you think about self-esteem? How important is it as an adult to people?
You should be confident in everything that you do. I think you kind of have to have some kind of self-esteem to be confident in doing things. So that the resultant of that is kind of pretty important.
How do you feel about false self-confidence?
I'm not sure where this is going.
Or even
That's the
toxic
topic,
self-confidence.
It's the topic of the stream.
Anson triggering questions. Oh wait, that's not your channel. Hang on.
Oh, you're on the wrong panel, aren't you? You panel
Mhm.
hop so much, you panel whore, you don't even know where
Yeah.
you're at.
You
No,
sure
this
did.
is my first. No, this is my first one tonight. I swear. I swear. I swear.
His panel cheeks is
Let me try it out
exposed.
tonight. My panel cheeks have been exposed. No, I like.
They're going to have to start an anonymous group just for panel jumpers.
Honestly, I was playing cards and like the battery
How
ran
about-
out. So
How about where do we get our self-esteem
Yeah.
from? And how is our formidable early years
I
really
think, don't we
crucial
get it from our
to-
peer? Well, wouldn't you
good
say
at
we get our
things,
self-esteem from
I
our
think.
peers? Some from our peers, some
mean-
from our parents.
Yeah.
I got
Some
mine
flex-
from being badass.
Well, yeah.
Do
I
you
got
think
mine
that
from making my black armor white and then wearing a white cape with it.
Do you think that you could, in high school, not think that you have good self-esteem, and then when you become an adult, go out into the real world, realize that you were wrong?
Well, you might not have
think
it, but then you
everybody
go out
deals
into
with
the
that in
real
different
world,
ways.
then you have to get it done. And then if you
I
get
don't
it
think-
done,
I don't think those things have anything to do with each other. Having self-esteem and then realizing that you were wrong when you see things that are irrefutable.
No, when you go out in the world and realize that you can act, that you actually do have, self-esteem. You actually can do things. You do have confidence. Like, for instance, for an example, a kid that grows up in the same town, he's been there his whole life. He gets picked on, whatever, whatnot. He doesn't realize that he has confidence and self-esteem until he leaves that which he's always been around and goes out around other people and realizes what he's learned from the people and his peers that he was with.
Well, his self-esteem would then be changed because if he thinks less of himself, like your esteem, your rating of yourself is what it is at the time.
That's
He's
why
in
I
that
said
hometown, it's going to be lower. And then if,
that's why
hey, apparently I knew what I was talking about, then it raises up. That doesn't mean he had it innately, though.
Well, confidence and identity are two different things when it comes to this too. If you're not comfortable in your identity, how can you portray that into something that's palatable for somebody else?
If you're not comfortable in your own skin, how are you going to make other people be comfortable with you?
You need to be careful, sir. You call.
How do you ever know you're comfortable in your own skin if you don't challenge yourself?
You call on bad spirits when you talk about being comfortable in your own skin and you use the word identity.
Well, I mean, you could try and take your skin off, but let me know how that works out.
Buffalo Bill did that shit.
Identity is
it's not for himself.
You got to understand yourself.
Got him.
Before you can understand.
Oh, wait. Was she like a great big fat person?
Dude, there was this fat girl where we went to school. Her name was
box.
I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say something controversial. Fat bitches with self-esteem are the single most annoying creatures on the face of the planet.
That is a fucking fact. There was this fat girl I went to
break
school
that
with.
Down.
Dude, there's this
Anyway,
fat
you
girl.
break that down. It's true.
Nah,
I went to school with no, dude, for real.
Big 30.
I went to school with a fat girl in fourth grade. She used at the lunchroom. She had to use 2 chairs, one for each cheek. That's how big she was. Her name was Erin Brewster. Can you guess what we nicknamed her?
Shout out, Aaron. What's up?
We called her Chunky Brewster. Chunky Brewster.
Oh, Chunky. No, that's way better. I was trying to think like it's got to be something to do with Punky Brewster because
I'm gonna be mean. I'll be mean about it. Listen, it's one thing if you're gonna be fat. You're not gonna sit here and be confident and arrogant and fucking fat. At the end of the day,
don't be aggressively fat in my face.
You know what I hate is I can't stand fat people that get the meat sweats. That annoys me.
You're not gonna sit here and be overly confident. Then you're gonna talk shit to me at the end of the day.
I mean, because the meat sweats are basically telling you that you're eating too much and you're already fat to begin with, and now you got the meat sweats from eating too much. You fucking glutton.
Yeah, I get the
When
meat
you're so
sweats.
fat, you gonna work out
ramen
from
these
eating?
days.
Orthodox, you've had the meat sweats, ain't you?
He gets the meat sweats off a breakfast burrito, bro.
I've had the meat sweats
The
a
meat
few
sweats
times.
just from staring at it.
He gets the meat sweats from thinking about brick.
Whoa.
There's some spicy ramen I've got him.
Whoa there. Whoa there, sir. Brick would have to have.
Yeah,
a brick
well,
in order
you
for that
just
to happen.
you just made Brix's point for no reason.
Yeah, for real.
He's not even here, and that went.
I know. I just wanted to throw some gay innuendo out there. You know, I'm confident in my manhood.
So wait, missed opportunity to say gay innuendo. Come on, meow.
Dude, somebody's mic is feeding back bad though. I don't know who it is, but it keeps sounding like a break that needs changed.
Did it start when I got like so my
No, it's been going on since you've been here. It was going on before you got here.
Those are two different things.
Yeah. The latter thing is what he meant to say. It's been going on since before you got here.
Yeah,
no, I
that's
hear
what I
that
meant
a
to
lot.
say. The latter.
Okay.
Sorry, I just realized I did make two separate statements. I'm high,
Canceled.
dude. I'm high.
Hashtag
I'm high,
canceled.
dude. I've been smoking weed the whole time, man. Don't blame me.
I mean, that's not really an excuse, though.
That's,
It's the only one I got, dude.
You're contributing to systemic racism. How does that make you feel?
Wonderful. It makes me feel wonderful.
Tell me how I can do it more.
If I'm putting more money in a black man's
Answer.
pocket, that's less reparations he's got to ask from me.
Take your hate speech off our podcast, you bigot.
Take your
Ours.
safe space off my hate speech.
Wait, what?
Exactly.
So, Fatty, have you
I
been
mean,
going
actually,
over
what?
to? Have you been going over to Speakeasy's streams anymore? Because I don't. I mean, I don't go
Yeah,
over
here
there
and
a
there.
whole lot. I don't go over
Yeah,
there a
here and
whole
there.
lot. I
I'll
just
pop
haven't.
in and see what the topics are, and he's got his usual stick going on the few days, but
Mhm.
some good conversations.
Yeah, they do have some pretty good conversations. I just don't see you up there as much as I used to.
Yeah, here and there.
Well, it is getting warm
I
out
busted
though.
his ass a couple of
You been
months
out
ago on unionizing hookers.
What?
And got
Oh,
his
sorry.
ass on that
I
one.
had to walk away. What you guys talking about?
Your mama.
It was
Some man had to prove
About
It was
my
it was-
mom. Oh well, I guess my mom will be a better conversation than
You're going to
sitting
unionize the hookers.
it-
Right?
holding on,
was-
holding on to your manly conversation about other men.
Rez. It was just all of the slurs, but only in a classy way.
Yeah.
Like all the
Mm.
toss
We-
slurs.
Since
It
it's
was
since it's a panel full of white people, we figure we just get it all out of the way right off the rip.
I mean, to be fair, it is our word.
Oh wait.
Yeah, the only cool word that white people came up with, black people stole from us
for a
and said we
panel
can't
full of
use ever
white
again.
For a panel full of white people,
Oh, I'm a
No,
Hispanic. I
not
don't know.
white,
He's
not
about
white.
to give us the
I should be-
pass, boy.
I should be taking your word. No,
I blame Elvis.
That's
I blame
probably the best way.
I blame the aliens that abducted him.
no. And I didn't give a fuck about Elvis.
When I lived in Ohio, I lived about 2 miles down the road from some guy who claimed to be Elvis's son.
Okay.
I swear to God, man, he was like
a dollar. There are a bunch of them that are legit, just all over the place.
You know, he
it was
probably
Elvis.
was Elvis.
dude. He didn't look nothing like the guy at all whatsoever.
Elvis is like the modern version of what Attila the Hun,
Genghis
probably.
Khan.
Excuse me, Genghis Khan. Yeah, that's you know where I was going with it, and I said the wrong name, but you fixed it.
If
Thank
he
you.
was actually if he was actually doing it and laying all that down, who knows? Because you know what? Not for nothing, people would say the same thing about Michael Jackson. Ain't no one believed Michael Jackson was busting down shit,
Dude. I've heard stories about Michael Jackson. He was two
Sir,
different people on camera.
no, sir. Whoever walked around and said Michael Jackson was beating them pussy up?
Nobody.
Nobody.
But what if he was?
If you recall, we laughed about him when he got married to Lisa Marie Presley. Like she gonna hurt him.
And no one believed that. And no one believed that either.
That fake kiss that they gave each other.
Everybody believed Macaulay Culkin, though, except he
Did
said
they?
that. Except, yeah, but no. See, people don't remember. Macaulay Culkin said, "Yeah, nothing happened."
Yeah, no.
But
Yeah, so
Victims always say that.
yeah, but so did what's his name? Corey Feldman, who's absolutely lost his mind now.
both of the Coreys from the '80s.
Well, Corey Haim died in the 80s.
Yeah, also, I mean,
I think he
Okay.
died after the Lost Boys movie, didn't he?
something
Sometime
like
after that.
Yep.
Something like
I'm
that.
pretty sure that was the last movie he did.
No
so
idea
bad,
what the
big
hell you're even talking about.
You gotta look him in the eyes, not the noses.
It's the gringo stuff, Resla. You gotta give him some
No.
pass.
No,
You don't know what the movie Lost Boys is?
You're a bloodsucker, Michael.
no, I don't.
Dude, it's like a cult
The
classic,
movie's
dude.
so bad they killed the actor.
It might be.
There's
No,
vampires on dirt
brothers.
bikes. There's vampires on dirt bikes.
Dude, the Frog Brothers had their own comic book series that they created all about vampires and werewolves.
I mean, that's no different from any other vampire or werewolf fucking movie that we see these days.
And that star chick in that movie was hot as shit.
No. The difference is it was on a beach and there were vampires on dirt bikes.
Sounds worse.
Where was it? It was based in Monte Carlo,
Horrible movie,
California.
you're right.
Not for nothing, but it's a lot gayer too.
It is a lot
Like,
gayer
the Lost
now.
Boys is like uber
It was
gay.
so much gayer. The Lost Boys is one of the, like.
Okay. So
How is
so
this a
let
mainstream
me know.
movie?
Let me know. Let me know.
Very
if
gay.
this is something that we're
The
going.
gayest
to be
part was Michael
done with.
fighting being a vampire.
But
Is my
seriously,
is
though,
my mic
Resla, I'm
off? Is
serious.
my mic off?
No, they just talk over you.
Yeah. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, is my mic off? I know the fuck I was speaking. Like, is this what we're like? We're just gonna be randomly going to, especially because I don't even want to talk about no more gay shit for sure.
We were just talking because no one else was.
You're in the wrong
Dead
space
air.
to be not talking about any more gay shit, dude. Just
Like, I don't
What,
even know why
Earth?
that. I don't even know why that's a favorite pastime.
What's that?
America?
Talking about gay shit.
I don't either. I think too
I
many
mean,
white
Trauma
people do it.
bonding here, okay?
If that was the case,
He
I
said
might
trauma bonding.
If that was the case, I might as well just wait for Melanie to come up and just bomb the stream and just talk about trans shit. Because apparently you guys like that shit too.
Look, I will net.
That's
Did you call
ultra
him a
bonding.
she?
give
And I
it enough time.
just said the name one time. You know, you said it a couple more times.
You say it
Go
3
for it.
times and he'll
Right.
pop up.
Dude,
No,
it'll fill up like Beetlejuice.
Don't
Just saying.
friggin' say it and then calm, relax. Don't say it. Please.
That's on whoever brought up Lost Boys, though.
Yeah, no, I don't.
No, it's nothing. to do with that.
None of that. None of that shit. I would
Yeah,
know.
I'm sorry.
none of it.
I'm the culprit on that one. I'll
Mm.
You guys want to see a dead body?
You know what?
No, I really don't want to see anything close to a dead body.
If
You
you were
wanna
driving
boogie
down,
with a
if you were
stick?
driving down the highway, Resla, and you saw a dead body laying in the ditch, would you keep on driving and pretend like you didn't see it, or would you stop and call the cops?
No, I wouldn't pretend like I didn't.
Or
Wait,
go
no,
home and tell your friends.
no.
Yeah.
I'll answer it. I wouldn't pretend like I didn't see it, but I wouldn't stop either. I would just
There's
keep
also
going.
a third option for the question is would you stop and poke it with a stick and then try to recruit others to come and poke it with a stick also?
Well, that sounds like something only white people would do.
Yeah, no,
It is
that's
Oh,
kind
there
of
was a
privilege.
black guy there. There was a black
That-
kid there.
That is
some
kind of
white.
privilege.
That is some white people shit.
But
Yeah.
you
Yeah,
being white's
it
not a
is.
good enough reason to do it nowadays, though. Now nobody has that privilege. You had to grow up in
Oh,
the
somebody
70s
does.
to think you could get away with that.
Sick balls, Chopper.
Yeah, now I would have no interest in whatsoever. Like, first of all, the fact that people wouldn't, I wouldn't have already seen plenty of dead body. Like, I'm not stopping for shit. Because if you stop,
No, I'm just curious what type, because it says a lot about the type of person you are. Would you at least call the authorities and say, "Hey, I saw a dead body at mile marker,
no,
whatever"?
because you know what it means. The authority's gonna have questions for me.
Now you're
I don't want to
involved.
call the cops.
Yeah, you were driving down the road and you saw a body, so you called it in.
I'm gonna say I was
I
driving down the
love
road.
how he thinks that's the end of it.
I was driving down the road, didn't see shit.
If the police wasn't and all of law enforcement organizations weren't the weaponization of the state against the populace, then maybe that would be the time to engage them.
Sir, if I drove past it, if they had cameras clocking my car as I drove past it, and I was at the nearest diner or whatever, and the cops came by and said, "Hey, Resla, we noticed that you drove by and drove past a body. Did you see it?" I would say, "I don't answer questions."
Damn right. Would you let one of your buddies steal a gun and help you go find it later? And part of the deal is you have to cross this really long train trestle. It's really
I was just asking the question. I know I just keep right on driving.
It sounds like white people shit. Why would I go looking for dead bodies? It sounds like white people shit.
Well, like I said, dude, I just
yours
asked the
or
question. Me
borrow?
personally, I know if I saw that, I would just keep on driving and pretend like I never saw it.
Yeah,
End
but
of
then what
story.
if your brother knew about it too? And
That's his problem, not mine.
If I knew a guy who turned around and said, "Hey, you want to go look for that dead body?" I'm like, "We're no longer
wanna
friends.
go poke a body with a
We're no
stick?
longer friends." Because that's
Yeah.
not the farthest your mind might go. We're not friends.
Yeah, if you're casually calling me asking me about that shit, it's already gone way too far.
Nope,
God,
not
life
in.
isn't a Stephen King book.
In
might have
fact,
to move.
in fact, that guy damn for sure is suffering from self-esteem. He got to
If
go
he
fuck
knows
with
where I
people who
live,
can't even defend themselves. They
There's
dead.
mad self-esteem issues.
if he knows where I live, I might have to move.
Oh, absolutely. In
You should be ready to move
fact,
whenever anyway.
in
Oh, wait,
fact,
hold on.
in
What's
fact, to make it work, I might just say, "Yeah, go ahead. I'll catch up and I'll call the cops."
That's, but
I'll
That's
catch
not
up.
how-
I'll see you there.
that's not how Stephen King books work, though, right? It's all in
what? No, I didn't fold. What the?
perpetual
Because
like
again,
exercise in self-esteem.
you say poking with a stick. If I find out that this dead body happens to be a female, what stick is he poking you with?
Ooh,
I'm not going this far.
A hickory branch is the,
Sure.
the assumption.
A lot of mahogany, right? That too. Like, no, we're not. No, the answer's
Or
resounding no.
honestly, probably mesquite. They're garbage trees, and
Yeah.
I'll fight about that one.
You know what? A lot
That's
of
more
garbage.
Rick's itch than
A
Stan
lot of
Bentley.
garbage out there. The answer is no. I would not be doing it. That sounds like shit that we do not involve ourselves in because we don't want to answer any questions.
I don't want to have to be involved.
Who's we?
Black folks, sir.
Oh, not just
And white people with sense.
anybody who isn't part of the police state.
Yeah, Asians are not included.
Oh no, it's just like literally
Sorry,
anybody who's not
Asians.
part of the police state.
Yeah, Asians are not included. How many Asians you run across to in the police state? I'll wait.
I
What do you
mean,
mean?
I was stationed in Okinawa for a little bit, but I don't think that's what you're talking about.
Yeah. Was
Asians
that a
who
different-
are like
was that a
part of the
country-
police
was
state?
that an area that was in the area of a country? Was that a police state?
Oh yeah, I know. The police will beat your ass in Okinawa, and you get no recourse just for funsies.
Mm.
Like, apparently,
And
Sounds like a well-managed expectation.
yeah.
sure.
I never actually saw it in real life, but the whole shtick was that they have like a red stick and a white stick, and if they use the white stick, that means okay, yeah, you're gonna get a little whooping, and if they use the red stick, you're probably gonna die from like getting your ass beat that hard.
Yeah, I imagine these guys are not Japanese.
No, this was in Okinawa.
I
I
imagine
didn't
not,
see it. I
I
had to go
imagine-
to the
I
police
imagine
station. one
people are
time.
not Japanese because they're not out there cracking skulls.
Oh yeah, no, I was Gaijin, dude. I was just stationed there. I was I was a big oaf marine. Like
All
I
right,
just
look,
do
we-
something for my little race car.
We got
And-
to address Alex's comment. Her last one.
Do I want to know what she said?
No.
It's
I have
so
a feel-
audacious that you need
I
to
have
know.
a feeling. Again, I'm not looking at the chat. I have a feeling that
don't.
if you're telling me to take a look at it, it's gonna be something outlandish.
Don't.
It is cartoonishly outlandish. It is absolutely wild.
You're better than this, Rez.
Do it, Resla.
Um,
Do it. Do it.
Only one more.
Here we go. Yep, I had a fucking feeling.
He's not mad. He's just disappointed.
Yeah, I had a feeling. Yeah, that's not something black people be running into. Asking the wrong person.
She's straight up. It's
Now,
more the
keep,
audacity.
keep in mind, Alex, not even if you were still warm. That the whole dead premise is enough.
I think that's
wow,
a pretty
that
like
just happened.
Yeah, no.
necrophilia. I think that's predominantly one, culture that engages.
Oh, you think so? Hmm.
Have to have some pretty good self-esteem to partake in that situation.
No, you don't. You don't have to have good. You don't have to have good self-esteem because there's no one else to criticize you.
Confidence, I would say.
I don't think it's part of Santeria though. Just putting that out there.
Yeah, that's a bit much. You can definitely gain a lot of confidence because it's not. You could definitely gain a lot of confidence in that situation, Uncle Fatty, because there's no rejection. The
Yeah,
other
I
side.
mean, just to be able to perform, you'd have to have like pretty.
You
I-
have to go like approach the situation already having in
Correct.
your head had that as a thing. Okay, yeah. And if I encounter the situation, here's what I'm gonna do.
Moving on.
Yeah.
Moving on. Crazy
Wow.
ass people.
You notice I
Moving
ain't the one that's
on.
kept this conversation going. I've been quiet.
I did not intend to derail. I just thought it was.
Oh no,
absolutely
that
funny.
was all you. That's all you.
Hey, y'all the one that took it from there.
No,
Y'all had to analyze it.
You're the
Y'all
one.
put it under
Wait.
the
First
microscope.
of all, you're the one who wanted to pay special attention and highlight.
Hey, I thought it was funny. Y'all are the
Mm.
ones that whipped out the microscope and was like, "All right, let's analyze this shit right here."
I'm an engineer. Part of the course, you know.
Yeah, no.
More of a
I
self comparison than a
think right now, if we weren't at the lowest of the low of the conversation, this was it.
Got to reach rock bottom before you can crawl your way back up.
Leave it to the white nationalists to take us all the way to the bottom.
Yeah, this was
Sounds
definitely
like
the bottom.
racist shit.
The white race is not sending us their best.
Come
Damn.
on, white races, do better. Is that
Self exploration or self acceptance?
flagellation? Self-flagellation?
I don't even have the words.
No, I was talking to Orthodox. He's the one that got us in this place. Is he not a wignat? Or a former
what?
wignat?
Wignat.
A former wignat?
The fuck is that?
What's a wignat?
White nationalist.
White nationalist?
Racism.
Okay.
Oh,
It's
wignat.
not even an acronym. It's just not even a conjunction. What is that?
It's a white nationalist.
Don't worry about it. Yeah, for all intents and purposes, white nationalist.
No, I mean grammatically.
It's
No,
funny.
I know
It's funny. I sorted that one out real quick. Keep in mind, I wouldn't know anything about that. You know.
Why former? Why'd you?
Well, I wouldn't
change your
expect you to
mind?
know anything about that.
Yeah, I was able to sort it out. You saying it's white?
Why former? Do you really want to know, Resla? Do you mind if I tell him? Might take a minute.
Why? Well, okay, if you want to explain it,
It may play in the self-esteem topic.
Personally, do not give a shit. It does nothing for me.
Fair. That's why I asked you. Do you want me to waste the time and do it? All right, there we go.
Somebody better
Host
do
doesn't
something
care.
with that fucking mic.
Someone put what? What you put, Kronos? What? Kronos is wilding.
So, Resla, let me ask you a question. When you decide that you want to befriend a man, or have him in your circle, what do you take?
Wow.
What's more important to you as a character trait? Do you prefer someone who's honest, or would you prefer someone who's loyal? And we're talking about your close circle. People, someone that's in your close circle. Do you prefer the people in your close circle? Would you rather them to be an honest person or a loyal person? What's more important to you, honesty or loyalty?
Honest.
Or a white person.
Honest. Well, what makes you think I don't have a white person in my circle?
No, it was like a preference. Which one would you rather? Type of thing.
It would still be honest.
So honesty is more important to you than loyalty?
If you're loyal but you lie, how will that help me?
How's that loyal?
If you're honest, you're only loyal to honesty, though. And how can honesty?
Honest people would be loyal,
but honest people can also be honest to their own detriment.
No, honest people aren't necessarily loyal,
and I will take that.
It can be, not all the time.
It can be, but that's not a rule.
More than likely, they're gonna be.
I think a loyal person
to their own detriment.
I think a loyal person would automatically be honest with the person they're loyal to.
Well, a loyal person can also be dishonest because they'll do things in your honor.
I'm not saying that they wouldn't. I'm just saying that I would assume that a loyal person would automatically be honest to what they're loyal
See,
to.
that's where you fucked up. You're
no. There are plenty of loyal people who will do things that they think are for your benefit without ever consulting with you.
Well, you can say the same thing about honesty, though, too.
Well, if you're honest to a fault, you fuck yourself up.
You know what?
I'll know.
If everything's transactional,
So is that too honest then?
My uncle always told me there was a such thing as being too honest.
But are you going to stay away from those people? You don't make any
absolutely.
friends?
But at least I'll know rather than it be hidden.
Isn't that situational?
Absolutely.
Oh, that sounds transactional as hell, doesn't it?
Well,
everything we do is transactional.
But this idea that we be hearing the word transactional, what is not transactional?
That's why I just said everything we do is transactional.
What are we saying? What's not transactional?
I mean, hell, when I go take a shit, it's transactional.
Part of how we keep each other
moral principles.
You don't think your morals and who you share those morals with is not transactional?
I think a lot of people like to pretend that they're not.
Poking a corpse with a stick is not transactional.
But okay.
Oh, you definitely get something out of it.
I say this thing all the time. Life is about choices, trade-off, and of course, other people. End of the day.
And it's the other people that screw up the choices.
But it's the other people why you have to make choices and trade-offs.
But they're the ones that also that screw up the choices to where you have to make trade-offs.
Or they're also the other people who help you get into better positions.
That too.
Get better.
But there's no defined expectations.
That's not the herd,
though. Everybody's just chasing their own fucking tail.
No, I was just curious about that with you guys because that's one of the things.
You have to make the best choices, and I said choices, trade-offs. That was the first thing I mentioned. And the second,
right?
The third one is the most important because there are people out there that say, "Well, I'm going to be rich." You're not going to do it without other people.
No, somebody's got to give you a hand up.
Not with other people. Well, I'm going to sell the best product.
Eventually, you're going to get a hand up from somebody, be it a bank or something.
It's a good team for sure.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know extremely, and I don't know any extremely wealthy person that did it all on their own.
You need someone else,
right? No really successful person's ever done it all on their own.
You get a bunch of diverse people, you get them all together, and they're all specialties in their own field. And you put them on a team, and they go kick ass, right?
Everybody needs mentors, and it's finding them is kind of a challenge sometimes.
Business 101.
But there are people out there that want to believe, especially when they have false self-esteem, that they don't need anyone else. Well, that just lets me know that you fucked up a long time ago.
If you can't take off all the hats and give the hats out to people in the business and let them do their fucking job, right? And try to micromanage everything, nothing's ever going to go right.
It's crazy. But that's the way how a lot of people are running through life. I run into a lot of people who want to say that what they know and what they don't know. And you put them in a situation and they're always asking questions. I thought you knew. Especially people online. A lot of people running around, content creators, people who I call influencers, people who get on panels, people who are in the chat, all think that they know something. And you start getting into very simple questions and you find out what they really do know, which is way less than what they claim to provide. Well, no, it's not everybody. It's to the people
like on the internet. They're just basically exposing themselves in a concentrated way for you to see.
Sure, if you're a person who has false self-esteem,
most of your neighbors these are your neighbors, right? Like this is most people, and it's a vast majority too. It's not like 51%. It's almost everyone, practically everyone. Speaking loosely.
But this is also the reason why when I do a lot of my streams, the entire premise is to get people to think about not doing what everybody else is doing, not thinking like everybody else, but to think for yourself. If it means going against the grain, do that. If it means being the first, you have to be the change that you wish to see in the world because you're not seeing it anywhere else. You do that thing. If you don't see it, become it. This is why I also say, if you want to be in the future of something that you really want for yourself, you have to identify all those things and then start working towards it, which is why I say who you are to be, you are now becoming.
I'll be honest with you,
But if you don't see, wait, here's the funny part though. If you don't see yourself as shit in the future, guess what? You won't be shit in the future.
If you do what
Like
you've always
speaking
done, you'll
for
be what you've always been.
If you don't change anything, then nothing changes, right?
Right. But also the idea of thinking that who you're going to be great in the future, but you don't change anything now. You think that who you are is going to get you to where you're going to be later. That's crazy.
Well, I agree with what you were saying a minute ago. I think too many people wait for someone else to make the first move before they're willing to stand up and do anything. You know, you got to be the change that you want. Be the person to go out there and actually do that which you're inquiring of other people to do. Right? I remember 5-6 years ago. You do too, Resla. 5-6 years ago, there weren't this many white people in this space.
No. Well, here's the funny part about it. There were white people in this. There were white people in space. We just didn't know about them.
Well, that they kept to themselves. They didn't. What I'm saying is, you didn't see a lot of white and black panels like you do now. 5-6 years ago, you'd see like maybe 1 or 2 white people up on a panel if you were lucky, and they were getting interrogated the whole time.
Sure, which is disgusting to see even now because we've all been on the internet for some time, and they were like, "Really?" Like, I still run across new content creators when I just want to redirect, and they're like, "I've never heard of you." I'm like, "I've never heard of you," but I redirected because why? You're a content creator online.
Well, the point I'm making with why I said that is because I remember when I came on here, the reason why I started hopping on panels that were all black was because I was always saying, why aren't there more white and black people engaging with each other? Why aren't we taking opportunity to do this when we have it? So I hopped up and started doing it. And 5-6 years later, you now see more whites engaging with blacks. I'm glad to see it. It makes me happy.
Well, here's the funny part about that. You said you see more whites engaging with blacks. Happy to see that.
Both ways.
Can you say that you see more blacks engaging with whites?
Absolutely. The only reason why I say whites is because I'm white, dude. That's why I say whites engaging with. It's the same with the blacks engaging with the whites. Really, whether it's in a good manner or a bad manner, they're still engaging.
I'm not too sure about it, especially on panels. Maybe an interview, maybe having a guest or whatever. But I don't think panels are it.
Black panels,
dude, you've seen me all over the place.
Less inclusive.
Wait, sir, you don't speak for everyone.
But I've seen a lot of folks. You're starting to see even more of that happening, where even if black people don't necessarily feel comfortable with it, they're being engaged with by white people to have the conversation.
Are you? If I asked you personally to think about it, is it enough to say that it's going to be over one hand? Think about it.
Yeah. Well, look, I'm gonna tell you. Look, Resla, I pretty much for the first 5 years predominantly floated in all black spaces. I didn't see a whole lot of white people.
That's not what I.
I don't know what you're asking, because what I see right now, there's already 5 people right here that wouldn't have been here 5 years ago.
But you're making my point. I asked for the inverse.
I guess I'm not following what you're asking then. I'm sorry.
I see how many people up here, and I happen to be the only dark melanated person up here. I asked for the inverse. How many other people?
I got what you're saying. Like, when I was doing live streams, dude, you'd see that on my panels. A panel that was predominantly all black people and maybe 1 or 2 white people.
Sure. This is why I'm also saying, like,
if that's what you're asking by inverse, is that what you was asking for?
How many times do you see there's a whole bunch of black people and then there's a white person up there without being interrogated or having to be
Not very often. This
is the point that I'm making, and it should not be that way when we have to say the last 6 years when YouTube has been here for quite some time.
You guys need to follow me around more, apparently.
Well, me and you probably been doing the same thing, Fatty, just in different areas.
Here's the funny part about it. I shouldn't just have to follow you. It should be wherever I go. It should be encompassed of what we see. Because here's the funny part. Even if I mention black and white, why is it I don't see Asian panels? Why am I not seeing Hispanic panels?
They are out there. I've found them.
They are there, though.
And I'm still searching.
Dude, you want to know what the hardest thing I've tried finding is
not
all
gonna
white
lie.
panels. That took me
The
forever
two
to find.
Hispanic panels that I found are only talking about border shit.
They don't share a language. You'd have to look for them in Hispanic or with, Filipino or the other.
I would
Los
love to have.
Arces Hermanos.
I would like to have conversations with other ethnicities that have panels.
Shout out to Puerto
Some
Rico.
of them you don't want to have conversations with because they're just they say some really weird off the wall.
There's not a lot of English going on,
Sir,
too,
sir,
so it's difficult to follow.
Sir, I've been dealing with you guys for years. You all say off the wall shit too.
Fair enough.
To be
What the
fair,
fuck
also,
is here?
Resla, YouTube live space, I think, has come a long way in just even the last few years. I wasn't even like I kind of I refused to make even a YouTube channel. And I've been streaming since 2019.
Yeah, I refused. I've been doing it since 2020.
About a year and a half ago.
Okay.
I was hopping on panels a year before I started streaming. But Fatty, I mean, if you've been doing the same thing, is it fair to say that you've witnessed the same thing, though? That there's been a bigger...
You're right, B-Baller. I did.
Yeah. To a point, it goes both ways for sure.
Right.
I think people are just more socially acceptable and just, there's a respect, I think, for each
I think we're starting to garner a respect for each other.
well, yeah, and each host has his own platform. I think there's respect for that, and I think that expectations are being managed when it comes down to it. I think there's well set definitions of boundaries and consequences. Without it being said, there's things that are socially acceptable that we hold ourselves accountable to.
Well, I've just always thought that it was insanely crazy not to take advantage of the platform and the opportunity that we have right now to be able to actually have these conversations like this.
So the thing about it though is that they're not taking advantage of, or rather, it's exactly what you're saying. Actually, they're taking advantage of the platform. What they're not doing is taking advantage of the opportunity that the platform can provide.
Yeah.
So to be more clear, they will
Somewhat.
take advantage. They will take advantage of the fact that they could grift, build a niche, or so. They don't take advantage of the fact that I can speak to people that I normally wouldn't speak to in a particular way because I can't talk to people at work who are different from me.
Right.
I probably wouldn't do this in the street. So since so many people hide behind names and everything, now I can be open and really have conversations. And instead of doing that, they make it worse by start building a narrative.
Yeah, there's some of that for sure. Self-help
Here's
stuff
a
is
chance
more
now
where
to
I'm
become honest and to ask real, critical, honest questions. Have actual, real dialogue. And instead of doing that, it becomes well, you don't know any better. Let me educate you. Why you say that? You can't say this. And fuck you. And
yeah.
Why are you talking about black shit in front of crackers?
It becomes a battle of self-esteem and lack thereof, right?
Correct.
Ultimately, it does. It comes down to
The
our own
chance to actually get to understand and to learn turns into something else.
I've learned more in the last 5 years than I've ever learned in my entire life talking to people on these panels. I ain't even gonna bullshit, Resla.
Let me ask you something about that right there, because this whole worldview fucking bullshit that's going on. Your worldview, my worldview.
Right. That's like your truth, my truth, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, if you had
Hey, 2 + 2 is 7, yo.
Would you have learned any of the stuff that you learned in the past 5 years if you set out a worldview in front of you that didn't allow you to see anything else other than what you wanted to accept in that parameter of those tracks that you defined as your worldview?
State that again, that question. That way I fully understand what you're trying to get across.
If you had a worldview 5 years ago, would you have learned what you learned?
I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, because to a certain degree, I think I did have a certain kind of worldview. And I think that I was searching for something. That's why I got on here initially to begin with. I think that's why all of us got on here. But I was also open to listen to what people had to say and actually engage in good faith conversation. You know what I'm saying? I was willing, because I was going into basically areas and territory where I knew nothing about the culture for the most part or anything going on. You know, because what I grew up with obviously was even the black people I grew up around, that it wasn't the same culture as what I hear on the internet all the time. You know what I'm saying? So I had to do a lot of, being willing to basically eat crow on a lot of shit, think that I knew shit and not know shit, and be able to concede to things that maybe I might not be right. I didn't have to go through that shit.
Yeah.
And be willing to actually have a good faith conversation, be willing to listen and hear someone out.
Yeah. And taking a point of view that's not yours.
Right.
And be a little bit empathetic in the fact that people are allowed to have their own experience and not be so bound by unreachable expectations, societal, traditional bullshit. Traditions change. Like I said before, man, like we can't be holding ourselves to these norms that don't really even fucking exist.
So I'm for and yet against the idea, and I haven't figured out where I'm going to settle when it comes to that. Right. So I am in agreement of saying that if you don't learn to change, if you do not learn to adapt, you will find yourself eroding quickly. Right. With that being said, there are some storms that you just need to temper yourself against, not to just accept. You just have to build a better shelter. You don't have to accept it. You can, if you know this is hurricane season, you can build a better fort. You don't have to turn around and say, well, I just need to leave and just accept it.
I noticed you said shelter, which would be more of a roof than walls, right?
Sure.
Well, both.
For me, sure, because that was one of the reasons I left Florida. I had my roof ripped off in my bathroom.
There you go. That person. All right. Yeah, they'll do that.
Since we're on the topic of more or less race, and I was posed a question, I'll go ahead and answer it here then. And it kind of goes into what Resla and Snowman was talking about going on black panels and people saying, "Why are you talking about black shit?" Because white nationalists have the same problem, and it's like irrational hatred. It's stupid, annoying. The fact that you can't question your own race or you can't question the set narrative, you can't look inward, and when you do, you're seen as the enemy. It's like, no, bro, I don't hate these people for existing. I love my people. I want to help my people, but I don't hate them. And if we can talk to each other, and when you do that, it's an issue, and that's why I left. That's why I don't. That's why I don't tolerate
there is a lot of hypocrisy in that.
Yeah, it's stupid. I believe in self-determination for everybody, not just whites, not just blacks. Everybody has the right to self-determination. And they say that they believe in that too, but then you can tell it's a lie. But I hate them because they breathe, and it's on both sides. And whenever you talk about race, most people don't understand the genetics. They don't understand the actual nuances and science behind it. They want to obfuscate based on their hatred and ignorance. And I refuse to be lumped in with people like that.
And
For
they want to
clarification, did you say hate because of breed or breathe?
I hate them because they breathe.
No,
as in suck perfectly good air someone else could be sucking.
Because you've been trained to think that way.
Breathe. Okay.
Because you've been indoctrinated to think that way because you've hypnotized yourself with the crowd, right? It's all part of the system in that shit, in those groups. I've been there. It's fucked up.
Yeah, it was wild when I was a kid, man. And I was in high school in Elkhart. There was a bunch of Aryans that were in the area, man. I was one of them kids that when I was in high school, I always used to shave my head down. You know what I'm saying? And it wasn't because I was, a skinhead or anything. It's just that's how I felt comfortable, But somehow they ended up, throwing a party at my house. All right. And one of the wildest things that I ever found about them is these were supposed to be some of the most pro-white, neo-Nazi type motherfuckers that are all white this, white that. And they were sitting and listening to shit like Too Short and Slick Rick and shit like that back in the day. Fucking Spice One and everything. And that right there in and of itself, when people couldn't even stay consistent within their own propaganda that they're trying to preach. You know what I'm saying? How can you find any kind of honesty in that? It's just all bullshit to me at that point.
No, it's all fear-based rhetoric. It's just luring kids in with fear, getting them into the deal. Every gang goes through the same phase, of recruitment, looking for the kid that's,
And now
down and out. Maybe his parents were freshly divorced, or maybe he's got a chip on his shoulder for some reason. You just egg on those. Well, it's they, them, and the others, right? They caused this. They're the ones that are holding you back and holding you down. No, dude, it's all fucking fear tactics. It's all psychological propaganda.
I'm not trying to interrupt the
heavy.
conversation. Please, I didn't realize the time when I jumped in. I'm sorry. I got to go, y'all. You have a
you're
great
good,
night.
Grumple. Have a good one, brother.
Keep it sexy, y'all. I gotta
Hey, next time, remember what panel do you jump on when you jump on it?
That's a fact. You should
Yeah,
probably
panel
do that.
slut.
No, it was just straight racism. Don't worry about it. Y'all have a great night.
Oh, you trying to say all black people look the same, Resla?
But no,
not for nothing. I keep seeing it myself.
Well, Snowman, it's not even that level of hypocrisy. You said my level of hypocrisy from the Aryan Brotherhood that I knew. The one guy I know raped his stepdaughter.
That's crazy.
And then all of the other ones that I know or I know of sell meth to white people. How can you better your people if you're doing shit like that?
Well, see, and that's the thing too, is all the white nationalists that I ever knew growing up are racist. They did the same type of shit, dude.
I got tired of having to fight these people and deal with these people in real life and on the internet. And I'm just like, you know what? I hold the same views, but I'm not a hypocrite. And I don't hate people. I can get along with other people of other races.
No, see, I don't. I can move differently from a lot of people because
I know how to see people as individuals.
Well, it's just more than being even individuals. It's the simple fact that I just said, and I've done a stream on it. I'm American first. All that other shit, background noise.
And see, I wish more people were like that, Resla. American first. What happened to American pride?
Integration.
It wasn't that long ago that people had American pride.
Like all that other shit, gay, transgender, black, white, it's all background noise to me.
They, them, the others. Yeah. Be scared of them.
I really
be scared of them. We're being told to be fucking scared of they, them. And this is classic xenophobia.
I am not worried.
Society is fucking trained right now on they, them, and the others. We can't say that it's not.
I am not in the slightest worried about it. What's it got to do with me?
Somebody's scared of you right now just because of the way you look. Somebody's scared of me right now because of the way I look and the way I talk.
We're
all part of they or them, right? And
well, look,
maybe in like
white
the news world and the the plugged in whatever political crap world, but can't say right now that there's not a big fucking psyop being worked against all of humanity.
There's multiple ones.
They, them, and the others to be focused on they're doing you wrong, right? Instead of the uplifting shit that we had in the 80s of we are the world and they're coming to America and that shit. Like you're saying about like where's the patriotism? It's one-sided. If nothing else, we got people putting a man's face on the flag of America.
That's supposed to be illegal for one.
I mean, come on, guys. Like
GT said, they them are pretty spooky. Not to me.
They them and the others, man. It's I tell you what.
Well, look, I'll be honest with you. You know when you're saying some people are they have a hard time with change. The one thing I would say is the one thing I wish wouldn't have changed was schools. I wish that it was the same as it was when we were in school, where you're taught. Hold on. Can I finish my statement before you interrupt, sir? Let me finish, and then you can critique what I'm saying. Because you know what? When I was in school, I wasn't just taught reading, writing, and arithmetic. I was taught how to weld. I was taught how to woodwork. I was taught how to metal work. I was taught how to do electrical work. I was taught how to do accounting. I was taught how to balance a checkbook, how to cook. All this shit that kids aren't taught today.
Sure.
Instead, can I finish?
There were people.
Can I finish?
No, sir. There were people before who learned more shit than what you did. Again, every generation sees that what they did.
I think that we're spending too much time propagandizing our children and not enough time teaching them life skills.
And I'm gonna say, then you should take your kids out of public school.
Dude, I'm here to tell you that you don't want a bunch of kids that are educated by me only.
If you don't want your kids in public school, you want to give them the best, take your kids out of
No,
public school.
I'm not saying that I don't want them, because look, there's a certain level of socialization that children have to have. They have to engage and interact with each other. Otherwise, they grow up socially awkward.
Yeah, but they
In
don't
which
have to get
case,
that from
society
public school.
basically raises our kids.
What would you rather trade? Socially awkward or indoctrinated?
You can counter indoctrination if you stay an active
Can you?
parent. Yes, you can.
Oh,
You
good luck
absolutely
with that.
can.
After a while, especially through social programming, there's only but so much you can do, especially in
Dude,
their
your kids are
rebellious
only
years.
going to get as much social programming as you allow.
Teach them,
They're
recognize
in the
boundaries.
institution from
Do
the
you
time
not
they
know the
wake up
human
to the
race?
time they come home.
No, dude, the school isn't all just propaganda. They do learn some things in school, for crying out loud. Let's not act like they're just constantly in there propagandizing them like everybody wants to say. They do learn reading. They do learn writing. They do learn arithmetic. They learn the basic skills to be able to be educated. What I'm
Boys learn
saying
when
is,
not to cry.
with the propagandizing they are doing it in schools, parents, if they're involved, can counter that. All it takes is a little bit of activity and being involved in your children's life, talking to them,
being that we
engaging with
know
them,
the
getting to
numbers,
know
being
who your
we know
fucking
the
kids are.
numbers,
You know how many parents don't even know what their kid's favorite color is?
engage? How many? You're making the point. So, being that the fact that you're talking about parents who are actually involved, who are actively involved, how many parents are actively involved? Because the numbers are out there, not many.
I don't know. All I know is what I do,
But I can tell you,
look, Russ,
majority
all
are
I
not.
know is the parents that I deal with, that my son hang out with, and what I do, because I don't let my child hang out with, people that are less than, or act, in a manner that I find unsuitable. I'm not going.
Nice. But unless your kids or you and your family only plan on being around these people for their entire duration of their life, they're going
No,
to
I
have
don't
to learn to be
expect
around
that.
other people.
No, I don't expect that. But what I can do is I can control and limit what they're around until they're able to go out and do things on their own. That's what I can do. I can try and steer them in the right path and teach them things to where they have, some kind of real education and some street smarts about themselves and know how to move around.
Teach them to recognize boundaries before they present themselves.
I'm just saying, I wish schools would go back to more life skills and less propaganda, though. I mean, there's no reason why'd they take shop out of school? Why'd they take home ec out of school?
Somebody cut their
Because
finger
that's
off.
independence. You can't teach people.
Why'd they get rid of TriStar programs that were in high school? That way kids
Somebody
could go and
burned down
learn.
a place with a welder, probably.
Need more corporate slaves. There's no time for that. Learning how to take care of yourself.
Okay, here's the funny part about it. Yes, I'm agreeing that those things are very prevalent, but let's just forget it. Let's just remember the very important part about school, public school in the first place. It wasn't meant to make you an independent person.
No, it's get you ready for the workforce. That's what it was for. That way you could get ready for the 9 to 5.
Make you a slave.
There you go. So for the fact that they're trying to do, especially in the age of a digital age, keep in mind, there's much more information in the digital world that we're getting. Kids are getting dumber. Is it no wonder that they're trying to make sure that they dumb kids down rather than making sure that they're more educated, that they want to make them more dependent than they do
To a point, though, a lot of kids are coming out of high school with an associate's degree.
There are some really smart kids coming out of high school.
They're actually coming out smarter than their parents, and that's part of the problem. Is the parents can't engage by about freshman year because they're not as smart as their kids.
Yeah, they're not on the same level. That's how it was with me and my parents, though.
Gentlemen,
but that is the entire premise of what we call evolution. It's not
what we
supposed to be the same.
We want to see that.
You want to see your kids smarter than you at an earlier age. You want to get to a point to where you can't help your kids no more and they have to do it on their own.
An associate's degree really makes you smarter?
No, it does not.
I mean, this is
because
better than
it's not accepted in most places now.
At a C-,
An associate's degree is not worth anything anymore.
Well,
sure.
A high school diploma ain't worth anything anymore.
When you're coming out of high school, you don't have to go take those 2 years.
It's not either. If you don't have a bachelor's, and even to the point now, bachelors are starting to get phased out.
I grew up in the era where you didn't have to even show a diploma to get a job. It was all about.
You didn't need it. You didn't even need a. You didn't even need a background. You can literally get a certificate. You showed you the month. You paid for the courses you want. You got a certificate. You were specialized in that area. You didn't need to take all the general shit. And
I had certifications.
That's not even looked upon, favored upon, because they want to know that you have debt.
Credentialism and debt-based economy is destroying America. We had this figured out in Aristotle and the ancient Greeks days, man. There are people that just want to be sheep. There are some people that are not capable of thinking better.
Highlight B Baller's comment.
What comment?
His last one.
It's not the kids are smarter than us. Is there we are so far removed? Yes. Yeah.
I agree with that.
Yes.
And I think a lot of that's
why I'm trying to always make sure that I'm adapting so that I don't lose that.
Well, see, and that's why I try to stay current with.
And say,
Well, and that's why I try to stay current with culture. That way I understand what kind of world my kids are growing up in. That way I can help them maneuver if they have questions. I can't guide them if I don't understand the world that they live in.
Well,
this is why I say
you have to work with them.
But this is why I say adaptation is so good. Rather than when we get older, we just want to still talk about the good old days. Like, quite frankly, our parents and their parents, and then we don't move forward.
They got to be able to pick their own future too, right? A lot of kids are getting shoved into this
I
thought in high school that you have to know what you want to do, and you don't. Right? You got to be able to adapt, especially going into college. With
I like that you said that, because older people will turn around and say, kids have no values. No, they just don't share what you have. They have
their values are different now than what ours were.
They've never been in a situation where they've got to create their own values.
It's a different.
They've got all this societal norm bullshit put over them through high school and coming out of into college. That this is the way things are. So you maintain these expectations that are undefinable and undefined, and just put out there as like.
Do you think kids have more societal pressures now than we did when we were coming out of high school?
No, I think their societal pressures are different than ours. Not that it's more. It's not about who's better and who's worse. It's about
right. I'm not
better or worse. I think there is more though. I think there's more dynamic and nuance to it. I think they're more in tune with it too. They're thinking about it because their parents are thinking about it.
Yeah, kids are walking into more debt coming out of high school than we did.
Yeah, but our parents weren't talking and thinking about all this shit.
Oh, you know, all the parents who are raising them now aren't thinking about it.
And the kids hear this shit. They know what their parents are doing and talking about, and they either adapt it and adopt it, or they completely shove it away and rebel against it.
So I often wonder how many parents actually sit back after getting on a panel like this, and maybe one of their kids were in the background listening, here and there, and have a conversation with them, and and ask them questions and see where they stand on what it was they heard.
I mean,
less than 1%. I think less than 1%.
You got to ask them what they want. They got to be able to decide what their future is, and coming up through high school.
To a certain degree.
A huge effort to make sure that this is what they wanted to do, and looking at both sides of every coin, and not what they wanted to do, but at least something that they knew what the consequences were on both sides of every choice. Where the boundary line is,
but given
people are going to cross it or not, that's their decision.
But look at human beings. If you give them the opportunity, if you give human beings the opportunity, especially upon multiple choice, they often choose wrong.
Oh yeah, we'll always resort back to.
Unless you describe every boundary and consequence of every choice, and then they will choose the best thing.
And they still choose wrong because most people tend to choose. But let me tell you why. Most people tend to choose selfishly, and that selfishness tends to be the wrong thing.
Yeah, so I don't like the idea of asking kids what they want, because I tend to believe that kids don't know what they want because they haven't lived life yet. The purpose of an adult is to make sure that kids have some grounded, or they're rooted in something. If we don't tell them, just like what Resla said, when we have adults sitting here telling them about what we did in the past, yeah, I know things have changed, but it is our job as elders to keep them rooted in something. Otherwise, they just go haywire. Now they're not grounded in anything. So yes, you're right.
Kids are dumb.
Well, no, I'm not going to say they're dumb. They're ignorant. They don't know. It is our job to show them.
Yeah, you don't know what you don't know.
Correct.
and expose them to different ways of looking at both situations.
Right, but we
of
have a lot of
everything.
parents now that go, like, when their child is born, their child is 6 years old, and they start asking them, "Do you think you're a boy or a girl?" And you just automatically allow them to make a decision without knowing that may. And I don't want to get into that kind of I don't want this to get into that kind of conversation, but you
Well, no, but
cannot.
it's worse than that. They don't even ask them. They say you make your own choice, and I will
Right.
support you.
You
Well,
can't let children make their own choices like that. There are certain things you can't let them make choices
Right.
on.
Well, that's
We
why I was
have
saying there to a certain degree, yeah, you let children decide their path, but at the same time, as a parent, like me, my son, I force him to play sports. Force him. If he had his choice, he wouldn't play sports if I let him make the decision. I feel it's important that he goes out and play at least one sport every year, be it cross country, baseball, basketball, whatever.
Tuba player.
But it's more so he can learn the camaraderie and how to win and lose like a man.
Right. And he can take that or he can throw that away. But at least you're teaching him that you think there's value in it. And it, again, if they throw it away, they throw it away. This idea where you just, out of the womb, you're asking, do you want candy or broccoli? They're going to choose candy. I don't think that's what you want to. You shouldn't
Right.
be doing that.
Basically, I was talking about coming out through high school, going into college, right? That we want to be engaged with our teenagers when they're in that developmental age of figuring out what they want to do in their life.
Right.
Because otherwise, we're gonna,
as parents, we're supposed to nurture our children's dreams and desires, but we're not supposed to put them in a position that would be detrimental to their life. We're not supposed to allow them to make decisions under our watch that could harm them.
Most parents these days, I'm gonna be honest with you, do not know what their kids' dreams are.
Correct.
Like I said earlier, most parents don't even know what their kid's favorite color is.
Exactly.
So even with that, and this is why even ties back into this episode. Most people are walking around with a false sense of self-esteem. They walk in thinking that they understand how to raise their kids. You don't even know your child. You're not confident. Again, and this is why I say this, even for parents, right? Most children are oops babies. They're not intentional.
Every one of mine were.
So don't tell me how confident you are about you didn't expect it.
Dude, I only have 2 kids that were actually born in wedlock. All the other 5, all bastards. And some people hate it when I say that, but that's actually a grammatically correct term, whether people like it or not.
So when I say most people are trying to figure it out, and let's to be honest, because here's the funny part: the parents, and I met very, very fucking few, still less than filling up my entire hand, of people who actually say they wanted children and they prepped beforehand, which means they saved money before they even had a name picked out.
Well,
before they even heard, "Honey, I'm pregnant," and she's showing the stick. They were intentional. They put up money ahead of time. They knew what it was gonna take to get all the shit started. They both put money into an account to make sure that this is the baby fund.
Well, married couples are the ones that are less likely to have an unplanned pregnancy.
I think most people are coming through our guardians, because those people who have who actually prepped ahead of time, those people, they were intentional.
Dude, I don't think they're even guardians, because they don't even guard anything. They take the kids, they feed them, clothe them, and they ship them off to someone else to take care of them.
But this is why I call them guardians. They're just to watch and maintain.
They're not watching and maintaining. They're having someone else do it most of the time.
The people who I see who paid all the money, whatever, you know what they did? They actually saved up all the money to pay for someone else. So you know what happens? They don't worry about all the extra shit. Rather than I need to make sure that I'm good with grandma, whatever, to ship them off. If you have that, by the way, right. Or ship them off to whoever best friend or not so best friend, whatever I can, or bitch at somebody for not having later hours, or how much I gotta pay extra money to make sure that somebody does watch my kid, because why this news, baby? Because I was not prepared.
Bro, I don't have that luxury of having someone I can just ship the kids off to like that, man.
Wait, but you also had the luxury of having a woman that you can stay home. That's not the majority of people.
But me and the wife would like to go out on dates occasionally.
Sure, but the majority of so here's the funny
For us
part.
to go on a date, it has to be kid friendly. You know,
So
we got.
so I hear you. The majority of kids are who are born to two parents. Those parents are still separated. Like the kids are basically backpacking. The next to that in relationship wise, the majority of people who are married do not have children. They're called dinks. They're called dual income, no kids.
Yeah, me
After
and my
that,
wife are a rarity.
it becomes kids who have fractured families. So you have the first one, the parents who they're not together, but they're
Co-parenting.
co-parenting. They're co-parenting. Maybe they're even in the same house, but they're
Right.
co-parenting. After that becomes married couples with no kids.
Mhm.
After that becomes the co-parenting in separate households.
Yeah, I know. Me and the two parents raising their kids together in the same home, actually loving each other and shit. That's becoming rarer and rarer.
Yep. That's
And see, that's something that I think kids are lacking too, is being able to see that love between their parents.
But
I
see,
think
that's where
that's important for kids' growth.
right, and that's where something like Angry Man and myself, Ebony and
Snowman.
Ivory up here. Snowman. I'm sorry, Angry Snowman and myself, Ebony and Ivory. What we like to, what we're trying to pass down, or what we're trying to um, what's the word I'm trying to use? Instill, or to this. So I think that when I think about things, so I'm a person of story. I like to write stories, right? We all know that stories are things that you pass on, like mythology. You pass them on so that you can leave some nugget with the person that's reading it, right? With the viewer. What me and Angry Man are trying to do is trying to bring that back. It may be it's an uphill battle. It may never happen. We understand that things have changed, society has changed, the next generation has changed, and they look at things very different. We totally understand that. But we feel like it is our duty to see if we can revive that in some way, because we find a benefit to it. And it may be because we're biased, we're jaded. We have something that most people think is a unicorn, a lie. Even some people think it's a lie, that we live a lie. It's not. It's not, and we just want to see if we can push that out to other people. But it's hard, and people don't believe it, and it's probably why you have the numbers that you were talking about, Resla. But we look at it and we think it's a tragedy, and we try and figure out a way to talk to people into thinking about love. Because I remember there was a show or two ago you were talking about love, Russa, and it's the first time I heard anybody ever say love when it comes to relationship at all on these internets. Everybody is always saying it's financial. People stay together for finances. There is no love. Love is fleeting. Love is a myth, and I tend to believe that there's got to be something that you love in life, and if you can't love a partner the way you love a car, or you love a Fendi bag, then we're doomed anyhow. So it was just weird to hear you say that when I don't hear that at all.
All right, listen. I was fortunate. Listen, I grew up in not grew up, but the tail end of my teenage years to my early adult years, where I was I started out in a family that were separate but cohabitating, and then eventually got married.
Mm-hmm.
So then it became an actual family, and again, loved each other.
Mm-hmm.
So that was my first experience, again, as a late teen going into my early adult years, because prior to that, the idea of the family that I was with were two people who could not stand each other, married, hated each other.
Bro, I spent my whole childhood with my mom constantly telling me how horrible my dad was. When I go visit my dad, what little bit of time I got with him once or twice a year, hearing him bitch and complain about how horrible my mom was. It's a never ending thing. It is what it is, though. And see, that's why I also say, there's a lot of people out here that try to use the excuse of not having a dad in their life as for the reason why they're the way they are, or why they're not a great parent. You know, you don't have to have a dad there for you to be able to be a decent human being. You can still learn lessons from an absent parent. You just do the exact opposite of what they did.
I did not have a father figure until I was about 17.
You think that applies to the masses, though?
Here's the funny part about it. I was fine because in my mindset, I was fine, and I had already resided myself in saying that I didn't need a father figure because I had people who appreciated me. It wasn't until I actually had a father figure at 17, and it still took me some time before he and I got really close, before I said, I'm happy this man is here.
There you go. But see that okay, so is maybe that's what shaped you into the person that you are now. Because would you say that you loved him at that point or no? Were you just happy?
Well, so
because I'm trying to figure out this whole love thing. I think that's what's missing in a lot of what we see in society and why a lot of these panels are as hateful.
It's funny when you're saying that, right? It's funny especially when you use the term love.
Mm-hmm.
When I got together, when I finally moved in and I was with him, I was about 16, or maybe I just turned 17. And to me, my first words with him was like, I guess I'm stuck with you now. That was literally what it was. And it was a big adjustment for he and I. Like, we would bump heads and everything. And I know I gave him a lot of shit. Like, he gave me a lot of shit too. I was a young kid come from the streets.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think by the time I had turned 19, we were somewhat okay. Because in his mind, this kid came in, he's fucking 17, 18, get your ass out my house. Pretty much, and my mom was like, no. Like, no. But by the time I was 19, I don't know, we started actually just chilling and just hanging out once in a while. But by the time I had left home and came back a couple of times, I want to say by the time I was 21, 22, I'm not sure when the change happened, but I really appreciated him.
There you go. Well, that's look, if you can get as far as saying I really appreciated him, to me, that's as close to love as maybe somebody will get. Now, it's that at least getting to that point that I wish more people would get to, because we find that people don't even get to that because everything is either about finances, about like when we were having a conversation on Uncle Tom's the other day and Ruthless came on and we started talking about love. And he was saying, no, they don't know how to talk about love because they don't understand respect. And I'm like, why are you bringing respect into it? Yeah. So it was this whole love versus respect. And we were trying to let him know that they're two different things. One's an emotion and one is, they're just two different things. But it's
respect is more like an action, ain't it?
Right. It was. But that's the thing. No one cares to even talk about love. And now if you notice, people are talking respect. And this whole feeling, this whole mutual feeling towards someone else, where this symbiosis, where you need her and she needs you, and without each other, things fall apart. That's gone. And it's strange to me because if you're not living for that, what the hell are you living for?
Well, here's the funny part, people. I don't think it's gone. I think people just don't want to talk about it. Especially here on the internet. Let me just say that. Because outside in the real world, I don't hear this shit.
Okay.
In the real world, I don't hear that. I still see it in young couples. I still see it in older couples. I don't hear none of this internet bullshit when I'm out in the real world. In fact, my boss has been with his, did he say 18 years he's been with her now?
Mm-hmm.
Nice little rock on her finger, everything. He still talks well about her. He's got kids and everything. Known her for a long time. And I'm like,
I love my wife. I told you tonight, she's my best friend. I talk to her about everything.
But I hear these things every time. Well, not every time, but I hear these things a lot. I don't really hear all the I get fucked over this and fuck that bitch and the child support and
well, now the first two are two totally entirely different bitches.
But I'm saying, sure, people have exes. People make bad decisions, sure. But I don't hear the drumming on of woe is me and fuck all these bitches and red pill and I don't hear that shit in my real life.
I agree. I agree with you.
I pray to God every night. I pray to God every night that he drops a tornado on both my ex's houses.
But here's the thing, Resla. Yeah, I agree with you. Like I'm out in the real world, and what we see in here is different than out there. But here's the thing: those people out there listen to what's going on in here, and the younger they get, and the more they start listening to the stuff here, the more that sets in.
Yep.
Right?
I agree.
Yeah.
Which is why I say so often, there was a time when we could look at this shit, click it off, and say,
Uh-huh.
that was fun. Now back to real life. And
Right.
now we do our
That's gone.
damnedest to drag that bullshit into, yeah, because it's fuck these bitches or whatever. And Andrew Tate, nigga, what the? How old are you? 15? Man, shut the fuck up talking about Andrew Tate. What the fuck are we doing here? Fresh if it, shut the fuck up.
A high valued man.
I do think to what you were saying, though, B-Baller, it is kind of interesting that when we talk about relationships, nobody does ever talk about the love aspect of it.
We should. I really think we should. I think
Because
they
love
should.
is
I think
not
they should
enough.
say. Well, I think they should say it. It's like alcoholism. I mean, I think you should say it, out loud so that you can start to manifest. I think that's why people don't.
Hey, you guys have all heard me simp for my wife on streams.
Oh,
Well, here's the
man.
funny part about it. When you mentioned the whole alcoholism, right? The
Mhm.
ideal that you can make bad decisions while being drunk. But what the first
Mhm.
thing you hear from people is, I'm about to get fucked up, which literally equates to I'm about to make bad decisions.
Decisions. Yeah. Yeah.
Yep. That's why I stopped drinking 8 years ago.
I hear these girls say, I'm about to go. Listen, when I get, and you see them, like, you hear about the 21. Hey, yo, you about to turn 21. You happy about going out to drink? No, not really. You know why? Because she been drinking since she was like 14.
I still don't remember my 21st birthday.
She was already getting ran a train on and everything.
At the same time, though, I was already ready to quit drinking around 21.
No, I was still just getting started and having fun.
Like,
I mean, even though I
got
drank a
through
lot
it
in
pretty
high school.
quick.
I mean, I drank in high school and shit too, but
honestly, 21 was the year. The only thing that was special about 21 was it was the only year where my mom can actually look at me and say, "Shit, I can't tell you not to drink," because I was drinking beforehand.
Yep.
It was just the first time that she couldn't. It was the first time she couldn't snatch a drink out my hand.
See, this is where my household is unique. I have a 20-year-old. She hasn't had a drink in her life. I have a 17-year-old. He hasn't had a drink in his life.
Nice.
yeah,
Well
you know
done,
what?
sir.
You know what's crazy, B-Baller? My older two kids, because they were raised by their mom, both started drinking when they were in high school.
Ooh. Well, here's the thing, though. I was drinking when I was in high school too.
So was I, but they were drinking
So was I.
unsupervised and shit.
So was I.
Their parents were
So was
allowed,
I.
or her mom was allowing her and her brother to go to festivals and hang out in the beer tents and shit like that. And when I would catch them and say something about it, I was the bad guy.
Yeah. So yeah,
Because I didn't see no
have.
reason for a 15-year-old little girl to be hanging out in the beer tent with a bunch of drunk adults.
And you're not wrong. But yeah, I realize that what I have is an enigma.
You know, people, I literally had my oldest daughter's mom tell me one time, why don't you try and be more of your daughter's friend and less like a parent?
Fuck that.
I shit you not. Word for word,
man.
dude.
Wow.
And I looked at her and I said, are you fucking dumb?
And
That's
is why
shit is bad right now.
That's exactly why shit is bad.
I said
right on there.
I looked at her, I said, my job is to be her father and only her father. I'm not here to be her friend. She's got enough dumbass friends convincing her to do dumbass shit.
Even to this day, I look at my mother the same way.
Kids
I look at my mother the same way how I would have it if I had my kids now. Once I got to the age of adulthood, yes, you're my mother, but you're my advisor now.
Right.
I make bad decisions on my own, and it is what it is. I
call to tell me I fucked up.
I don't come to you for permission. I come to you for advice.
I come to you for you to reassure me that I did just fuck up.
Got older. At a certain point, you're gonna have to be comfortable with the shit that you make. You can come to me for advice. I'm not here to take care of you anymore.
Now, and see, look, I want you to understand when I say I will never be my kid's friend, I'm not saying that I won't ever be friendly with them, but
right.
I will never be friends with them.
Correct.
My daughters or my sons will never be my friend. That will always be my daughter and my son. I will always be their father.
Correct.
That is the role that I was put here to do. I wasn't put here to be friends with them.
Obi-Wan never told you about your father.
Because even as adults, we adults have enough dumbass friends convincing us to do dumbass shit, and not enough people standing back behind us saying, "Hey, you sure you want to do that?"
I see it a lot. I see it a lot. I've been fortunate not to go through that shit, but I see it so often.
I never understood it. I never understood why a parent would sit there and do that.
Well,
Because
look,
when you do that, you throw away respect. That thing that
Here's the funny part about it: that the parents who just start doing that, guess who they learn it from? The teachers.
What does that look like, though?
The
When a
teachers.
parent tries to be their friend and not their parent,
They
what does
learn
that
it
look
from
like?
the
What are the actual actions?
No, but they learn it from the teachers.
The actions actually end up being more neglect than anything.
Yeah, but it's the teachers who are the guardians that turn around and say, "You don't have to call me Miss Thompson. Just call me Stacy."
No, Resla, what he's asking is what from the parents, what does that actually look like when that's taking place? And from my experience, it more so ends up being a lot of neglect. A bunch of kids basically running free, doing whatever they want with no parental supervision, and someone just coming and going, being their friend, not being a parent.
Which is, again, and it starts in school.
And Fatty, I'm not saying that if you're friends with your kids, that's a bad thing or anything. Because I keep seeing you shaking your head and everything. And I'm not saying that you are.
I'm just saying it can be both, right?
And I'm not saying that you are. I'm just saying from my experience, when a parent decides they want to stop being a parent and being a friend, they don't know how to relegate the two for one to where there's an equal level of both. If that's what they want to do, it's either all one way or all the other way.
Right.
Well, it can't be equal though. Ultimately,
no. It is okay for your child to want to see you as someone that they trust, that you're that confident that they can come and chill with. But at the end of the day, they have to understand that you are their parent, not their friend. Yeah. I don't think you have to tell me. I don't know. I don't think it's one that your kid's gonna come to you and start telling you about life advice and what you should fucking do.
Mine do. Fuck yeah.
Are your kids are adults, right?
Mid-20s by now, yeah.
Oh.
How old is your oldest?
28.
Yeah, that's how old I think my oldest is 27 or 28.
Yep.
It's one thing you're giving advice on shit that I just didn't know about. Like, hey,
well, I mean, in general, though, right?
I wouldn't be giving you life advice like, hey, this is what you listen. This is what you need to be doing with mom. The fuck?
Sure.
Well, look, I just want my kids to know that, look, I'm not going to ever steer you wrong. I don't want you to feel afraid to talk to me about anything.
You ain't putting it down enough. Let me tell you what I be doing with the chicks. Like,
right.
Wait, what?
I just want to get the kids mom.
But look, I'm also that same dad. If my son came to me and said, "Dad, I just murdered someone," well, okay, we can talk about it while I'm taking you to the police station and turning you in.
Yeah.
Because that's just the way it's got to be.
Yeah.
And I think that there's a lack of that kind of actual real maturity, even in adults today.
Man, I've got friends. Have you guys ever heard anybody say it? I want to raise my kids and never have to tell them no.
That's the dumbest shit ever.
Out of here. Fuck.
Why do you think the first word kids learn is no? That's the first word they even understand is no. Think about that for a second. There's a reason for that.
It should be.
Fucking hippies.
Dude, hippies ruin the country, bro. I'm telling you.
Stop. We got to stop.
Now we don't even call them hippies. We call them libs.
Boomers.
No, leave the boomers alone.
It's not the boomers. The boomers are not the ones.
The boomers are the hippies.
The boomers are literally the hippies.
Yeah.
They're literally the hippies and the liberals. They're in academia and voting for the Democratic Party for the last 50 years. That's literally the boomers.
Think about this.
Your children right now. They are not the ones raising your children right now.
But they're also the same ones putting roadblocks up to prevent parents from raising their children properly right now as well.
Yeah, they're just the ones choosing the people who raise our kids
think
right
about
now.
This. Boomers literally neglected their own kids and then turn around and put up laws to prevent their kids from being able to raise their kids properly. Think about that for a second.
Like what?
Like, what happened? What do you think is going to happen? The wrong person goes and turns you into CPS for paddling your child. They'll come and
Oh,
try and
yeah.
take your kid from
Yeah.
you.
And all
Yeah, stop
kinds
calling
of
it
shit.
paddling.
And,
Say
and where do you
spanking.
think them laws came from? The very boomers that beat the shit out of us.
Again, this is the part. This is the part I have a problem with when it comes to the blame shit. Because if all
No.
boomers died tomorrow,
They won't. They don't know how to die properly.
stop. With all the boomers died tomorrow, all the nasty shit's still gonna be happening. You can't blame boomers no
It
more.
will.
You have to look at them. You have
That's
to
because
blame
it's
the
already
people.
been set in motion.
Oh my Jesus, my
Resla, it's
days.
already been set in motion.
Which means that you have to go after the motherfuckers that are there doing it. Because if the boomers are not the ones sitting in front of your kids,
How are anybody supposed to do anything when boomers still to this very day hold over 60% of any kind of government power everywhere in this country, dude? They won't even relinquish that. We can't fix anything.
are the boomers sitting in front of your children right now doing drag time story hour?
No, I wouldn't put my kids in a school like that.
Not what I asked you.
Mama,
Why
I
are we
didn't
looking
say
at
anything.
the other generations that follow shit?
There are boomers that are doing drag time story hour, sir.
Well, we see the problem, and
Oh.
we see the systemic
I
problem.
love how we
Why are we
get
leaving our
tunnel
kids
vision
into
and
it?
we stick on one thing. When we
I don't
can see there
understand
are
what the fuck
younger
you're asking
people,
then, dude.
They fucking ask questions. Don't just stay stuck on them. Ask questions.
You're the one that fucking brought them up.
And yet I said there are other people. There are younger generations. I said this shit. Talk about your teachers who are fucking millennials. Who are
Millennials,
fucking Xers.
Xers. They're
And you
there.
can't see that?
Dude, my kid's school still has some boomers in it.
Oh, gee. The whole world.
All I can go by is what I'm around, sir. I'm not going to fucking privy myself to the rest of the world. My environment is my environment. It's not yours.
I can open my eyes and see the world, not just my life.
So angry man,
I
I'm
still
learning
see the
this.
world. I still see.
I'm learning this, angry man. I mean, angry snowman.
I can literally open my eyes and see the world, not just my life.
We do, as Gen Xers, have to look a little bit beyond what the boomers did, right? Because the boomers yes, they do hold a lot of power, but we have to stop blaming them for everything and recognize that there is a majority of other people here that are a problem. A
They only
bunch
hold
of
as much
them.
power
And we
as we
need
give
to
them.
address
But there
them.
isn't yet.
For real, a boomer literally runs the country.
The boomers still are the majority of the power in this country.
And that's
So
where
they've
I'm-
set up all the institutions that have been here. They're setting up
agree.
all the institutions that are here now, and they're setting up all the institutions that are going to be here in the near future. And they have the majority of the power over all those institutions.
Right, but guys, but how long are we going to do this though? How
Baller,
long are we
this
going to
is
do
exactly
this?
How long are you going to call out, blame shit for where it lies, and call out people who did bad shit? I mean, forever, I hope.
This
I
is
thought that's
exactly
what we
I
did
try
was
to
call
say,
people
B-Baller.
out.
When George Soros dies, they won't know who to blame next. They're gonna still be blaming George Soros after he's fucking long and dead because they won't know who the fuck to blame next.
Of course, are you kidding me?
All I know.
You think the institutions that have been set up this way are going to go anywhere just because some one dude dies?
Right.
Angry man, angry snowman.
FDR's dead. We're still dealing with his social security.
When do the
bullshit.
crisis actor checks start coming?
Angry snowman, you do know that we're next, right? You know that Gen X.
I understand we're next.
We're going to be blamed for the helicopter for being helicopter parents. We're going to be blamed for softening up these kids. That
And
can't
look,
be
and
blamed
I
on the
call
boomers.
us out for that. I know that we're responsible for the kids being the way they are today because we were too
Right.
because we were neglected. We were too fucking soft on our kids. We gave them too much.
Yep.
Right.
You know, we didn't want them to do without like a lot of us did. So we made sure, like for instance, my sister, her kids have never had to do chores.
Damn.
They would literally watch their mom clean up the dishes after dinner at night. And her mom and my sister didn't mind it. Her reasoning was, well, we had to do chores all the time when we were kids. I'm not making my kids do that. But what did it hurt you? It taught you values. It taught you what honest work was. How to appreciate what you have. Why wouldn't you want to share those same values with your kids?
You know where that comes from? That comes from, remember when you were young and you used, all right, I don't know how many of you guys did this. When you were young and you used to go in the kitchen and get some food and your parents used to yell at you, or, you know, you steal peanut butter. That's what I did.
Dude, I wasn't allowed to get in shit without permission.
Right. And what did you always say to yourself? When I get older, I'm not doing this shit to my kids. Butter. Nope. I'm gonna get as much peanut butter and I'm gonna
As
put
I
it on
want.
ice cream as I want. And then when you got older, you ate yourself into being a pig. Like when you start to
Or
get
make
old,
yourself
when you
sick.
yeah, you just get older, you do the things that
Oh yeah,
you
get
were
that
not allowed.
indigestion where you got that yuck mouth from it.
Yes, yes.
You're
So that's where
burping
that
up.
comes from.
Ugh. Yeah, I look, dude. I remember when I got my first apartment. I was that kid that cranked up my fucking heat in the middle of the winter and opened up all the windows and doors because I could until I got that
Right.
first bill.
Right. right.
And then
But
I
that's the
understood.
thing.
And then I understood everything that my parents were bitching about.
But that's the thing. When you get older, you want to do the exact opposite of what your parents did to you, you know? So when I got older, you know how much peanut butter I had in that cabinet? A ton.
A cabinet
When
full of
some
peanut
people,
butter.
yeah, and so when some parents get old, when some people get older and they realize they remember when how they were, their parents told them they couldn't do something. Well, at the time you were a kid, and it may have hurt you, but that doesn't mean that as an adult you've got to do the exact opposite. And that's what we
Right.
tend to see people do is the exact opposite of what they did, and they think it's helpful and it's actually hurtful.
No,
I
Gen
just, I
X is
just,
directly responsible for the self entitlement issue of these
We
young
are.
kids right now. We are.
We are.
We're responsible for it.
Right.
but I just love how like we again we have extras, we have millennials still here in power, looking at making choices, making decisions, voting, raising kids, all the
Not
stuff.
saying,
But we're only gonna look at boomers.
we're not saying
Well,
that they aren't in power, but when the vast
Gen X is
majority,
also responsible for the fact that there's more kids right now coming up through, at least into middle school there, that are part of youth groups and part of churches.
and are in broken homes.
Who's
Sure,
this?
one way or
Who's
another,
responsible?
there's
Like,
more
I just
kids
want
in
to
youth groups right now
like
than there has
what
been
this is
ever
the whole
before.
point where I think it's so interesting that when it comes to the point that we start looking at it, when we start pointing fingers, when is the point we start going, oh wait, they're three pointing back at me too?
We
Look,
just did it.
the Gen Xers probably when there's more Gen Xers than boomers. That's when it's going to
That's
happen. Because look,
that's what's
dude,
gonna
boomers
happen.
are still the
I've gone through so much shit for myself,
Red.
but you know what? At the end of the day, you know what I did not do? I didn't say it was because of the Xers and it was because of boomers. Why the fuck I'm in the position I'm in?
I'm
It's
not
not what the
talking.
fuck I did.
I'm not saying that either. I'm not saying I'm in the position I'm in because of what the fucking boomers did.
The moment I started talking about all the other shit and how many of you are collective, you are pointing strictly at boomers. You are so adamant about it.
I didn't say that. Did I say that was why I was in the position I'm in? Is that what I said? Or did I point out the flaws that the boomers made?
And I say, and we got to put them on boomers only, and you stuck on boomers.
Yeah,
I said
because
there's
I
so
hate
many
them.
other people raising kids, and you want to talk about boomers raising kids.
I can't
Are
fucking
boomers
stand
the only
them.
people fucking raising
That's what
kids?
it
I can't
is.
fucking stand them, dude.
That's
They
what it is.
won't fucking.
See,
They won't, dude. They refuse to let the Gen X
so
fucking step up to the plate. They
okay,
refuse.
Resla, there's no one else for Angry Man to blame. He can't blame millennials. He can only blame his predecessor. Otherwise, he'd have to look at himself and blame himself for something.
And
I
he
do
should.
blame myself for a lot
You
of
do.
shit.
No, you
And he
do.
should.
But what he'll never do is so Wrestler's just asking you why you don't blame yourself is what Wrestler's
And he
saying
should.
For some of the things. But Angry Snowman's never going to blame millennials or like we're going to look at them and
I
judge them
can't
for
blame
who they
Gen X
are, but
and
we can't
millennials for the
blame
I
them
shit
for
they
do.
did.
anything.
I do.
Until
can't
Gen
because
X
they
fades
ain't the
away
ones that
with
did it.
millennials, and
I do. Because at the end of the day, regardless of who or whatever, you're still responsible for what the fuck you contributed to.
Yeah,
That's
but the
it.
boomers are still the first generation in the fucking history to not leave the fucking country better off than what they found it.
So
Here's what we
fucking
got
what? It happened. Now what? It happened. Now
Yeah,
what?
well, it happened.
It
Well, if
happened
that's
already.
it. Well,
Now, in order to fix it, we should
let
look
me
at what
answer.
they
Let
did
me
wrong.
answer you. You want to know what happens next? They let their fucking kids step up to the plate so they can fix the shit.
Why? Why would they choose to roll over? And again, why wouldn't you just
Well,
take it
then
from
why
them?
wouldn't I continue to bitch about people that
You
won't
just
fucking let go of the reins?
Can you let me eat from the table still? Why don't you take it from them?
Why would I stop bitching about people that won't let go of the reins of power?
Take it.
you know, young kids aren't super.
No, see, Wrestle, we don't have the no.
If you want freedom, you take it.
That's not how this country's built.
No, Wrestle had this conversation already. This is he's giving you the millennial point of view. They're gonna take it, and they're gonna love the fact that Gen Xers are sitting by and waiting for it to come to us.
Freedom
we'll never get it.
is not just given to you on a fucking like you have to take it.
No, but
Hey, but okay, wrestler. Here. I'm gonna give you an example of
But and
as you say that.
That is the
Wait.
story of
No.
human
No,
history.
that's
Yeah,
not
you're
true.
right.
That's not
all
true.
throughout history,
Wrestler.
there came a
Story of
point in
human
time where men
history.
would sit down and rest and enjoy their life and let the next
Wrestler.
generation step up.
Wrestler,
Every
you
generation.
hold on.
Everybody here at least have learned about history.
No, hold on. Here's a scenario for you, wrestler. So you think that Donald Trump should he give his fortune to his kids, or should he wait for them to fight for it and give it to someone else? That is the point of the power that Angry Snowman is talking about. If you raised kids as what he believes is a boomer, and you have all this power, isn't the best thing to do is just like a king would give his prince or his princess,
He would pass the
to
crown
give it
down
to
to
them,
his eldest
pass
son.
it down so that they can take care of it. Why would you skip a generation? Why would you do that to the people that you raised? You raised them. Do you hate them that much? Is what Angry Snowman is saying, that you would actually pass them? That's the only gripe he has. I'm not saying I agree with that.
If he wanted to imagine, because the scenario is not if Donald Trump was to pass things down to his children. It's the point of saying, well, Donald Trump is sitting where he is, and he doesn't want to pass shit along. So what should his children do?
Fight for it?
Take it from him.
You crazy.
He'll burn the fucking place down before he gives away.
Yo, Russ is on some Game of Thrones stuff over here.
Guess what? He'll have nothing, and then everybody can then start over.
Well, I'm going to let you know, in reality, that's not what happens. Usually when you have an inheritance, you pass it down. You don't tell them to fight for it. You just pass it down.
You don't train a generation to take your place when it's time for you to step down, and then not give it to them when it's time.
You allow them, just like you said, that this is the next generation. Like when we're gone,
how is Trump not the ultimate boomer in this situation?
He is, dude. He really is.
He is.
Come on. He's not going to give shit away to anybody. He's the biggest, most selfish piece of fucking shit in the whole fucking earth.
Sure, him and millions of others like him. He's not a unique case.
He's the ultimate example.
But he's not a unique case. There will be always people like him.
Everybody's aspiring to be right now.
Always been people like him beforehand.
And God himself to come save America.
He's not the ultimate. You just know him because he's relevant in your timeline.
Yeah.
He's our nemesis.
I mean,
there have been many men just like him.
What's being put out there, right? Isn't the leader of the free world supposed to be the one that shines, and it's wouldn't we all aspire to be?
Don't do this now. Don't do this. You're not going to want to do this.
No,
this is not a good way to go right now.
Isn't it though? No. Isn't it though? Isn't that what?
Well, we're talking about boomers here. They don't have morals.
No, because there are others that are out there. You can look at Nancy Pelosi. You can look at a bunch of people. You could look at
on the list of,
well, you want to talk about ultimate, that woman
of being in office? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and she's got millions. You could talk about a bunch of them.
I know. Jim Jordan, $20 million. Where the fuck did that come from?
Jim Jordan's been in Congress since I was in high school.
And he's not passed one single fucking legislation.
But the fact of the matter that, again, no unique cases. There are plenty of people who throughout history who've also done what they've done.
I get that, Resla. What I'm trying to get across to you, though, is this generation that I'm talking about is the first generation to never want to relinquish power, ever. They are trying to hold on to it till they die.
Because why? Because what's coming behind them? A big liberal wave.
Destitution.
Right? It's like what happens to every fucking old person, right? They realize that the new kids are a little more liberal than they were, and they're a little more accepting, and they kind of have different views about like acceptance and self-worth and self-esteem, right? And they get scared of that, and they put up signs that say, "Get off my fucking lawn."
Every generation turns around and gets worried and say that my generation, my time was the best time, and every generation coming up are more fucked up than mine. Every generation does it.
That's a fact, but it's true with us.
It is.
Wait, not for they as millennials. It's true with us. We look at
you guys don't even know what freedoms you guys didn't even get to experience.
Again, old man, you're making my point by saying it when I'm saying we're looking at younger generation and we're doing it to them. You're not doing anything new. You're big. You know what you're doing right now?
No, Resla. There's people like
a human being. You're being human.
There's people like me that wish
not being
that have
special,
been given the
you're not
opportunity.
special about what you're doing. You're being human.
Resla,
Yeah.
there are people like me that are Gen Xers that wish they would have been given the opportunity to try and fix some of these fucking ills before they got where they are, and try and give our children some kind of semblance of a life like I had when I was a kid growing up. That way
And
they
I'm
could get that,
sure,
so they could have their freedom.
I'm sure there were boomers that wanted to do the same thing.
Yeah, if
Listen,
you
as
can
long
point
as
one
we're
out,
under,
I'll gladly like to meet him.
as
But
long as we're
even if you met them, you wouldn't believe them anyway because you already put them all in the
Oh,
fucking.
I've met a couple boomers that are straight up awesome people, but they're far and few between. Most of them are very selfish and callous people.
They literally climbed the ladder and then pulled it up behind them.
Because we've
The
all
boomer
never
generation.
we've never seen anyone in our generation range that do that, right?
Yeah, and I was just about to say the difference is the boomer generation is known for doing that. It's a
We've
definitive
never
for the
seen that
generation.
in our age range. We've never seen that in our own generation. People
We
do that,
have,
right?
but their generation is defined by it. That's the difference. We see that attitude even going further back. People have
And
always
again,
done that, but their generation is
part
defined
of the issue of just what being human.
Self-confidence.
It's all just symptoms of being human, I guess.
Yes, you know what it's
Who
called?
sings that song?
Greed.
Mama, you gotta
Greed.
come up. Mama, come up here. Defend yourself, Mama, because
Now, look,
I
Mama's
want
actually
to.
an all right. Mama might
I
as well
want.
be a Gen Xer,
I know, but I'm not. I'm not saying anything about boomers for that reason because I know Mama's right there, and she
and
said
she knows
she's
that I
not.
don't mean her.
Okay.
Well, Mom and I already had this conversation. She knows. She knows what I think, and she already listen.
But I know Resla, but that's why OG is her favorite.
And I'm good with that. I ain't fighting for no spot. The fuck? I don't give a shit. She knows I'm okay with being the black sheep.
Yeah,
I'm good. I
The
like my
whites.
position. So long as Josh never tries to take my position, he can stay the run. What's good, Dusty?
Hey, what up? I just wanted to let you know I just rated you. I don't know if you know Rose, but I just blocked her on my channel for saying hot words. So just a warning.
And it's not the first stream she's done it on today.
Oh.
No, she did it on 2 times today. So I just be careful with her. Tread lightly at your own risk.
Go to sleep, Wonk. Get you some cereal.
Rose, are you being
The R word?
Hello there. Yes, I would like to apologize for what happened on Flow Stage channel, but I guess it was a good opportunity for me to recalibrate and understand how it is on these streets. And I don't know if I've ever been on your show, but I was just forwarded to it from Flow State. And so anyway, it's nice to meet you. And I'm sorry that my first impression is so horrifically terrible.
What's the R word?
I'm not going to say what the R word is. I learned my lesson. I understand that things have changed in the past 5 years and people get in trouble for different things. And that now that we're in a situation where it's like you can click on and anyone can join.
Lady, if you've ever been a content
Well,
creator,
let me ask the question for clarification. Just so again, here's what I would like you to do. I would like you to go to that back chat, and I would like you to type in what the word was that you were put up for.
Okay, absolutely. I'll do that right now. Please, excuse me.
Yep.
And I'm curious, how many people go to panels where they don't know anybody or the topic and just hop on?
Plenty of people do it all the
a
time.
lot of people. Yeah,
that's crazy.
But I do appreciate the raid. Thank you, Flo, for it.
There we go.
How else do you meet people?
True.
Fuck, it's
Oh,
early.
she said great.
Patrice O'Neal. Oh, she did a
Oh,
Patrice O'Neal.
okay.
Okay.
I got
Grizzle
you.
dizzle, when you're ticking it out, over on the back of the.
You know, when they said the R word, you were thinking the hard R.
No, I actually wasn't thinking that. I was.
I ain't gonna lie, I was.
The thing is, before it gets downplayed, it wasn't just said once.
Well, I was imitating the joke. I was like.
Yeah, but you also brought up the coof on the stream before the.
Yeah, but look,
I would like to defend myself about that if you'd allow it, but I'm willing to listen as well if you still want to say things about it.
I think that it should be dropped because it had nothing to do with this channel nor anything to do with this discussion.
Fair point.
I agree. Whatever mishaps that you had on that channel, I say the same. Like, it's not that it carries over to anyone else's space. The same way how I say, don't bring your beefs from other people's places over to mine.
Yeah, as you can see, we're doing well enough beefing on our own.
That's a fact.
I joined because I thought the topic you were discussing about how things have changed over the generations with the family unit ever since the 60s. I think that there's a lot of social engineering. I don't know how much you guys are associating social engineering or the organic nature of the human condition, but I love to discuss these topics and can definitely be absolutely G-rated.
I'm not too sure that we really got that much far into it. I'm being very cautious, not with you, but about the conversation, because sometimes people come in and change this whole subject matter of what was being discussed into what they want to talk about, not necessarily what the conversation was based around.
That and
How do we install self-love?
I'm emotional about boomers, so he doesn't want to get me
Oh
off.
no,
He
he's
is
absolutely
very
emotional
emotional
about
about boomers.
He really is.
He needs
Mama,
a
where
pat on
are
the
you?
head. And,
Goes for the
I even
boomer festival.
Rose, I am an equal opportunity hater.
Yeah, me too. I just hate
Like
boomers
Full
more.
Metal Jacket, right? Like the drill sergeant from Full Metal Jacket, where he says, "I hate you all equally."
Equally.
Like I said, I'm an equal opportunity hater too. I just hate boomers more.
yeah, I hate everyone equally except for boomers. I hate them much.
I hate no one. That's weird.
I love you
You
all.
should hate everyone. Give war a chance.
No, yeah, I don't hate anybody.
In
to me,
Look at you being all fucking pious and shit, B-baller.
B-baller already heard what I have to say.
I
When the time comes and the changing of the guard happens, I'm just gonna look up and say, who's moving?
Yep.
So, in order to not detract from the conversation that you were having when I joined, the title is A False Sense of Esteem. And you were relating that to the generations, like the grandpa thinks that they're not work. Can you, update me, please?
No, we were just arguing
No,
about boomers.
that was far back. I had a whole monologue that I do for my show before we start panels. It was so far. We moved so far from we've had several
monologue today, by the
Okay.
way.
So I should just listen for a while and catch up.
Yeah, because right now we're just arguing about boomers.
Resla, check
We-
back chat. I have a request, and then I'll drop it. But I'm not gonna say it because you asked it to be dropped on panel. Just check back chat. I'll tell you.
I just see what the last thing you put.
Would it be the boomers?
I'm gonna type it
inflating
out. I'll let
self-
you know when I type it out.
Okay.
We weren't
Hey,
even
Mama.
talking about the boom. There we go. Mama's yes.
What's up, Mama?
Mama, I've been drinking.
Ever.
You're lucky I'm out of drink too.
So you notice, Mama, I didn't say anything about the boomers.
Yeah, no, he's
Mama
just
knew I wasn't
noticed.
talking about her.
I noticed. I'm so proud of you. You are such a solid guy.
And I say this because there was once upon a time that I did talk about the boomers, and then me and Mom had a discussion. And
he's such a kiss ass.
no, we did.
And the boomer told you how to think correctly.
No, it wasn't.
Dude,
just
she
me.
ain't giving you any of her stale purse candy, dude.
Stop. Listen, it was me, It was me, Mayo Monkey, and Mama. We had a discussion.
All right, Resla, listen to back.
Look, like I said, you are not getting any of her stale purse candy. Forget it.
Her loose candies.
The Werther's Originals, the
I'm looking-
strawberry.
I got my eye on that jar, that glass bowl full of peppermints.
But Mama, you know I'm not talking about you too, right?
I know. You know, I really hate it that that your generation has has soured on my generation so badly.
You know why?
I hate it too.
But
It's
here's
really
why, because
it's
like
really
her
a
kids.
shame.
It's a cop
It's
out.
like her kids. No, it's like her kids have just don't like their parents.
It's like the kids don't love her no more.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, Mom. I'm sorry for interrupting.
my kids are older than most of you guys.
Are your kids boomers?
I'm gonna say grandkids. No offense, man.
So wait, are you
Actually, I do have grandchildren that's approaching their 40s.
Mama, you know I'm 46 years old. Right?
Yeah, you're 1 year younger than our only in a motorcycle accident, by the way. So, but anyway, he's getting better. He's at home with 24-hour care. So
excellent.
Yeah. But I need you guys to clarify something.
Hmm?
And that is, which particular group of boomers do you disdain so much? Because
the majority of them.
They're talking. They're really harping on the ones that took over the market, which is actually not the majority. A lot of boomers. I've done the research and everything. A lot of boomers are actually in the part of either being in their old folks' home or they're already been homeless. It's a very small percentage that took over the entire markets that they're claiming as being all of you, basically.
Well, Comrade Resla.
No, it's
so,
just,
Mama,
it isn't
I
that
think
way.
it was all the voting they did and the lack of participation.
I think I can clear this up. I think what Angry Snowman is upset with are the yuppies.
Yes, the ones that claim to be something they're not.
The ones that
Resla, we wish to overthrow and seize the means of
the ones that
started this Fallen Valor bullshit.
Right, the ones that went from being free love out in Woodstock to being out in the corporate field and making all the money. Those are the people that he's pissed off with because they're the people that have the power. Am I correct?
Well, even so much the corporate, it's more so the. But yeah, it's those. It's the boomers that really should be enjoying their retirement right now, and enjoying the fact that they contributed to society and letting their kids actually be a part of the society.
Exactly. That's who he's talking about.
You know, because you know just as well as I do, Mama, that
so you're,
as far as
so
the way that
you're kind of
go ahead. Go ahead, Mama, you got it.
Basically talking you're basically talking about the hippie era, the ones that the boomers that came of age. The boomers that came of age at 1960, 60, you know.
Yeah, the Woodstock, the Woodstock hippies that ruined the country. My parents' era.
And you know that there's really only a handful of those people that are in power, right? I mean,
it depends on what you consider power because they're on different levels.
Because I'm kind of the subject of their greed.
Are you a voter?
I mean, even though I'm a boomer, I'm a young boomer.
Right.
Are you a voter?
You're like a Gen Xer boomer.
Doesn't matter. He hates you all the same.
No, I don't hate her. Like I said,
there's some
voter? Straight up people. They're just far and few between.
Right. And when the conversation comes up and that word comes up, everybody in that generation will start to feel it.
Yeah, they all become a monolith, unfortunately.
Well, no. Well, my point is they hear it and then it hurts them. Just like if I were to say millennial, every millennial
it's like, for example, like even with my parents are boomers. I can try and talk to my parents about shit that they did when I was a kid, and they fucking completely deny it. Like I'm fucking crazy. I've lost my mind and I didn't live the life I lived. That's the type of shit I'm talking about. A lot of them can't even accept their own fucking flaws and mistakes they made.
Just parents in general.
No, that isn't parents in general, because a parent can actually admit when they did something that was wrong.
Well, hopefully every adult can admit when they've done something wrong or have hurt someone, or even have the perception that they've hurt someone, whether it's their child or a stranger. Hopefully they can say, hey, look, I misunderstood what you said. I misinterpreted something you did. I didn't understand where you were coming from. I misjudged you. I judged you harshly. I did something harsh. I mean, hopefully, as a human being, you can bring yourself to that point.
Well, I guess you got to be a human being, right?
That, so you can say that to another person. Okay.
Like I said, that would require you to be a human being, right?
Well, and hopefully, I'm a human being.
Well, you are.
You know, I have issues with the same people in power because they're of my generation doesn't mean that I think they're perfect people.
Right. The
Because
people in power should have done let go of it by now.
Because I did not walk their path and they did not walk my path.
I'm just saying we put, well, think about it, Mama. We literally put term limits on a president because we had a president that was in a wheelchair about ready to die and he was still winning elections. FDR, for those that don't know. But yet we have congressmen and women like Dianne Feinstein dying in service in Congress with her aides doing all of her work for her. This is ridiculous.
And that's where, that's where Angry Man, listen, I'm fighting with you all the way. I'm when I say I'm fighting side by side with you. You and I agree on a lot of things. And I even agree with that last point you have. But I usually, when I touch this subject, I usually like to at least talk to some of the people. And have you ever spoken to Mom in the background?
Yeah, that's how that's
Okay,
how I know that me and her have the problem with the same kind of boomers because we've had discussions in the back.
Were you in the conversation with Mayo and myself, or no?
No.
Okay.
No,
no. But Wally and the Beaver both had kids, right? But Eddie Haskell did too.
That's a fair point.
Hey, what's good, Mo?
How's it going? I came from the raid and I came in the mid of the boomer talk, and I had a bit of a different perspective I'd like to put out there because I actually have some friends that are around my age, and they've also passed on their.
Do you mind us asking?
Thoughts? Pardon?
Do you mind asking us asking what generation you are? When you say your age, I don't know what that is.
I late 30s, so I don't know what that puts me. I guess
you're a millennial.
Millennial, yeah, I guess.
Millennial. Yeah.
But I guess I have a different perspective on this.
Well, before you get started, if you could, Mo, the one thing I want you to understand is the millennials' relationship with boomers is far different than the Gen Xers' relationship with them. They were your grandparents.
Yeah, and I can only comment on
about
what I can my point of view, right?
Right.
But one thing that I don't hear talked about a lot is you look at the previous generations before, and yeah, they may have made mistakes, and there's a lot of bullshit we have to deal with in current environment, inflation and all kind of other nonsense. But we also have a lot of things that they didn't have, right? So currently, I can go into a chat box with an AI attached to it, and I can have it give me a blueprint on how to open my own business step by step. I can have a business spun up in a matter of minutes. Boomers and all our previous generations, they had to actually go and learn from somebody or take class or
that's a fact.
Whatever right? So things are.
Are you a business owner?
I am. So things are bad, right? But there's also a lot of good. And so not to be crass or judgmental, but I can't help but kind of feel like, and this goes with my friends too, I feel like it's just a lot of complaining and not about more looking at opportunities that we currently
I admit it's complaining 100%. It's 100% complaining.
My friend, I have to ask how that's kind of relevant, the technology that we have versus boomers, because the boomers had electricity when their grandparents didn't.
Yeah, and I'm sure they had complaints about their previous generations, right?
Yeah, I mean,
I was thinking the economic environment in which to start a business now is much more difficult than it was during the boomer generation.
It's crazy.
Things are so bad. We have people choosing to live off grid.
The problem is the boomer generation is marked as being the only generation in human history that has sacrificed their children's future for their own betterment.
Do you think they did that with malicious intent?
Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely. They did it if they didn't do it maliciously, they did it with wanton abandonment, which is worse.
Hey, I can only go by my personal experience, dude. I started out with a negative credit score because of my father's doing when I was a kid, which already set me back as an adult. That's the type of shit boomers did.
Well, the
open up bills. I mean, you know how many TikToks I've seen where guys are going and trying to get a home loan and they find out they can't get a home loan because they got a foreclosure or default on a loan that they never
Sure.
had.
You say that, but again, I didn't even live with my parents till way later. I lived with my grandparents, both boomers, never did it to me.
Lucky for you, you had decent fucking boomers. You were their grandkid. And you know what's crazy? Boomers treated grandkids a whole lot different than their kids.
You're muted,
No,
Resla.
no. What I'm saying is that not all boomers are the same.
I'm not saying
No,
they
but
are. And I've already given you that, Resla.
Defined as that. That means that the people who aren't like that are outliers. And outliers do.
I gotta
outliers
accept. I gotta accept all the woes and the wills of what Gen X did.
I literally would say it's about 30% of boomers that actually did all the shit that you're really complaining about. The other set of them were literally normal people, lost their shit, or even homeless. You're literally raising the majority of your vitriol on about 30%, if not less.
I disagree.
Yeah, that's just not what the numbers say.
Because the boomers were the ones that started the broken home trend.
Go look at the numbers. Like you'd be surprised how many boomers are actually homeless.
But boomers own more homes than any other generation.
Are they homeless now?
And it's not even close.
Are they homeless now, or were they homeless throughout their life?
They're even buying more homes now than new generations.
Well, see, here's the thing.
They're buying up the homes so the new generations can't buy.
Here's the thing about boomers: they had so much wealth because of the circumstances of being born after World War II in the unique situation, the most unique economic situation the world has ever seen for any country.
Right.
They were able to be, from teenagers and young kids out partying, having fun, being able to afford a house on a single income, take care of a family, do that all throughout their life to the point now that they're old as fuck, they're wasting their money, their retirement, their 401k, so they're becoming homeless because they're still trying to live in the glory days.
Well, that's because they wasted their inheritance that their parents gave them too in their 30s and 40s.
So boomers, and I have this conversation with my grandmother and my grandfather. I don't hate boomers.
Generational wealth isn't established by passing on resources; it's by passing on knowledge. So
except when you have resources,
that's been proven time and time again.
Good luck.
I would love to see a citation on that.
It was commonplace.
Well, no, it's very common. That's why
that's actually true, because the next generation that comes up, if they don't have the knowledge, guess what they do? They sell the shit off.
That's why trust fund kids.
Yeah, they have a lavish life doing so. While it takes a generation and a half to 2 generations to piss it away, and never have to work a day in your life either.
Gen X is the first generation to not receive an inheritance, to not have their parents even provide a college fund, to not do anything at all, to actually leave them in debt. Like my parents, I have a bill. I got billed when my parents died.
Let's not.
I mean, a lot of these folks don't even have the foresight to get fucking life insurance, so their kids ain't got to bear the burden of that.
Well, let's not do it on an individual person. Let's talk about what they did for society, right? They destroyed the social safety nets and gutted and restructured the things like college loans. They used to be able to declare bankruptcy and default on those loans. We can't do that.
Aren't they also responsible for making college loans government backed?
Yes. Also, boomers used to beat the shit out of their elderly in the nursing home, and then when they got old, they were like, maybe we should protect elderly rights and elderly property.
Yeah, boomers were actually the first ones to put their parents in nursing homes.
Yeah, they've done everything to destroy. They've done everything to destroy this society. Even if they're poor, right? Even if they are homeless, the way they voted. Your vote affects your fellow citizen, whether you like it or not.
And unfortunately, the future is still going to be affected for many years because of the decisions boomers made and are still making. Because
it needs to be pointed out, otherwise it won't change.
And it's not even really. It's not. I joke around about hating boomers, but I don't really hate them. I have no reason to.
I mean, think about it. They're the first generation to, like I said earlier, when they get to a certain age, not be willing to relinquish power to their own children and bypass them to their grandchildren. Why are they so scared to let their own children have the reins?
Because their children are liberal, bro.
Vengeance.
So I'll just
dude, most boomers were liberal.
I'll just throw this one more thing out there. Like my dad,
No.
he had me later in life, right? He's almost 90, right?
Mhm.
And he was a poor fisherman from Louisiana. He didn't really leave me anything. So I guess my point is, I don't think it was done with any kind of malice or anything. I think a lot of people today, they have the ability to research all these things, and we have information so quickly, we can identify problems much more rapidly. Boomers and all these older generations, they were just doing what they could within their realm of possibilities and what they knew, right? I mean, that's just, I don't see how you can focus on that. Now, to be fair, sure, some of them probably can be blamed for doing heinous things, but to lop them all into just this malicious intent group, I don't think is really fair, and it also doesn't help you.
Well,
It doesn't help you get. It doesn't help you get further along.
This is not about help. It's not about help.
my
It's just
friend,
about complaining.
like I said, even if it wasn't malicious, it was done with wanton abandon, which is worse.
Well, what I'm saying
Done
is, like,
ignorance.
you have all these tools now. It's up to us to make the next generation better, right?
Did you know? No, did you not hear? You're fucked because of them. You can never do well on your own because of them. It's all over for you and Alpha and Beta and Zeta and whoever's after because of them.
Are you guys
It's
not
going to be a lot
Are you
harder.
really going to deny that things are getting worse generation by generation?
Is
Economically,
it not harder for you to buy a house now?
less and less home ownership. These are, you talk about statistics, Resla. These are statistics that you can go look up right now. There's less and less individual home ownership.
I've actually done
Everything's getting shittier.
I've actually
All the
done
liberals are buying up all the houses, right?
That's the funny part about it. I've actually done this stream already, and I would say I don't want to be the dead horse. I'm just gonna say I don't want to be the elderly.
All I'm
Yeah.
saying is, it's like if you look at the country like you would look at a small town that's got the same old money that's been running that town for the last 80 years. That's what I'm talking about. That's what we have. Old money, old ideas, old people that are out of touch, trying to revolutionize this country and not allowing the young adults who should be stepping up and taking their place, step up and take their place.
What are they trying to revolutionize, though? Aren't they trying to conserve the status norm?
I don't know.
Yeah,
what
they're trying to keep the
do.
status quo. They sell revolution,
Yeah,
so that they can keep the status quo.
Well, conservatives only ever want to conserve their bank account and the GDP.
I don't know. You can still buy a plot of land for pretty cheap, and then put a mini house on it, and then build what you want on it. Out of the
depends
country
on the local
somewhere.
codes.
And then you can no. You can go to certain places where you can build all kind of crazy shit without getting crazy codes, especially if it's like right on the
Still
country.
going to depend on the local codes.
And
No,
then
like
you
it-
can,
like
it
and then you
does
can
depend.
work
Gives a
remotely.
bit.
You can work remotely and have all this, and that's something that the previous generation never had access to.
I think that's a beautiful example of what we're talking about. We're at the point now where you're bragging about having less land and less space for more work and more money.
Well,
Oh,
Yeah.
millennials. So, hold on. So he's a millennial. He doesn't
Yeah,
see it
yeah.
as more work. He sees it as, you can go over there and use AI and everything comes to
The
you
funny part,
easily.
I even I heard that and I'm shaking my head. No, that's not going to be the thing.
I mean, I think it's pretty
Productivity is only
I was
going
able
up.
to get a pretty good property out in the country. I like it, but
You're a homeowner?
Again, like
Yeah.
I told Snowman, let's not
you
not judge this argument based on individual experience. Let's
Sure,
go-
I'll
But
grant that's
exactly what it's
anecdotal.
turned into. It
So
has
listen.
never really been at the point of being generalized. It's always been hyper specific.
For me, it is
with
individualized.
Snowman because
I
of
ain't gonna lie,
hatred for boomers.
dude. It's just because I hate the ones that brought me into this world.
Yeah, well, the thing is, not everybody,
Now we're getting somewhere, bro.
not
Well, look,
everybody
dude.
can
That.
be a coder. Not everybody can work these remote jobs.
I can tell you
You're
some
not
shit
gonna
that would
have a
blow your
nation
mind,
built of
fatty.
people.
I know. I've been there, dude.
That's true. I'm just making
Like I
reference
said,
that it's
fucking
possible.
Eddie
Things
Haskell
are
had
no,
kids
possible
too,
now.
man.
And I respect that, Mo, and I'm not trying to discourage you because as much as I hate boomers and as much as I am speaking these facts, I agree with you that people, instead of bitching, people should be attempting to do these things. It's okay. Here's the thing: you need to point it out,
Yeah, I was gonna say
like
you got to point out
like
the
Patty
problem
and
before it
Snowman
can be
said,
fixed.
but you also have to sack up and go out there and attempt to find a solution because that's what you have to do.
I guess
to
my
survive.
question then
I
would
don't
be,
know what
are
the
you trying
solution is
what are you
anymore at
trying
this
to
point.
fix though?
That takes
Because
self-confidence.
it's already been done, right?
Yeah,
Again,
there's
here's the
nothing
funny
to
part
be
about that,
fixed.
though. Here's the funny part about it. For all of the complaining that I heard to come down to a point now we're in 2025 and to say, but yeah, we don't even know what to do.
What the fuck are we supposed to do?
Yeah, I think it'd be opting out of the current system.
My point. I haven't finished my point. I haven't finished my point. I have not finished my point because this is the point I even had before with both Snowman and B Baller. When I say like, and you guys are still talking about, well, we don't even know what to do. And the one thing that we are doing is this: we're sitting back and we're doing this.
Just like
What are you doing? Waiting for your opportunity, right?
No, no, waiting to snatch it from you.
They're waiting for their opportunity, B Baller, the opportunity
Right.
we were never given.
Well, they're going to take it from you.
Once you realize the system is rigged against you, you can opt out of it. I think that's what millennials are doing, the successful ones anyway.
But are we just sitting back being observers, or are we actually doing something about it?
Well, I think if you walk the walk, you're doing something
You don't know
about
what
it.
to do. So that the answer was no. You don't know because you're still trying to figure out what to do.
I'm not
paralyzed by all the options.
It's like making fun of people. Okay.
Hey, here's the funny part about it. We may have a plan that's not even gonna work. That may not even work in our favor. But here's the funny part about it. We have a plan. We're not saying we still don't know.
Because we know our plan is gonna fail.
You know, one thing that I've noticed too with a
we
lot
only
of
learn
like,
shit
I've
by
met
failing.
a lot of
We don't learn
different-
shit by sitting on the couch and pondering.
Right. Yeah.
Well, I just find it interesting that boomers
Not for nothing. Doing something and failing is better than not taking any action at all.
Exactly. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, but you don't think that trying to speak up about what's been done and trying?
Do you try to negotiate with terrorists?
On an individual scale, doing is better than not doing.
War should always be the last option, but if they don't let you negotiate, put one in their head and two in their chest.
So angry, man.
I'm here. We're still trying to negotiate with terrorists.
I didn't know I was a terrorist.
No, no. Apparently the boomers are. Why are you still negotiating? Why are you still?
You know what? Yeah, Resla.
Mr. Kidnapper,
baby.
You want to know? Mr. Kidnapper, please. Mr. Kidnapper, I'm just still waiting, sir. Mr. Kidnapper, the fuck are we doing here?
Angry Snowman, I knew this would blow up in our faces.
You know what's crazy? They don't even. Dude, they don't.
I don't know. It just sounds like he joined the violent revolution against the boomers.
Hey, B-baller, they don't.
This
know
is a win-win.
They don't know what it's like that their parents literally had to be reminded at 10 o'clock every fucking night to where are your children at tonight? It's 10 o'clock. Make sure you check on them.
That's why we got
I got that too. I got it. I did you forget? I got that. I used to see kids in the milk carton. I got that too.
There you go.
I got it too. It wasn't just you. And yet I still have this mindset. It wasn't just you.
No, the difference is your boomer parents that you had were different than a lot of others. You got lucky, Resla.
And yet
we had boomer grandparents.
And at the end of it, oh Snowman, what did I say?
I don't know. Tell me, what'd you say?
You hear that? You hear that?
The clock's ticking. I told you they don't even know how to die right.
When the signal goes off.
You don't want Hunger Games with Gen X, bro. You don't want Hunger Games with Gen X.
Rings, will you be standing on the front line?
You do not, Resla. You don't want Hunger Games with Gen X. That's
Really?
the last thing you want.
Will you be standing on the front line?
Okay, dude.
Dude, are you serious? You really want a Hunger Games with Gen X?
Will you be standing on the front lines? Because we will not be asking. We will not be negotiating with terrorists.
No, we'll let you guys fight amongst yourselves and then sort out the rest.
I was just thinking the same exact thing.
Resla,
get to it.
Are you from the South or the Midwest?
Sir.
I spent my whole life foraging.
I'm asking for a legitimate question because the South and the Midwest, even up until the mid 2000s,
New York, born and bred, New York.
Okay, well, I want you to understand the Midwest is an open air. The Midwest and South is an open air insurgency camp. I don't think you want that fight.
Yeah, the Midwest is way different than the city, bro.
No,
I grew up in the woods. I grew
I'm
up on the
gonna do
lakes.
this. I'm gonna
I
say
grew
this.
up
I
in
said
the
this with
channels.
respect.
See,
I said this
the
with respect.
difference
I
between
said this
gang
with
God,
respect. This ain't no Bin Laden tape. We don't give a fuck about all your mouth.
Squeal like a pig.
the difference.
We don't care about all your mouth moving.
Real
I
pretty
mean,
mouth.
I'll tell you some stuff after stream. All right, some stuff I can't say on stream.
This ain't no Bin Laden tape. We not just gonna hear you talk a whole bunch of shit. We on that fleece
I'll
Johnson.
prove it to you off stream.
And I want you. And we can do this the easy way.
Resla, I'll pull it up for you off stream. Okay.
Tesla, what are you doing?
I agree. A national divorce is imminent.
What does that look like, though?
I don't know, dude. It's
what-
going to be a segregation all over
It
again. That's what it's going to look
looks
like.
beautiful.
You know what? You know what that looks like? I played it yesterday. Big Dick Randy. That's what it looks like.
Looks like what?
Yeah, what's
I don't know that.
I don't know what you just said. I didn't understand what came out of your mouth.
I don't know that reference. Say I've never seen that again.
Is that Pickle Rick?
It looked like Pickle Rick.
What are we doing out here? What is that? What is that even? I don't know. What
Don't ask questions.
That was a hot mess, dude.
Well,
let's let that just fall into history.
No, let that marinate in your soul.
No, I'm
What
good.
did you mean by that?
Pass.
What did you mean by that?
See, Mo, see what you started? You came here with your smooth voice and your level-headedness and your pipe, and this is what we get. We get Pickle Rick.
Yeah, I was just trying to put forth a different idea, but I wasn't expecting Big Dick Randy to come out of the woodwork.
He wasn't expecting Big Dick
I didn't have that on. I didn't have that on my video.
Big Dick Rick don't fuck
I-
around.
I thought you were hailing Josh.
Golly.
Where is he? He's usually part of the. He's usually part of the demon crowd that gives me a headache.
So in that scenario, are you Big Dick Randy Resla?
We taking it all. Show up without a warning.
So you the okay.
Show up without a warning. Taking it.
Oh, guys, I enjoyed the discussion, but my dog needs to go out, so I'll be around. And I'll pop in again later.
Oh, sure. Use your dog as an excuse to run away. Go ahead.
Yeah, you
I
can
expect
call
at
us
the front
late,
line.
but
Good talking, Mo.
take care, guys.
Yes, sir.
You know, part of me wishes there would be a real purge just once.
No, I never
So
wish
here's
that.
the funny
no.
part about that, because a lot of people who like the purge and the Civil War, a lot of people say that. I'm like, you really have no idea. Like everybody thinks they're gonna be the cowboy that makes it.
No, dude, I just want to go purge a couple people. That's it. There's just a couple people on my hit list. That's it. And then I'd feel better about myself. Because you've heard me say multiple times on your stream, people that cry for revolution and civil war in this country don't understand what they're asking for. They don't understand the hell that they really want to bring into this country. They don't know what it's like to have bloodshed in their backyard.
They don't know what it's like to be shot at and shoot back.
Yeah, I think we'd make it out all right if something like that happened.
I think overconfidence has been the thing that took a lot of people down.
It ain't about overconfidence. It's called patience.
Here's the funny part about it. It's a lot of people like to say that they are so prepared, but they forget about something that's really simple. The human body and the unexpected, not expecting the unexpected are the things that bury you. Life is very unpredictable.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it is.
And nobody can ever be fully prepared for anything.
So the idea that people are just like, you know what? It would be a good idea. You have no fucking clue.
That's a fact.
And here's the funny part. Here's the reason why I say anyone that says that they look forward to it, obviously is not being the wise man, because the wise man understands that he doesn't know everything.
And that's a fact, man. You know how many times when I was a white nationalist, I ran into people that would want revolution. One of the funniest moments in my life is I asked this guy that always talked about it, always said he wanted revolution. I asked him, "Have you ever even fired a gun?" And honest to God, this man's reply to me without skipping a beat was, "I shot a airsoft gun."
Oh my god.
I'm like, what's your mile?
Dude,
What's any? Do you know how to? Do you know CPR? Do you know any first aid skills? Can you grow food?
Dude, that's the shit we went through in militia and fucking 3%er movement, shit like that.
So like 99% of the people, black, white, nationalists, communists, 90% of these people have never been shot at. They don't know CPR. They don't know first aid. They don't know basic skills like construction, and and obviously we're American, so they're not in the best health. Like, so it just is what it is.
My daddy was the first person to threaten my life with a gun when I was 7, so I'm okay. I can handle it.
Damn.
Fucking boomer.
My ex-wife was the first.
Tough crowd.
No, I just don't look to compete.
Good. We're gonna take it from you, Resla.
Oh no, you're not gonna take it. I'm not gonna let you know what I do. I'm gonna let
Wait,
you. I'm
what do
gonna
you do?
let you. I'm gonna let you underestimate me.
Ooh, Resla, man.
Look, I may not be as agile and as stout as I used to be in my younger age. Maybe a little softer now, but I do have the skills to be able to survive, for my family to survive, and to teach my kids to be able to survive.
I'm gonna
That's
stop
something,
this.
and that right there is something that is dying on the younger generations. Is
Resla's
the
taking it too
ability
serious.
to survive.
If you can't can food and you can't dehydrate meat or smoke meat, just stop. Let's end the conversation there.
I can.
Well, I can. I know you can. We've
I
talked about
know.
it.
I know how to butcher my own kills when I go out and hunt deer and shit. I don't take it to a processor. I do the shit myself.
I'll look it up on YouTube when the time comes.
Dress it out there in the field and
Yeah.
clean it up after it bleeds out at home.
And I even have the added benefit to have a best friend whose mom is a boomer, but she had kids all the way until she just couldn't biologically anymore. So he's a Gen Z. So she has taught me and all of his friends how to create herbal medicines that work.
When you know what, when I was a kid, if I went fishing or I went like squirrel hunting or rabbit hunting, whatever I brought home, I had to clean. So if you killed it, you cleaned it. That's just the rules in my house as a kid growing up. And I used to bring home a mess of channel cats, bro. Mess of them.
You had to get the needle nose pliers. Do you have the ones that bend, or do you have to do it with the straight needle
Dude,
nose?
you don't need no needle nose pliers. You just stick your fucking hand down in their mouth. They ain't got no teeth.
How about no? How about no?
All they got is a big tongue and a jaw, bro.
How about
what
no?
are you
That's
scared
icky.
of?
That is icky. No.
Icky.
That is
Hey,
icky.
hey, Fatty, be honest. How bad did that squirrel smell the first time you skinned one?
Oh, fucking squirrels are nasty.
Aren't they though?
I was a
Them and
child when I
rabbits,
skinned
dude,
my
them and
first
rabbits
deer, so
smell so
I
bad when you
grew
clean
up.
them.
They got that gland back there too.
But they're
They
good
did.
eating, man. I'm gonna tell you what, they're good eating if you clean them right.
Squirrel stew all the way.
My grandpa
And
or
Big
my
Red,
uncle used
little
my uncle used to
grazer.
make this shit called roadkill chili, man. Had everything
yeah.
that you'd find dead on the side of the road in it.
Look at me and Resla, the Sidley boys. We're just like, what the hell are they talking about?
Yeah, I grew up eating coon and squirrels, rabbits. Every now and again, the uncle would throw some possum meat in there just to make shit real funky.
Never did no possum.
Only the
I've
back
had
legs. That's all you want. You don't want the whole possum, just the back legs.
That's a fact. It's just the back legs, like frog legs. I've had coyote before.
Score one for the boomer. Just
you ever
taught
had-
you something today. Cha-ching.
Have you ever had fresh frog legs or rattlesnake?
I've had fresh frog legs, dude. I used to go frog gigging in the creek right behind my house.
I like frog gigging. You have your little trident. You're like,
Dude, I took one of them three forked rakes for gardening, and I straightened out the prongs on it, and that's what I used as my gig to
Oh,
go
you
out there and
getting
spear
them
them.
bullfrogs, them rivet motherfuckers. Nah,
Usually you didn't find the bullfrogs around the creeks. Those would be by ponds. You only found the little frogs and toads by the creeks and shit. And you had to be quick with them motherfuckers because they were fast.
all right, Resla, Baller, have y'all ever went snipe hunting?
No.
With that,
Nobody ever took you
Yeah, that's a
snipe
new
hunting?
term. I'm curious.
Y'all never went snipe hunting?
What the fuck, snipe hunting?
Oh man, yeah. See, y'all were not in the Boy Scouts.
Is that where white nationalists go hunting down black people?
It's got to be because he asked Resla and B-Baller. So.
Well, they said they were city boys, so.
Oh, okay. I thought it was the black guys. The two black guys.
Yeah, I can tell y'all did not have fun childhood.
If anybody ever tells you they want to take you snipe hunting, just tell them no.
Yeah,
just tell them no.
Oh, no, you gotta go.
A snipe is an actual animal. It is a small
but it's
bird.
not in the U.S. It's not.
Yeah,
they only come out at night.
It's a rite of. It's where you take newbies and tenderfoots into the woods and you chase them around and mess with them, and then you go.
Well, that's like trying to shoot one of them damn, what do they call them? Little tiny birds that fly around barns and shit.
Yeah, it's like everybody. Like every Boy Scout troop ever from all over the country is like the first camping trip. You go snipe hunting, and the older kids just like they mess with the younger kids.
Yeah,
it's initiation. It's a rite of passage.
It's a rite of passage. It's a joke. Yeah,
that was not what happened with me. We did rabbit hunting.
Oh, you was in the Boy Scouts?
No, not the Boy Scouts. We just our rite of passage was also hunting.
Dude, we used to take 410s out and blow bunnies up with them.
Literally
blow, 410 will literally blow a bunny up.
Do it with a 10 gauge.
No, 410 was more fun because it
No,
literally blew it all. Dude, it literally blew it all. You saw was guts and legs fly. I'm telling you, it's fun.
The buckshot. Tell you what.
Dude, fuck buckshot.
Yeah, I prefer a slug.
Fuck buckshot, fuck birdshot. Anybody that goes out deer hunting with buckshot needs to put their fucking gun down.
No, for the birds.
No, I know people that used to go hunting with buckshot. Who fucking wants to pick out a bunch of pellets out of their meat?
Buckshot is really only for QCP. And even then, meh.
It depends on the buckshot.
Yeah, and there's only 4 of them in a 410 usually.
Actually, be honest with you, the most fun I ever had, I haven't actually been able to successfully do it yet, was going out and actually stalking deer with a bow. You know, I started doing that with a buddy of mine the last few years, being the wife lived in Ohio during hunting season. And dude, that's way more fun than sitting in a blind waiting for it to walk in front of you. Going out and actually looking for the markings and, you know, stalking them and tracking them down. Yep. My buddy got one, which is still exciting as fuck watching it happen. But man, you don't realize just how much fun that is going out and trying to be quiet, stealthy.
Also, how much work
work it is to be aware of, you know, like I said, the tracks, the marks of knowing where they at, you can see where they bed down. You can see where they rub on trees. You can see their footprints, you know, so they'll lead you right to them. Just are you quiet enough to sneak up on them?
Like I said, I'm good enough with a bow to go for a deer. The right thing I just don't know right now how to do is how to dress it. That's all.
Oh, that's easy, bro.
That's the easy part of it, man. All you do is cut it from the fucking nuts all the way up to its fucking throat and empty out its fucking insides.
Yeah, be very careful though. Do not pierce the stomach.
Yeah, don't pierce the
or the bladder.
Yeah, it will get stinky and it'll
get stinky.
It'll make the meat bad. That's why they tell you not. Why do you think that they tell you to be wary about what kind of deer because there's people that'll pick up deer that have been hit by cars. Like there's people that are on sheriff's lists where the sheriff will call them, hey, we have a deer that got hit. You want to come pick it up? And there's people, you got to be careful about that because they could get their guts blowed up inside. Now all that meat's ruined from where their guts got blowed up.
It depends. if it's tainted or not, but 9 times out
If
of
it
10,
was hit pretty hard to where it's fucking broken up and bruised, dude, you might as well just fucking throw that shit in the trash. I'm
yeah,
telling
but
you
I
right
know
now.
some rednecks that'll just power clean that shit up.
I don't know a single redneck that's going to
Um,
power clean that shit, dude. They're going to throw it in the trash. They're going to turn it into dog
make
food.
dog
If
food.
it's
Yeah.
been out there for about 2 or 3 days, yeah, for sure.
That ain't even good enough to be jerky to a redneck.
You know what's sad about that is when you find when you get called to pick up a moose and find out
Damn,
that
mooses are fucking huge.
1,500 pounds of meat have been tainted.
Yeah, mooses
That's
are huge.
sad.
It's a waste.
When I was, I think, about 23, 24, I had an 86 Pontiac Grand Prix. I was going around this curve outside of town, man, and I was going well over the speed limit. It's a 65, and it was like a split where one road went one way and then curved the other way, and I went around the curve, and I was doing probably like 80, 90 mile an hour going around this curve, and this fucking dumbass deer just comes trotting right out in front of me. It's like the motherfucker saw my headlights and said, "Hey, I want to go walk in front of this motherfucker." Dude, I hit that deer so hard with that fucking with that fucking Firebird that I hit it. It hit the front of the car. It caused the hood to buckle a little bit to where it slid up, hit where the hood buckled, then bounced off of that, bounced off the hood of the roof of my car, and shot straight up in the fucking air like 20 feet, dude. I was so fucking mad. Then the reason why I was mad is because it ripped off my pop-up headlight, and those are hard to find. But yeah, But you know what? I still took that motherfucker, put it in the trunk of that fucking Firebird, and took it home.
You know what? Anybody who's older than me is a boomer, so I'm glad that fucked up your Pontiac. 'Cause I hate boomers.
Dude, I had an 86. Like I said, that 86 Firebird I had, I was going to turn it into Knight Rider, dude.
I'm just messing with Snowman. I'm just messing with Snowman.
My buddy, he had the Smokey and the Bandit one. I was going to turn that one into Kit that I had.
Oh, man.
Dude,
No,
I even had the light bar on the front of it and everything already bought and shit.
Look, I can't remember what year it was, but me and my dad, when I was in high school, we rebuilt a Plymouth Sport Fury 2. It had it powder coated baby blue. When we bored out the engine. When that motherfucker cranked, it shook the earth.
Oh, yeah.
And
my first car was an 86 Grand Prix with T-tops. Had a 350 in it with a slap shifter, and my dad, the only cool thing he ever did for me, he went and took the fucking ass end off of a fucking Chevy and put on it. That way it had like a fucking 5-inch rake on it.
Nice.
That was a badass car.
I totaled that car as soon as we got through rebuilding and hitting it in a tree with my girlfriend.
I had a thing for Grand Prix, Monte Carlos, freaking the Riviera, the Regals. You know what I'm talking about? The 80s stock racing car.
Yeah. See, I prefer a '69 Dodge Charger. That's my dream car.
Yeah, Mopar. Mm-hmm.
88 Monte Carlo Super Sport, man.
Who would win, the original Dodge Brothers logo or the original Volkswagen?
88 Monte Carlo Super Sport, man. Black on black.
The Monte Carlo SS, baby. That was
black on black with a 350 in it.
What about a Shelby?
With fucking posi track rear end, not that slip track bullshit.
Man said posi track.
Take a 34 Chevy Resto Mod.
Oh, dude, I would love to get an old like 34 Plymouth or 35 Plymouth, man. Turn it into a rat rod, or even rebuild it back to its original, its original fucking form. Yeah. Make it an old gangster coupe with the suicide doors and the trunk seat and shit in it.
Gentlemen, lady, I'm gonna head out.
Don't run away.
I'm not
Why are you leaving, B-baller? We're getting along, and now you want to leave.
I gotta take a child to school in about a couple hours.
He got
kids.
Oh yeah,
he got kids, and we're running up to that 5-hour mark anyway. So it's time to start hanging it up.
Hey guys, have a wonderful day. It was good talking to everybody.
Hey, it was nice chatting with you, B-baller.
Yes, sir.
Stay safe, man. Keep doing what you're doing as a dad.
Yes, sir.
Fuck yeah. Rad dads kick ass.
All right. Any final thoughts as to what's going on, especially if it has anything to do with a particular topic? I know some people came in a little later before we start closing things up. Nobody at all? Cool. You're going to make this real easy.
Not yet. Not yet. Not yet.
Worked with a guy for a long fucking time that every day in the morning, every morning, he'd wake up and say, today's going to fucking suck. I fucking hate today. I hate today. You know what? He had a bad day every day.
You know, I used to work with this guy that he wouldn't show up to work if he didn't have a doobie to smoke on break.
Yeah, that was me.
Dude, that shit used to irritate the fuck out of me.
But
how you going to pay for weed if you ain't going to work?
Hey, grow that shit, son.
Very careful.
No, this guy wasn't that. He wasn't horticulturally savvy like that.
Oh, tragic.
Because growing weed ain't like growing tomatoes, sir.
Most of the guys up here show up at 7 a.m. smelling like blackberry brandy and leftover fucking who knows what.
Oh, bro, I had another dude that I worked with that he'd wake up in the morning and drink a 6-pack of beer for breakfast.
Just to get the shakes away, you know?
So no final thoughts?
Not a lot of self-confidence in that one.
Yeah.
I just want to go ahead.
Go ahead, Mama. Ladies first. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to say for you guys that hate boomers so bad, this don't include Angry Snowman, because Angry Snowman and I are cool. Find a boomer that you like, find one that you trust, and pick their brains, because we're going away.
There are some out there with a wealth of knowledge still.
We're going away. And when we go, our knowledge goes with us. And we do want to share. We do want to impart what we've learned. And that is our greatest gift to your generation.
I've been listening.
Take advantage of it.
You know what, Mama? I do cherish the boomers that actually do, have that knowledge and are willing to share it with people rather than holding on to it like a bunch of assholes. So I do respect and cherish the boomers that are actually have some humanity and civility to them.
Which is most of them, really.
Not all of us walked a cushy road. We didn't all have 5 pairs of shoes in the closet. We didn't all eat steak. Some of us were expected to be adults when we were 11, 9, 8 years old.
Fucking A.
I was in charge of my dad.
We learned that if we didn't work the garden, we didn't eat.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
We learned that if you didn't work a job, you didn't have power, and you didn't eat. And we learned that Bambi is a food source, and God put it on this earth for that reason.
Bambi tastes real damn good.
Bambi's dad tastes even better.
I'm more preferable over his mom.
Yeah.
And like I said, find one that you like and pick their brains. I'm always available. I don't know everything. I'm not going to tell you I know everything. I might be able to tell you where to find the information. But if you need to know how to take care of a wound, if you need to know how to make medicine, I'm always here.
See, that's the stuff right there that people need to be picking boomers' brains about, is them old ways shit, how to make soaps and medicines and what kind of herbs you can eat it. Like, dude, you know how much most people don't even know how many medicinal uses there are to dandelions that they pay people to kill in their yard every day.
Dandelion wine sounds pretty.
Dude, dandelion wine is the best, bro.
I was just about to say, bro, because I love making alcohol. Dandelion mead is some of the best mead.
Dude, dandelion wine is like, hillbilly fucking moonshine.
Roll that shit up. You got yourself a nail moonshine. Tell you what.
Real dude.
What you got?
I happen to know
Anything you got?
happen to know a
No,
really
I'm
good
trying to close
moonshine
this
recipe
show
too.
up, right?
Yeah, we can talk about
This
this.
kind of
Yes.
talk that reminds me that I'm not really white.
Okay, boomer.
Love y'all. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, apparently, apparently motherfuckers just don't know when to leave, so I gotta kick niggas out myself. It's the way it happens. You try to say, "Hey guys, party's up." Oh no, we don't. No, so now you gotta kick you the fuck out. Like it's just what it is. Anyway, guys, to actually close it out the way and faster than it should have been, since we're all over the place and everybody got stories for day, almost fucking 5 o'clock in the morning. By the way, but on this show, hopefully you are here early enough where I would start talking about a bit of the idea of when you become to this idea of false self-esteem as well as having your own self-esteem. And quite frankly, when it comes to the people that have all this false self-esteem, we have to bring that shit into the light. We do. Because honestly, real self-esteem it starts when the performance ends, when we have all the experience because we have been all tried and true, right? And I think for a lot of people, even in having the conversation that was here, a lot of people are talking about all the things that other people have done, even if you want to talk about boomers or whatever the case may be. But the fact of the matter is that even they were confident in what they could take. And there are a lot of people who were even, you want to say it this way, had a lot of false self-esteem because they weren't confident to take it from those that they claim are taking everything from them. And then there are people who coming in afterwards, I'll say alpha and even some, not a lot, but some millennials that are looking and saying, we're going to build up enough confidence to try to take that shit. Now, doesn't mean anyone's going to be successful. You don't know what you don't know. But like I also said, it's better to try than not to do anything at all. And then what I would urge for people, especially for those who are sitting out with their laurels, resting in their laurels and thinking that they're so confident in what they do, but never really actually put that shit to the test, I actually challenge you to give it a shot. Because maybe you'll find out that you're not exactly everything we think that you are. You are what you do when there's no one to impress. And how many of you are actually doing shit only when someone's around? You've been lied to before. You've been told that confidence is just looking good, sounding good, talking slick. But real confidence is quiet. It's consistent. It whispers. It says, I don't need your fucking applause because I've already done the work. With that being said, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, do yourself a favor and do so that you'll know when I drop new live streams or even content in the future. Take care of yourselves. Take care of your family, folks. For everybody, because quite frankly, you don't know what you don't know, and we want you to know. Stay opinionated. See you in the next one.